You're looking, he has a long off in place for Bramble. You know Bramble likes to go over the top, and he has a deep backward square leg. Those are the two men out so far, and I think that is precisely that is a situational field placing there because of the tendencies of Bramble to want to go over the top. And he's out, stumped. He was down by a long way, and he missed it. A little bit of turn there for Akil Hossain, and he picks a pepper early after going wicketless in the last game. He gets the big boy in Bramble stumped by the new boy, I should say, in the form of Amir Django, and he goes back for one. It's 4 for 1.
Yeah, naughty shot there from Anthony Bramble. Very impatient this morning. You saw him trying to take on Shannon Gabriel in the last over, and kept very quiet, and now looking to take on Akil Hussain. First ball of a new over. Did not even wait to see what's going to be on offer in this second over. Just went down the track, missed it, and did not even try to get back. He realized he was in no man's land. Amir Django, as a new wicketkeeper into this team, will be very happy to be in the dismissals already. Well bowled, Akil Hussain. Good start by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. And pressure, because Bramble has been scoring heavily for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's actually 3 without loss. 3 for 1, sorry, in over number 3. Wicketkeeper batsman Tevin Imlach coming in at number 3. We saw him getting a promotion in the last match ahead of Shimon Hetmaya. He is in his now familiar position, we want to say, for Imlach.
But it was a good delivery. It probably not the type of shot, and if you're going to play that shot, you're going to have to play it sort of inside out because you're playing with the turn. And that is why the man at long off was placed there. We were just talking about that before. And it's because of the tendencies of a Bramble to want to go over the top, but he couldn't resist it. From the time the ball was thrown up a little bit, he was down the wicket, he missed it completely, and was out by a long way. Good bit of glove work as well for Amir Django, so that will help settle him down a little bit. So we have the new batsman, Tevin Imlach. Quicker ball coming into him, that's the arm ball, but he played it well. You have to give him credit for that. He kept his eyes on it, and as it sort of caved back at him, he was able to play it with the tide and played it on the onside.
Beautiful delivery. Best we've seen all morning.
And here he is again. He wants a single. He will get it too. Nothing Bravo could do about it. That short mid-wicket position, and having to sprint across to his right. So a good start for Trinidad and Tobago. They've gotten rid of one of the danger men on the Guyana team, and are supposed to add to that the absence of a Shimron Hetmaya also sort of hampers the batting for Guyana. And then you have Tejaran Chandapal also missing out. So a lot of these youngsters now who get these opportunities would now have to put their hands up, and it also puts a little bit more pressure on the captain to deliver as well, Leon Johnson.
Johnson just one score of significance this season. Pressure back on him.
On the legs, they're going to have to hurry here, but the fielder there, Carriah, just a little bit slow in getting off to the ball. He just seemed to wait for the ball to come to him as opposed to attacking it, and maybe giving himself a chance to effect a run out.
Caught on his heels there, Carriah. You want to do much better than that.
Imlach is going to run too, and it's the same thing. Bravo could do nothing about it. They're just a little bit sort of stranded there. You have to attack the ball a little bit more, anticipate, because the batsman isn't putting any pressure, any power in the shot. 6 without loss at the end of 3. Or 6 for 1, I should say.
Yeah, Bramble dismissed early. Successful over for Akil Hussain. He went wicketless in the last game. That dramatic last game. Red Force against combined campuses and colleges right here at the Queen's Park Oval. In the wickets very early.
I was doing football that day, and when they told me they took 35 minutes to bowl 3 overs, almost 4 overs, just under 4 overs, but again, how umpires allow stuff like that to go on, and I'm not sure how much control they had on that situation, or what are the options for them now that something like that has happened. How do you deal with something like that? Outside the off-stump, good pace from Shannon Gabriel. You could see Django taking it on the rise as it came through to him. There's a first slip and a third slip, you would have to say, because second slip is very wide.
What is of note this season is the pace of Shannon Gabriel is right up, running in much faster. Looks to be much fitter as well, and because of that, landing in good areas, he's very confident. Got 4 wickets when these teams last met down at Turuba. With the experience of Bramble back in the hut.
How did he bowl there in that game?
Very fast, very hostile. With the experience of Chandapal, Hetmeyer and Bramble already dismissed.
Driven nicely down behind point rather, and he's going to get a boundary. No, it's nicely cut off there again by Otley. They think for a moment of a third run and decided against it. Otley, good footwork down there. It seems as if the football practice before the start of play actually worked out in their favor.
Yeah, and if you look at from our vantage point, you can see a football marking. A football pitch is marked out there, so he's as if he's actually trying to save a corner for his team. Very good footwork from Otley indeed. That's
the 8-a-side football tournament here at the Queen's Park Oval. And it's guys trying to relive their glory days. And they play in different age groups, like over 60, 50 and over, 40 and over. So you kind of try to level it off, handicap it in a way. Driven nicely again. They're thinking for a moment of a single, but again, Bravo moving smartly to his right, knocks it down and denies them that chance. But it must be said, the bat is coming through sweetly. And, it's really a situation where it's more or less the placement now for Imlach.
It's a nice pitch, nice hard pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval. Are we seeing Gabriel landing in good areas? And Imlach already playing through the line, so good value for the shots.
Driven again. This is good timing, and not able to get it through on that occasion, but you could see the ball leaving the bat off the middle of the bat.
Okay, Imlach is technically correct, very sound at the crease. So he's going to be watching this ball very closely. He's a natural stroke maker. Plays for the DCC club back home, the Morocco Cricket Club in Georgetown. Club with rich history.
I've always admired the Border Oval. I remember my first visit there many, many years ago. And you just think of the history of the place. I know they don't use it as much for international football, in fact international cricket or any sort of international games really. That's another good delivery, but again it just hit in the outside edge, and another comfortable single for Imlach as he inches on, and certainly looking to settle in here and maybe produce a big score. He's up to 5, it's 9 for 1, and the left-handed Severy is back on strike. So is it fair to say that these are 2 wicketkeeper batsmen at the crease right now?
The top 3 are wicketkeeper batsmen for the Harpy Eagles, yeah. The Bramble is dismissed already, he's gone. And the 2 at the crease, they're all capable, in front and behind the stumps. Excellent glove Gloveman.
It must be a luxury to have this many glove men around. You could probably call on them at any time. That's another good delivery. And they might think of a single, and they do. Not much Akil Hussain could do about that when he had to move a long way to his right. That's good running, and it completes another good over from Shannon Gabriel, his second. It's 10 for 1 after 4.
Nice steady over again from Shannon Gabriel. There's 2 runs in the over. So getting into his work very early. West Indies speedster.
Actually, I think they had 4 because they had the couple down here with the footwork. And that was early in the over when they got the 2 runs.
You're so correct.
And then they got 2 singles subsequently.
But it's complementing
Each
Akil
other.
Hussain
Yep.
nicely.
Mhm.
So this is a good opening bowling pair for the Red Force. They want to put that game behind them against the CCC. Look at what's ahead.
Again, a little bit of turn there, and bounce as well, coming in, sort of cramped him just a little bit there as Savary was trying to make a little room, and Akil Hussain followed him. Again, not as much turn this time, so that's a little bit of the variation there. Now, I don't know if that is the pitch or if that is the bowler, because one is spinning fairly huge, fairly prodigiously, and some are not spinning as much. And now there's some boot marks there from Shannon Gabriel. Remember, we've had quite a bit of rain, so you can already see the imprints down on the left-hander, right outside of the left-hander's off stump. Quicker delivery, spun a little bit but turned away nicely, and they'll get a comfortable single.
Turning it with the tide, literally. It was good control from Akil Hussain, getting a little bit of turn, and he has the variation. So you're seeing some of his variations, that's why some are going through the arm, not turning as much as his stock delivery. Good control. And the pitch, it's, like I said, it's rolled in very hard, and it's a new ball, it's a very hard ball as well, so you won't get that much assistance.
You can't grip it as much,
Yeah.
but he's still getting some turn.
Yeah.
Here he is again, plays this one up, and they're going to have to hurry, and they do. And they get it quite comfortably in the end, which is good running, good communication. And the good thing about that too is that they set off right immediately. They didn't hesitate at all.
It seems to be a plan, because every time it's played in that area, just in front of Bravo, who's on either side of the wicket, to the left-hander and right-hander, they take off for that single. It might be a plan as well to not be bogged down.
This time you can see him pitching up a little bit more, as if aiming for those boot marks, and the batsman, very alert to it, decided this time to play it with caution. So Savary not being outfoxed here by Akil Hussain. Sometimes, as you throw it up over the eye line, batsmen tend to want to swing. Again, not much spin there. This time you could really see him almost trying to spear it in, and played with the tide. It's the end of another tidy over from Akil Hussain, his third, and at the end of it, 12 for 1 after 5.
There's 2 singles in the over. Savary and Imlach fairly cautious. They want to take a lot of chances too early. And as a result of that, taking over very slowly.
Before you go any further, let me just introduce you to Ian Wason, so he will join you for the next 5 overs or so.
Gabriel is going to continue. Already sent down 2 overs with a little bit of steam. Just 7 runs conceded. A wide first slip in Jason Mohammed in place. Captain Nicholas Puran is bordering on a gully. Very wide third slip maybe. As Ian takes his position as well. No ball.
Yes, it's good to see Nicholas Puran quick on his feet across the flooring and to prevent that second single, because it was a no ball at any rate. So score goes on to 12 for 1. An early wicket this morning, and of course with Tej Narine Chanderpaul jetting off to Australia to join the West Indies Test team, they must force to make a change, just like the Trinidad and Tobago team, who would have lost fast bowler Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, the wicket keeper Joshua De Silva as well.
And Joshua De Silva. So we are seeing different keeper. I thought I would have seen Puran behind the stumps, as he is the West Indies one white ball wicket keeper.
This one is in the air. Who wants it? Naughty shot from Tevin Imlach. Puran himself calls it, and then he takes it. But that's a free hit, remember. So they took one. It actually dropped, but it wouldn't matter. It is the free hit. Tevin Imlach looking to go downtown, and he got the top edge. Ian, some excitement here for the school's children who have gathered here.
Yes, of course, and perhaps they were not aware that it was a free hit. You could have heard the screams. But of course, Imlach, knowing it's a free hit, he took that risk. And of course, they will just get one to the score. So of course, it's 13 for 1.
I myself missed the free hit. I was thinking he was going to give it away here, Imlach. But a free hit became a topic of contention recently. Very hot topic, especially in the T20 World Cup that is ongoing. Pakistan, who were through to the finals, and they played against India. That ball that was bowled, the free hit that was bowled onto Kohli stumps. Edging this time. Big appeal, and he goes.
Well, I thought I heard something.
Oh.
And the umpire says not out, off the pads. Off the pads. I think we need to see that replay.
First of all, it was a very good ball from Shannon Gabriel. Touched down on a good length. And there was Savory fishing at it, just nibbling. Slight movement of that front foot. No commitment at all. Carrying through to the wicket keeper. And there we see Savory indicating that pad was played. I think it was his bat, the inside edge of his bat hitting the pad. That might have saved him. But if that is the case, must give a word to umpire Jacqueline Williams. Very good umpiring. Having a much closer look here, Ian.
The ball nowhere near the pads. So it got to be the bat flicking. But I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing a space between bat and pad as well. So it was a good shout. Shannon Gabriel, a very good delivery. Let's not take away from that.
An eventful over in process here. Nice short delivery, angled into the body. Savory on his toes is guiding it nicely. So Shannon Gabriel, no ball, free hit. An appeal for a caught at the wicket. And now a short ball. So really intense stuff here from the speedster. This is lovely cricket.
Excellent cricket, and the weather is nice too. The sun is not in its glory, so it's a comfortable temperature the players are playing. You have a slight cloud cover. No rain. If the weather could stay like this for the entire day, it would be perfect.
Some adjustments to the field. Third man is coming very straight. Jad Ghuli. So Jason Mohammed is at first slip. And then there's a gap between first and what is a second slip, very wide. And next to him is a fielder. So interesting field.
A very nice field. He's saying to Shannon Gabriel, this is the area I want you to bowl, just outside He lined up the off stump, outside off stump. It's a strong offside field. The only players on the leg side, mid on, and the fine leg. So it's a 7-2 field. So he's telling Shannon Gabriel, this is where I want you to bowl. This is where I want you to keep the line. And Shannon Gabriel is doing quite well as a right hand coming over the wicket. He's slanting that ball across the left-hander. So it's a very good field for this type of bowling.
Once again, bowling to his field, but just a bit too wide. Needs to force Savory into the shots. Savory very watchful so far. Just 5 runs under his belt. With lots of energy being used up by Kemal Savory in his first game. Getting his opportunity because Tejan Chanapur, like you mentioned, jetting off to Australia. But he's also batting with a little bit of responsibility, knowing that there's no Shimron Hetmyer in the 11 today. Had a very late withdrawal from the team because of not feeling well this morning. In comes Akshaya Prasad. So 2 changes to the Harpy Eagles 11. Much better from Gabriel, forcing the batsman to play. And it's a dot ball to end the over. So that's the end of 6. Scoreboard says 14. Our graphic says 13 for the loss of 1.
And let's just hope that whatever it is that kept Shimron Hetmyer away from this game, let's hope that he does recover soon enough for the weekend games. Not just for the cricket, but for his betterment. Let's just hope that he gets better. But in the meantime, Akil Hussain will continue from the northern end, or the commentary box end. 3 overs, 1 for 5 as figures so far. So the experienced West Indies bowlers doing quite well for the Red Force at this early stage. Just playing that in the extra cover region, they will get no run. So Imlach, Savory, they would want to stay as long as possible batting together. You need to weather the storm, the early bowling pressure from these 2 bowlers. Just getting one pushing down on the mid-on area. A bit short from Hussain, allowing the batsman Imlach to go on his back foot and play that one comfortably. So with the experience of Hussain, he's doing quite well with the right and left combination. Just the one slip. There's no mid-on. In fact, there's a long on coming off from the boundary. So they would go through for a comfortable run.
Lots of runs available in the V. No need to take too many chances. And that is exactly what Imlach and Savory doing at the moment. But it's nice to see that we're starting on time despite all of the rain, Ian.
Yes, I was concerned with all that rain. I woke up too early, very early this morning. And it's good to see that the work done by the ground staff here at the Queen's Park Oval paid off. When you're looking at the field, you see no sign of rain. It's getting a thick outside edge. And of course it will just run and just about a meter into the boundary. So it just returned for 2. Savory moves on to 8.
Yeah, that ball rushing the left-handed batter outside his off stump.
And it went away with a first slip would have been, but there is no first slip. In fact, there's a leg slip. Akil Hussein, left arm over the wicket. So his natural movement will be, the ball will be coming into the left-handed batsman. Perhaps that was the thinking of having the leg slip. But it's the end of the over, the end of the 7th over. It's 19 for 1. So they're going along very slowly, just under 3 runs per over. But the important scenario will be keeping the wickets intact. They already lost 1 wicket. So it's the job of these two gentlemen to stay as long as possible. Going to see a bowling change from the southern end.
Gabriel out of the attack now. 3 overs, none for 9. Very hostile opening burst from Shannon Gabriel. Terence Heinz is going to replace him. Heinz with a slingy action can give you a little bit of headache sometimes. Tends to bowl some very good line and length. He can be a handful on this pitch as very hard. No grass. So it will come on nice true bounce. So just a slip and play now as Imlach takes strike.
He misses his run. His first delivery for the morning, so just perhaps he miscalculated his run. Didn't measure his run properly. Could be a case of that. Could just be tightening up of the muscles. But he will go back to the top of his mark to try again.
Beautiful flowing cover drive from Tevin Imlach. That's his first boundary of the morning. Beautiful shot. Ball was well pitched up and he was into the drive very early. Well played. That's a shot from a man in form.
Yes, he dissected that little space between extra cover and mid-off. Almost like he measured it with a ruler. A perfect shot all along the carpet. And that is one of those shots that deserve nothing else but 4 runs.
Imlach has been one of the batters that the Harpy Eagles have been depending on this season heavily. Just got 8 in the last game, missed out against the Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Had a nice half century against the CCC, 63. Himself and Leon Johnson batted beautifully to get their team to a decent total. Actually, they were chasing on that occasion. A bit of room outside his off stump. Chopping, got the under edge, not timing it the way he would have liked Imlach. When these two teams met the last time down south, Imlach was bowled by Gabriel for 32. Gabriel is out of the attack right now. Got a 36 against the Volcanoes, so getting starts the wicketkeeper batsman, West Indies A team, but not carrying on, and that will be a concern. Not a perfect opportunity for him here. That 63 that he got 2 previous matches will be very much on his mind. We want to carry on from getting those starts. To the left-hander now, Heinz will be looking to slip on a gully to give him a wicket. Go straight to Jad Goli on the bounce. So the gully fielder coming into play very early. And Imlach, I think, is more compact, and they're attacking the left-handed Savory, who's now into his first game as well. I'm not quite comfortable as yet, Ian.
No, he's not, and of course the ball's angling across him, getting in the 2 slips, a good strong offside, just to get the better of him in his early stage. So what he has to do is try to weather the storm. The ball is still kind of new, it's still kind of hard, so he just has to survive these opening overs. He's leaving alone that one. That's a good decision for him. Run rate at this early stage should not be a big problem. It's very important to keep your wicket, especially you don't have Shimron Hetmeyer in the lineup today. So it's ever more important for the batsmen to get some good starts to make up for the loss of Hetmeyer. So here we see players like Leon Johnson will have to step up. He's playing and missing, true to the wicketkeeper, no problems there.
You want to give him the benefit of the doubt on that occasion. Just half committing to that stroke. Maybe playing inside the line just a little bit. Not fully committing, but Terence Heinz there, like I said, can be a bit deceptive. Let's have a look. Was actually genuinely beaten, searching for it.
And with
Savory.
And also with a hint of movement as well.
Much better technique this time, back and across. That's the end of Terence Heinz' first over. The boundary in the over, 5 runs from it. 8 gone, 24 for 1.
It's some good bowling from Heinz. He's already slanting the ball across the left-hander and getting a pinch of movement. And that delivery, the penultimate delivery in that over, was a classic example of that, where he was playing and missing. So it's Imlach is on 14, Savory is on 8, 24 for 1 after 8 overs, just 3 runs per over, going along very slowly. But the important part is you have 50 overs. It's not a T10, it's not a T20, so you have a lot of time to bat and to build your innings.
Hussein to continue. This is now his 5th over on the trot. This is his opening spell. How long Puran will keep him on for is yet to be seen. Not bowling too bad at all with the new ball. Getting the early wicket, that of Anthony Bramble, who ran down the track to miss the full one. Was nicely stumped by Django. It's a leg slip in play now for Savory. Short mid wicket as well in the catcher position. So school children getting some time off from school to look at some intense cricket, Super 50. No doubt there are schools that in the Woodbrook area maybe.
Yes, of course. It's always good to have the school children coming out and looking at some cricket. That is where you would need to keep the cricket alive. When you bring out the young children, not just to see T20 cricket, but you want to have them watching 50 overs cricket and first class cricket as well.
Nice shot from Savory. Get at least 2 runs. Bravo giving chase. Coming looking for the third. It's not on. Would have been touch and go. Bravo maybe 5 years ago would have gotten it very quickly. And you can see that throw taking 2 bounces before it got back to Akil Hussain. Short ball. And see if we got 2.
$27 for 1. Harpy Eagles batting first. They're on top of the table with 12 points. Red Force on 10. As this ball is hit high, it's going all the way, and it's the maximum. So just coming forward just a bit with a free swing. Freeing the arms a bit.
That was very full and deserved to be hit. Back over his head. That's a very safe shot, very confident shot from Savory. Now his 7th list day match he's playing for Guyana. The first game he played, got a 7-1 on debut back in 2019 when emerging players also made their debut. The emerging players went on to win that tournament. But since then, Savory did not get into double figures in the other matches he played. So this is a very important game for him. 9 overs gone, 33 for 1.
And what a way to get to your double figures with a beautiful straight 6 over against one of the best spinners in the Caribbean at this point in time. But this match, we have a lot of experienced bowlers in this match between the Harpy Eagles and the Red Force. Several players with West Indies experience, almost like a West Indies A team versus a West Indies B team bowling attack. Veerasamy Permaul, Gudakesh Motie with Mario Shepherd on one side, Akil Hussain, Kevin St. Clair, you can't forget him. We've seen Rutherford doing a lot of bowling as well. Then you have, on this side, you have Hussain, you have Gabriel, Yannick Carriah, Narine, Carriah. So it's a lot. We are no short of experienced bowling.
Heinz started the final over of the batting power play.
This ball coming into the right-hander just a bit.
After the early loss of Bramble, consolidation between Imlach and Savory. 30-run partnership, very good partnership in the making. Heinz, Queen's Park Cricket Club player, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He's at home in many regards. Quick single. He lost it. He'll look for the second. Chases on now by Bravo. And look to come back for the third. Good running by the Guyana Harpy Eagles players. Bad feeling from Bravo. First of all, he was attacking the ball. Took his eyes off of it at the last moment. And then had to chase after it beat him. And then took a bit long getting that return in. And Savory took the opportunity for an extra run. So 3 runs, well played.
It's good to see the batsman looking to not just run 2s but run 3s, looking for every opportunity to get to sneak in that 3rd run. So Imlach, they actually ran 4 because the first run when they were taking the quick single to Bravo, then when he was chasing the ball to delivery to the boundary, they ran 2 and they ran the 4th one for the throw. So they actually ran 4. Very good running between the wickets.
I'm not surprised actually because Savory is very quick and he is going to push Imlach. Good work from the pair at the crease. Good delivery from Heinz, but good defensive technique being shown by Imlach. Heinz is really pegging away here, looking for a breakthrough, looking to see the back of one of these batters. Django behind the stumps, getting his opportunity because Joshua De Silva has departed. Django plays for Queen's Park Cricket Club as well.
He's a Central Sports product. And of course he played with Jamaica Talawas as well. He featured in this 60 tournament.
And certainly did feature in that 60 tournament.
So he too has some experience.
Along with Raymond Reefer, who toured the bowling attack in one of those games in the 60. 100 runs in 5 overs between himself and Reefer. That was at Warner Park. That's the end of the batting power play. 10 overs gone. Harpy Eagles invited to bat first. 37 for 1. More from you, Ian, then Ruskin will come a-calling.
Well, Well, some very good start, a decent start here. And lost the early wicket in Bramble, but Savory and Imlach are putting it together. And 37 for 1 after 10 overs. And of course, they would want to set a nice foundation as we welcome back Ruskin Mark.
Another change in the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Carriah is on. He's had a good season so far. Hasn't really taken like big wickets, but he's been thereabouts. Two here, showing that he's capable of doing a good job when called upon.
So Carriah with his 2 West Indies international matches, international one-day matches. He played a couple T20 matches in the warm-ups against Australia just prior to the World Cup. He will start his spell from the northern end. Just the one slip, getting the batsman on his back foot. They would hustle one for the short mid-wicket. Has to do just to run a few meters to his left. So they get a single off the very first ball of Carriah's spell.
Well, it's good running. They saw that Nicholas Puran, who is right-handed when he throws, had to cover some ground to his left. So these two have really put pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago fieldsmen and have kept them a little bit off balance.
Getting a hint of turn, but the batsman Imlach still able to get it away for 1.
And again, it's really about placing the ball into the gaps and picking up the singles. You don't always have to hit boundaries, and these two are showing that you can still keep the scoreboard ticking over by running aggressively between the wickets.
Getting this one down to the cover boundary, just one more. So they're going along quite well, Ruskin.
And this is what they need to do, because you won't always get 4 balls or 6 balls, and you don't want to go trying to create that. So what you have to do is, as they say, take what the bowlers give you and you work with that. But if you can get 6 singles every over, and every other over you get a boundary or 2, you're in good shape.
This time he's just pushing this towards the short extra cover, and they will get no run.
And as we've seen already, they've run an in the field boundary in 4 runs, and they ran at 3 earlier. So these two are fairly quick between the wickets, and they're pushing the Trinidad fieldsmen.
He's drawing him forward. And another dot ball for Carriah after getting the 3 singles, conceding the 3 singles.
It's good to see that there's a slip, there's a backward point, and there's of course the sweep on the boundary, a cover inside the ring, and a long off. And so the field is fairly well spread. Carriah, though, will have to be very tidy here.
This one is driven down to the long off boundary. Akil Hussain just fumbled with the ball, allowing the batsman to complete the second run. That shows how quick they are and how alert they are.
They're putting pressure on the Trinidad Tobago fieldsmen, and they are obviously threatening them every time that they fumble, that they're going to take a run on the fumble, especially with that distance away from the wicket. So they're really doing the smart thing. They're trying to keep the pressure on the Trinidad Tobago fieldsmen at all times. So it's 42 for 1 now after 11.
Just a short while ago, Ruskin, it was 19 for 1 after 7 overs. Now they are double that and more in just 4 overs. So they are doing that without any risks, because we saw only 1-4 and 1-6 between that time.
Yep, but they have done the aggressive thing by running between the wickets. You see more school children coming in, so it's a pretty good sign.
Well fielded there
Carriah.
And that's Carriah. Having just completed 6 deliveries, get low to his right. A superb feeling, because if that had beaten him, it would have given Hussein a bit of a job to do to save that on the boundary. So it was well saved by Carriah.
And I think Trinidad Tobago, again, just need to be consistent with their lines. And so because once the captain set the field, the bowlers just have to complement what he's doing. And then the fielders will back him up in in their bowling. So far they've done pretty decent. They've not been spraying the ball all over the place, but they just need to be as tight as possible. And with somebody like a Terence Heinz who gets the ball to duck back into the right-hander, what he needs to do is to bring him forward and then try to get in between bat and pad.
Just guiding this one to third man. They will just get one. And it's a good captaincy from Puran. He's looking at how the bowlers are bowling. You're seeing where Terence Heinz is getting the ball in to the right-handed batsman. So of course he will have no slip. But when he's moving the ball away, he's protecting that region. And
it also allows the bowlers to try to concentrate on a length, on a line. Those are the crucial things. Now, if the plan is to bowl short, well then, but even when you're bowling short, you have to bowl a particular line in order to, kind of confuse the batsman, because you're trying to get a wicket. And so that is what is at play here now.
That ball just rushing for 1 in the cover region. So the score will move on by 1. It's 45 for 1.
And the thing about it is that Trinidad Tobago has to make a decision here. I think Nicholas Puran has to be mindful. If they're just going to push and run, you're going to have to bring your fielders a little bit closer. Now you run the risk of a powerful drive going past the fielders, especially at cover and backward point, those regions. But you have to try to limit those easy singles and maybe get a run out.
They will just run off and tickle for 1. So they are moving along quite slowly but steady, Ruskin.
And this is a pretty effective, because we in the 12th over, so they are not too far off the pace. They're going along, just over 3 under 4 runs and over. Then they can try to extend it, as they go through the overs. In those middle overs between say 20 and 30, they can try to kick on from there, and then of course do the heavy lifting in the last 10 or so.
Try to pull this one. A short ball looking to pull, doesn't make contact, and you're seeing where the plan is, because they have the man down at the square boundary waiting for that pull shot. So you must would have expected a short ball at some time in this over.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Even when you're bowling short, the line is what has to be important. No, that line was over the off stump. He was trying to pull a ball that was only going to go up in the air. Somewhere it was going to just go up. Either it was going to come over the keeper's head, or it might very well have come down to fine leg here and maybe offer a chance if it didn't go for 6.
This one is a bit too wide, and of course signaled by the umpire, so the score will move on by 1. It's now 47 for 1. We are just 1 ball away from completing the 12th over.
Again, he was probably just trying to I don't know if he was trying to gauge the batsman's bluff to see if he would chase at a delivery wide outside the off stump. But it would be interesting now what his follow-up is going to be here now, if he's going to go back to another short one.
Just squeezing past Carriah at cover, and they will just hustle for 1. So that's the end of the 12th over, and the score is 48 for 1, Ruskin.
And again, 4 runs and over, roughly, and so that is how they're operating right now, and that's without taking too many risks. So if you can go along at this rate, say for the next 8 to 10 overs, you're in pretty good shape. The thing you don't want to do is lose wickets, because then it put pressure on the new batsman to start over, And especially now if you have two new batsmen at the crease is where you're at. And of course, as my good friend Jeffrey Boycott always said, he said, Ruskin, look at your situation and then add 2 wickets to it and see if you're comfortable with where you are. Because that's how limited overs cricket is. You lose one, you can lose another one rather quickly. And so that's what he always said. See if you're still happy with where you are. And as a batsman, that's how you have to think. You know, okay, we've gotten out of 48. Let's see how much we could add to this and just keep building. So even if we lose wickets later on, at least we already have a foundation from which, you know, everybody else can, something to launch from.
And of course, with that, when you do that, you give players like Mario Shepherd, who's coming down later in the innings, that freedom now to do what he does best.
Yep, which is to hit the ball and try to score quickly in a short space of time.
This is Carriah from the northern end. He's starting his second over, bowling to the left hand, and he's just getting that ball past the short mid-wicket, and they will come back for the second actually. And Carriah not happy with the effort.
That was Nicholas Puran. And again, it makes better sense to put both hands than to put one hand. And in fact, you just want to put your body down there and block the ball. Even if you don't feel it cleanly, just try and block the ball as best as possible. So that's the 50 on the board. 50 for 1 now. But and you're not just seeing a lot of this here, Ian. There's a lot of what I call one-run boundaries. You hit the ball to certain fielders and you're almost guaranteed a run because they're not quick off the mark. And so balls in cover or inside the circle, and the batsmen are getting comfortable singles.
This one is just sweep down to the fine leg region, and they're hustling for 2, and they would get it comfortably. The ball does hit the wicket, but the batsman, Savory, reaches comfortably. He's well inside. And you're seeing the running between the wickets. That's very good, and it shows these players are working on running between the wickets. And of course, it does look simple, but you have to have a measure of fitness to be running those quick singles so often.
Well, it does, and what it also does is that it puts pressure on the fielding team as well, because quite often, now that ball to fine leg should easily have been a single, but because the fieldsmen are, 2 things they're doing. They're taking their time to get to the ball, and then their throws are not accurate throws. So by the time they speed up, the batsman already on the second run, when they should be speeding up from the word go. From the time they set off, it should be to get the ball back to the keeper.
And as my coach used to always say, Ruskin, run the first run hard. And that will put pressure on the fielders, and that will cause them to make mistakes, overthrows, run over the ball, and things like that.
It is, and then the fielders have to think of something else now. You know, they can't just sit back there and wait for the ball to come to them. They now have to work as well.
Carriah to the left-handed Savory, just pushing that one, and getting the ball past the fielder, and they would again come for 2.
Gabriel.
And they're going for the 3rd, but Gabriel, with a mistake, allows the ball to go over the boundary for 4. Just slipping down there, Ruskin?
Yep. This is part of the effects of the amount of rain that we've been having over the last day or so. And but again, Gabriel is not the quickest mover in the field, and to have somebody like a Shannon Gabriel at backward point is in itself a risk as a fielding team. But it's you can't hide everybody, because if you put him at slip, he's not a good slip fieldsman. So you have to put him somewhere. You don't want to put him in the cover. So you kind of place him where you feel that it's how almost like you're hiding him.
This ball is coming back into the batsman. And Imlach was already halfway down the pitch and had to turn back quickly. You're seeing the mentality of Imlach. He's looking to run everything. He was already halfway down the pitch.
Yes, it is. 13 overs now completed. That's 56 now on the board. So these 2 are going along quite nicely. Remember, they came together at 3 for 1. So they've posted a half-century partnership, which is good for the Guyanese. They're also without Shimron Hetmeyer. and also without Trinidad and Chandapur. So that's a big chunk of their batting that has left here. But you wouldn't tell that because these two are sort of making up for that by playing sensible cricket and aggressive running between the wickets, which seems to kind of put the Trinidad and Tobago team a little bit off balance, because it's not just the one player that is sort of fumbling the ball. Almost every fumble has been punished so far in the field by an extra run or a more comfortable run.
And as while we are seeing that, we are seeing the introduction of Sunil Narine, the right-arm off spinner, world-renowned spinner, who has been all over the globe showing his talent, and of course part of the West Indies team that won the T20 World Cup in 2012. He comes into the attack. He will be bowling to Imlach, the right-handed Imlach, just a one slip. There's the extra cover, there's the mid-off. Just playing that ball in front of him, they will just look at that and not get the single.
And again, it's important that Sunil starts well here, because I think the Trinidad and Tobago players are looking to him now for a little bit of a lift here, and the best way to do that is to get an early wicket.
Just wide, just going down the leg side, just straying a bit, but good job by Django, who went across to his left quickly to gobble that.
And he's bowling at a good pace. It's not too fast and it's not too slow.
Loud appeal.
I think the height, if you look at it, I think the height is a little bit off there. If anything, and I'm going to sway the umpire, Jacqueline Williams.
It was a bit high,
And it was still rising. I think that's what the umpires are taught. That
the line was good actually.
just a little bit of inward movement.
Coming forward, bat and pad close together. That's how you have to play the spinners, and especially the caliber of Sunil Narine.
Well, if you're not reading, you have to be watchful. And this is what I think most teams are doing now with Sunil Narine. They're not attacking him like before. And so they'll just tend to play him out and not let him get wickets. Because when he gets wickets, he gets wickets in bunches. And so before, when he would get 4 and 5, now he's more or less 2, sometimes 3. Occasionally he might get 4. But in the main, most teams are being watchful against Sunil Narine.
Getting some movement, the batsman able to compensate for that and helping it across on the leg side, and they will just get 1.
And this is much better, because Shannon Gabriel certainly attacked the ball there and limited them to a single, whereas before they were chancing their hands against the fielders. So I think the Trinidad and Tobago players are aware now that the running between the wickets is very aggressive, and they have to be aggressive in approaching the ball, fielding the ball cleanly, and then returning the ball as accurately as possible. It just sort of adds a new dimension to the game, and that is all due to the aggressive running.
So Savory is on 29, Imlach on 25. Just coming forward, bat and pad close together, just being very watchful. And of course, they are really playing Sunil Narine the best as they can. So that's the end of Sunil Narine's first over, just the 2 of it. The Guyana Harpy Eagles going along 58 for 1.
That's after 14 overs. So they're right on course. They're maintaining their averages, just about 4 runs and over. I think they'll be happy to continue along this way. But at some point in time, it's limited overs cricket, and players will feel that they have to step it up a little bit more. Alec Atenes, 275 runs so far for the Windward Volcanoes. Kareem Hodge, 187, also from the Volcanoes. Johnson Charles from the Windward Volcanoes as well, 89. Joshua De Silva has had some decent starts, 88, and Keon Otley 79. He'll be looking to build on that for Trinidad and Tobago.
Anthony is a young 21-year-old from the Windward Islands, doing quite well, having a very good season, and maybe if you can continue like that in the next season in the 4-day championship, you could be telling Desmond Haynes, here I am.
And not only that too, it also adds importance to this game as well, because they are on 8 points in third place, and Trinidad and Tobago cannot relax on 10.
Ball is driven down to Akil Hussein. He will run out from the boundary to stop just allowing one single, and the score would move on by 1. It's 59 for 1.
So the tournament is nicely poised right now. That rain-affected game certainly hampered Trinidad and Tobago's chances. So it puts pressure on them now to try to win this and their next game on the weekend in order to make absolutely certain of a top 2 finish so that they could move on to the semi-finals.
Squeezing that ball down to where a vacant wideish third man would be, and they will just return
another
for 2.
one short.
So the umpire signaling 1 short.
That's the second time we've had that this morning.
So that's a over eagerness to hustle for the second run.
And it's Savory again when he was getting off the mark.
Again, they would come back for 2. The ball going down to the widest third man area.
And again, look at the movement of Shannon Gabriel. He left that for the man who has to run from point on the boundary to a wide third man who had to cover close to 25 meters. And Shannon Gabriel is right there. And so he just kind of left it for him. And you could see the anxiety in the face of Carriah. He wasn't happy at all.
No bowler is happy to see that kind of effort. The ball is coming.
He's bowled him.
Brilliant delivery from Carriah, drawing Imlach. That's Savory forward, and ball all over that one. So it's a second wicket for Guyana Harpy Eagles, 62 for 2. Carriah getting the wicket. And let's see the replay again. He was playing all over that one, Oscar.
Yes, he was. He came down the wicket a little bit, and kind of the line kind of deceived him. It was a full-length delivery. He was trying to probably get it on the full, and played around it, and that was the end of that. It was it's good bowling from Carriah, because prior to that he was a little bit short, and on both occasions he was sort of chopped down behind point, and picked up and conceded about 4 runs in that process. Here, he improved his length a little bit more. He went closer to the batsman, and is now reaping the rewards of that with his first wicket, the second for Trinidad and Tobago. This is a big blow for the Guyanese because these two have been going along quite nicely, and I'm sure they would have been hoping to continue in that vein for a little while longer.
So with that, they will take the water break as the new batsman is coming to the wicket. And 62 for 1. Not a wicket they would have wanted this time because just 14 overs. We're in the 15th over actually. And these two batsmen would have wanted to be together as long as possible. Maybe from the 25th over and see how they can take it every 5 overs. Let's see where we can be at 5 overs, at 30 overs, at 35 overs.
It's about assessment, and I think when teams have meetings now, because there's so much, as they say, so much going on in the dressing room, players are fully aware of how, what the thinking is in the dressing room. So whether it's the fielding team or the batting team, when you have your discussions, you're discussing everything now because, everybody's aware of everybody else's strengths. So you plan in the dressing room how you're going to approach certain things. And look at the Trinidad and Tobago team now. Obviously, things didn't go according to plan in the sense that they probably had too many misfielded, too many bubbles in the field. ones being turned into twos and what have you. So I'm sure that is what they're discussing here and saying, okay, guys, let's go back to the original plan. This is how we were hoping to go. So okay, it didn't go too well in the first hour or so. Now let's go back to that now and see if we could squeeze them a little bit more, limit the scoring, try to cut out some of those easy singles, and see if we could put pressure on the batsmen and maybe get a few more wickets in this period here. You have two of your main strike bowlers on. You have Sunil, and again, the thing with Sunil, like I told you, because teams are no longer attacking him like they used to, what you could do is kind of build pressure with Sunil at one end. So he's kind of going to clog up that end in terms of run scoring, and now you attack at the other end and see if you could probably get the wickets here. Sunil's figures may not look impressive, but he might end up bowling 10 overs for 20 runs. And, might get one wicket, maybe even two. But it's at the other end is where you have to look at now and see, while he was bowling, what was happening at the other end, and how as a team Trinidad and Tobago's fortunes changed with the introduction of Sunil Narine.
Yes, and that is how we have to bowl in partnerships. As you mentioned, one bowler will be more of a defensive bowler, and the other bowler, the attacking bowler. And of course, that is working in partnerships. And what people need to understand too as well, the attacking bowlers are expected to be expensive. But the defensive bowlers would compensate for that expense on the other end. So that's a very good plan to have.
And the thing about it now for the Harpy Eagles is that they've lost a second wicket. Now they're going to rely on their captain a little bit more to try to probably help them with their scoring and try to at least consolidate here, because they cannot now afford, like I said, remember, you don't have any Hetmeyer, you don't have Chandapol. They were like your main cogs. So now Leon Johnson takes on a bigger role, and not just to lead the team, but to also produce on the day for them. Nicholas hasn't really applied additional pressure on him. I think Carriah is probably hoping to get maybe another close-in fieldsman, but maybe even push I don't know what he wants to do with the man at backward square, if he wants to bring him finer or what he wants to do with him, but he's certainly looking to put some pressure on Johnson. And this one is just turned square the wicket on the onside. And this is where the difference is going to be also, is how does the running between the wickets continue now with Johnson out there.
Yes, Imlach and Savvy, they have been together for quite a while. They would have understood each other. But as Leon Johnson, the captain of the team, will be there, should know his players. And of course, they're supposed to have that communication running between the wickets. But Johnson is no longer a spring chicken, so we have to keep that in mind.
Now this is an interesting field here, Ian, because they've brought the mid-wicket on the offside. So they have a short extra cover, very, very, almost like a short mid-off, close in, and an extra cover short as well.
Just getting the ball back down to the bowler, Carriah, and that's the end of the 15th over. 63 for 2. So after comments from Ruskin Mark, it will be the one we call Dungi. It's Anil.
So it's 63 for 2 now after 15 overs. And again, it's just about a 4 runs and over is the situation here, where we see the Trinidad Tobago team going over and doing double duty, I would imagine, sir. As I say good morning to you again.
Pleasant good morning to you, Ruskin.
And when you assess what has happened so far, what are your thoughts?
Well, looking at what transpired in the first hour, Trinidad and Tobago, I felt they were a bit unlucky, having not prized out that second wicket, because from all evidence, Savory,
they caught behind.
They caught behind. So had they gotten that second wicket, things might have changed, because what would have happened then? the likes of Leon Johnson would have had to come in a bit earlier. So, but it's even Stevens at this stage, Ruskin. 2 wickets here, 70 for 5 or 70 for 4, and then it's a whole new look.
Narine will continue. He's chopping at it here, Leon Johnson. And as we say in cricket in terms, Johnson is the kind of player that likes to feel the ball on the bat. So he may chase at deliveries that he wouldn't normally chase after. And I suppose with somebody like Narine, that could be good for him.
Yeah, normally Johnson likes to feel the ball on the bat.
Here he is reaching for another one, and the ball just coming off the outer edge. And the thing with Sunil, and I don't know how you view Sunil's bowling, he doesn't get as much turn as before because of the reworked action, but his line is pretty good.
Well, I think what has also worked for Sunil as well with his remodeled action is the fact that his consistency in terms of his lengths and lines and his variation that he's able to impart from time to time always keep these batters guessing.
And it certainly is a good sign for Trinidad Tobago. Now he's bowling from around the wicket, and so he's asking Leon Johnson to try to do something out of the ordinary. Here he is again right up to him.
And what he does have in his armory as well is that he has that ability to bowl that magical delivery. So normally what he will try to do here, if you ask me, to Leon Johnson, he will try and get that ball to rip across Leon Johnson, and that possibly could create some doubts.
Johnson is cutting again, and he's going to get a single. Not much he could do about that because there's a fairly big gap there. The man on the boundary, Akil Hussain, has to come a long way in order to field it. But at this stage, at 64 for 2, it's not like they've gotten away from the Trinidad Tobago team. But then it's now a question of how do you pull it back. Narine is on. Carriah is bowling fairly consistently as well. And so it's already up to the batsmen to try to make the running here.
Well, I'm sure they will be taking into consideration a Narine 10 overs, Ruskin, because it's basically a 40 over batting contest. Taking Narine out of the equation, as you had said earlier, 10 for 20, really the batters have to try and maximize that allocation of that other 40 overs. So that plays an integral part. But what I'd like to see more, Ruskin, at this stage here, we've possibly given away during the first 15 overs 10 runs. Too much to this guy in his outfit.
Second and third runs.
Yeah, and I must admit that both Imlach
and Savri,
they really put pressure on our fielders, and that contributed to some of our basic fundamental fielding mistakes being made.
Well, certainly is. It was a good delivery to end the over, beaten outside the off stump by Sunil Narine. So 64 for 2 after 16 overs, and we have a change with Shannon Gabriel switching ends here now, and given an opportunity to probably rush in again and see if he can prize out a pepper for TNT.
Well, I'm sure the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, the think tank would have discussed exactly what plans they're going to put in place with the likes of Leon Johnson. So what we had seen earlier during the course of the tournament, in the last game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Leon Johnson did hold out to that first slip position against the likes of Shannon Gabriel.
And there's a first slip in place immediately for him, and Gabriel is bang on target with his first delivery of a new spell.
And I think it's fair to say as well to Ruskin, when you have left-handers batting and you have the likes of Shannon Gabriel, who could really send down some thunderbolts at 90 mph, and that ball leaving the left-hander, cutting away from the left-hander, he's always going to be a handful.
And maybe you, because you're closer to the cricket than I, why so many bowlers tend to go around the wicket almost immediately when they're facing left-handers? We look at some of the school children there. I think that's Mukarapu East Secondary. So it's a good sign. But why so many? I know they talk about it and bowlers practice it now, but I'm happy to see Shannon staying over the wicket and trying to angle the ball across the left-hander.
Well, that's its stock delivery, the ball that pitches and goes away from the left-hander. Most bowlers, because of the passage of play in terms of what the ball is doing, most of the times bowlers are tended to go around the wicket, Ruskin, when that ball is reversing. And we just have to...
Short ball pulled, he scored brilliantly. And Yannick Carriah took a blinder of a catch there at that short square leg position. What a catch. Leon Johnson must be fuming going off the field there as Trinidad and Tobago celebrates. It's 64 for 3 now.
So what a strike there from Shannon Gabriel. And again, excellent leadership from skipper Nick Puran here, Ruskin Mark. Immediately bringing back Shannon Gabriel with that extra piece. You know, Leon Johnson had shown, you know, a bit of a challenge in terms of facing that ball that leaves away, but on this occasion it was a short rise in delivery, was unable. It's that uncomfortable height just above the chest area, Ruskin Mark, where it's difficult to really take full control of.
He was trying, you're in two minds really. Either you go under it and you kind of go and you run the risk of being caught down in the deep, or you get on top of it and try to keep it down and play it straight. But he hit it so well, but he just had to hit it straight to the guy there. All he had to just kind of collapse on it. But what a catch from Yannick Carriah.
Yeah, splendid catch indeed. And how well Yannick Carriah cricket has exploded in the last year. His bowling has come on by leaps and bounds. And to get...
You see him, he's trying to roll the wrist on it and somehow picked out Carriah in that position. And here was the irony of that shot. He had the whole of the mid-wicket region, which was like forward of square, to place that ball, but he got so much around because he was pulling it from off stump, outside the off stump. He rolled the wrist on it and ended up putting it straight into the man's hand.
And another thing to note as well, Ruskin, when you're trying to tuck that ball from outside the line of the off stump, sometimes that level of control is difficult to keep the ball on the floor. Having even rolled the wrist, sometimes you know, you just find that feeler at that square leg position. But Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they make it further inroads into this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup, getting rid of the likes of the skipper Leon Johnson. But that brings in Akshaya Prasad.
Mm-hmm. Another one of the players who benefiting from the withdrawal of Hetmeyer. Quicker delivery that just runs off the outside edge down to third man, and they got an easy thing. I would really have preferred to see that third man in second slip, keeping pressure on the batsman at all times. Shannon Gabriel is working up a fair amount of pace here, and I'm sure he'll be keen to get another wicket. And I think as a captain, you want to give him every chance to get that other wicket.
And more importantly as well, is the fact that this young man has not really established himself as a list A cricketer. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure there are areas that you want to explore. Another thing that could come into being as well is that it's possible that because Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has not seen a lot of him, so he's basically unknown at this level.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that's the way you put pressure on him and see how he handles that pressure. Gabriel again bowled it. Think for a moment of a single, but Imlach has to recognize now this is not Savary at the wicket anymore, and so you now have to kind of build up trust with Prasad as to whether you take a quick single, whether you try to turn one into two, and what have you. So it's another dynamic for him to consider.
Yeah, and at this stage we are not sure how proficient a runner is he between the wickets as well. So that communication will have to be transformed out in the middle.
And it certainly is, and it's something that it's like a work in progress. It's something you build, that trust you have to build over time. But you can only do that if you spend time together out in the middle. I'm sure Gabriel would have other plans for that, though. That's another good delivery, but it's well played. Again, not looking too hurried, just picking up the line and playing it now. As I look at that open face shot that he ran down to third man there, so many more of the cricketers now tend to get to the side of the ball as opposed to get behind the line of the ball, and kind of you could move inside the line and not be hit, because I see so many batsmen getting struck now, and I realize a lot of them are getting struck because they're not really behind the line of the ball, and they stay at the side, and when the ball changes line, that's when they're in harm's way.
Well, I think what most batters are trying to do now is get more leg side to the ball so they could really
Open
expand
up.
their levers
Mhm.
and, of course, explore the options on the offside as well.
Driven beautifully, but straight to the fieldsman. He can't get a run as Puran is in the way, and that concludes another over. So 17 completed. It's 66 for 3.
So Shannon Gabriel making a mark here immediately in his second spell here, Ruskin, picking up the prize wicket of skipper Leon Johnson. With Tevin Imlach batting brilliantly at this stage, the question to be asked would be how well this young batter in Akshaya Prasad, how well he's going to adapt, out in the middle.
I know that, and I wanted to ask you this because I was talking to you when you were on the field earlier. Are you surprised that we got to play promptly?
Well, I must say, many congratulations to the entire Queen's Park Cricket Club groundsmen. They did a magnificent job for us to get started, on time.
Certainly is. Narine is again nibbling at the outside edge there with a beauty that just sort of carves away from the prod of the batsman, and Imlach was searching for that one.
Well, that's the delivery, what we call the leg spinner.
Mm-hmm.
But because he disguised it so well, Ruskin, that ball just pitches and leaves the outside edge.
There he is again. He's been very watchful with him. Now this is where the Trinidad Tobago players would have to be, the close-in fieldsmen would have to be on their toes here, because right now Narine has him feeling for the ball. You don't want to give him an easy exit, an escape route with a quick single here or a quick single there. You really want to keep him there and let Narine work on him. Again.
Indeed, Ruskin.
Mm-hmm.
And what Narine will do, he will build that kind of pressure, and once the bowler, the other, which is Carriah at this stage, once he's able to be supported by the fielders, Ruskin, it could really, really, stem the flow.
It certainly is, and we saw that from Shannon Gabriel. He got the wicket at the other end, and Narine is here now plugging away at this end as well. So, just as we had suggested, they're not prepared to take too many risks against Sunil Narine right now.
Well, with 3 wickets already back in the shed, they will, Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, they will want to continue to explore.
Yeah, they go for a quick single, but again, this is what I was just talking about. You cannot allow him those opportunities to just get off the mark. You really have to be on your P's and Q's. Even if you don't prevent him from getting to the other end, you should be in a position to execute a run out at the wicketkeeper's end at least.
But just a thought, Ruskin, possibly what skipper Nick Puran could take into consideration at that backward point position is having a fielder who is left-handed, so the ball would more than likely be traveling to their strong side.
Mm-hmm. Narine again is hitting the pad as the batsman is trying to turn it, Prasad is trying to turn it on the onside, but he makes no contact. It ends another tidy over from Narine, 67 for 3 now after 18.
Tevin Imlach continues to bat impressively here, looking for any opportunity, any scoring opportunities. But my word, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, the fielding has not been up to what we normally accustomed to, Ruskin Mark, but the bowlers are really putting in a tremendous effort in trying to stem the scoring.
Well, it's a bit surprised that Shannon Gabriel, I think he's leaving the field. Because I was surprised that he only bowled 1 over, got a wicket, and now is off the field. So it might be, I don't know, he was having a problem with his boot, it looks like. So I don't know if he's going to have a change of boot. But Carriah is back into the attack.
Or is it a case of a technical change?
He cut in at one outside the off stump. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket, but not out, says the umpire. And I don't think they look too convinced about it either.
Well, excellent leg spinner from Yannick Carriah. A lot of spin on offer here, Ruskin, and the bounce is alarming as well.
And that's the good thing here, because the bounce is true. This one is just prodding at and it just bounces off at an awkward angle. I'm not sure if he got bat onto that or if that was pad, but the ball left the area in the air, and so maybe that might prompt another change from Puran.
But what we are seeing here is Steven Imlach just seems to be getting a little bit disturbed by what's happening.
Driving again, and it can't get it through on this occasion. So I think they learned their lessons, because earlier guys would have been going at a fielding an option like that with one hand. They might hit the hand, yes, but it will just bounce and they'll steal a single.
Well, what I'm seeing from skipper Nick Puran, with Bravo being at that short extra cover position.
Brilliantly bowled, but well left as well, because he was pitching up to him just outside the off stump, and with the leg spinner, it just kind of held its own. It didn't really turn much, but the batsman read it well. The problem he has to face now is if Carriah could produce a googly from there and maybe outfox him. Another brilliant delivery, just touching down and just hitting the outer portion of the bat and squirts out into the offside.
So I'm thinking, looking at the field placement here, Ruskin, the likes of Darren Bravo at that short extra cover position. Before, Imlach was using his feet and just punching that ball down to long off. Now, with Bravo in attendance there, that has changed.
He has to find another avenue to score. It's another good delivery from Carriah, pitching up just outside the off stump, and that completes another quick over. 19 going, it's 67 for Treats and Maiden.
So excellent over from Yannick Carriah, asking a lot of questions there of Tevin Imlach. And to me, I would have liked to see now Ruskin possibly a gully getting into place there. Because if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were to get the like of send Tevin Imlach back into the sheds, it would really open up the middle and lower order of this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup.
Yeah, because all of the recognized batsmen would be back in the shed, per se, with the exception maybe of Prasad, but he's now starting his career. Driving nicely into the deep cover position. He's going to get a single. And so I'm sure he'll be happy with that. He's off strike. What it does, though, it puts the more established Imlach under the microscope now. And we saw him against Sunil Narine and the last over where he basically played out 5 deliveries. But here we are again. Now I'm wondering if Keon Otley recognizes that he is in play here when he's trying to get off strike. He's just scooping this one. It goes up in the air. They run the first one, but they won't get a second one.
But the likes of Keon Otley at that backward point position, it's a very high traffic area, and you got to be on your toes, Ruskin, in order to really cut that single off. You got to be flying in there at a rate of knots to ensure that you create that initial level of doubt with the rotation.
Here's again is Narine, bang on target. Prasad treating it with respect, and I'm seeing more and more youngsters coming into the Caribbean stand.
So kudos to the authorities for extending the invitation to all those schools who are present here today at the Queen's Park Oval, Ruskin.
Good sight. Cutting outside the off stump again, but he can't get it through. And Narine continues to plug away here. With some very tidy bowling, 6 runs already, and he's in his 4th over. Tipped away on the onside, but again, finding the fieldsmen at this time. And that's where the pressure builds, because it's a good shot, but he gets nothing for it. So now in his mind he's thinking, well, maybe I have to turn it closer. But Narine will bowl a different delivery. And again, Narine is cramping him. This is the one coming back at the left-hander and cramping him to no doubt. So that completes another Sunil Narine over 20 in the books. It's 69 for 3 at the end of it.
So just trying to assess, Ruskin, what has transpired after 20 overs. Would you be tempted at this stage now to possibly take off the likes of Sunil Narine and try and get some overs in. Maybe the likes of Jason Mohammed.
It might be something. I'm sure John will discuss that with you as he comes back in here. But it is something that we will think. But now it's two schools of thought. You continue with Narine and keep the pressure on, or like you say, you give up another bowler an opportunity to kind of get some overs out of the way.
So it's going to be Yannick Carriah to bowl from the Willie Rodriguez end, bowling to Tevin Imlach. And I say a special good morning to John Ramsing. This one is neatly played. The lap sweep in operation here for Tevin Imlach. He gets a single. That takes the score on to 70 for 3. And that takes Tevin Imlach on to 30. John, your thoughts on the first 20 overs?
Hi, good morning, Anil. Good morning once again to our viewers and listeners. After early wickets of Anthony Bramble, there was a good recovery between Savory and Imlach. But then those two quick wickets, Savory and Johnson, TNT Red Force slightly ahead after 20 overs. Not a bad scoring rate, 3.47 for the Harpy Eagles. Asked to bat first.
So we're seeing young Akshaya Prasad, and maybe you could just expand a bit in terms of the knowledge you would have about this young man, John.
Very talented, you must say. 25-year-old Imlach. Plays for the Everest Cricket Club in Georgetown. Cornelia Ida on the west coast of Demerara. Same village that produced Rabindranath Seeram. Might be some relation as well. Seeram was also the chairman of selectors back home in Guyana.
Well, in Trinidad and Tobago, we definitely know quite a bit of Rabindranath Seeram. He made a mountain of runs for Clarkwood United, plying his trade down in Deep South.
Nice shot from Akshaya. Got his opportunity as a replacement for Tejas Chandapal because was among the runs in the recent T20, T10 in Guyana, GTT T10, and also before that, the inter-county tournament, playing for Demerara. 37 he got in the first game against Berbice. He got a 36 against Essequibo. Nicely chipped into the onside. Will get very close to the boundary. Will it get there? No. A bit of sand on that football field. Could run in to come back for the third. Direct hit at the strikers and he's gone! Jacqueline Williams giving the marching order to Akshaya Prasad. 2 runs definitely on. Imlach turned for the third. Akshaya was a bit late in responding, and in the end, after the ball came to the striker's end, it was a good decision to throw to the keeper's end to get him out. It was a direct hit as well. So there was Akshaya Prasad, short of his ground. Let's have a look. As you can see, it was played towards deep mid wicket. Otley picked up, sent it into the bowler's end. Then, very close, touch and go there, Anil.
Yeah, touch and go, but the person who mattered most, Jacqueline Williams, she sent him on his way. But again, Tevin Imlach with Akshaya, just new to the crease, John. That level of communication that we had seen between himself and Savory. One would have thought maybe he would have just given himself a bit more time in order, to attempt that third run. Because Akshaya doesn't seem to be as athletic as the likes of Savory.
Savory and Imlach were running half run, making it into 1.5 into 2, etc. This time, Imlach realizing that there's a possibility of a third. I think, like you mentioned, not so athletic. Akshaya Prasad was contented with just 2 runs. Well done. So that piece of feeling from Motie got him short of his ground, but it was good presence of mind from Carriah to actually realizing that the Imlach was going to make his ground, not try to waste time in breaking the stumps at the non-strikers end, but how to throw the strikers end and hit it directly.
And as you know, John, on most occasions, a direct hit normally results in a dismissal. But it's a drill that this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they've been drilling over and over. So it didn't surprise me.
First ball chipped straight to mid-wicket. Puran takes it, and that's Sherfin Rutherford. We'll have to duplicate that walk to the middle, back to the pavilion, and Yannick Carriah gets his man. Very first ball. Nice comfortable catch for Nicholas Puran, the captain. And now, deep trouble for the Harpy Eagles in over number 21. 73 for 5.
Yeah, so the Guyana Harpy Eagles, having lost a very early wicket in Bramble, just chipping that ball to mid-wicket to skipper Nick Puran. A very soft dismissal indeed. Flighty delivery on leg stump. He was just trying to work that ball into acreage of space on the leg side. Only succeeded in finding the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force skipper Nick Puran. And I tell you, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force outfit, they're really putting the skids here on the Guyana Harpy Eagles outfit.
2 wickets in that over. One via the runner through to Akshay Prasad run out with Otley and Carriah combination. Very next ball, Sherfin Rutherford, who can actually stick around, who can actually up the tempo as well. First ball chipped it and lost his wicket without Chandapal, without Hetmeyer. This batting lineup being tested. Johnson, just 2 today. The replacement for Chandapal. Akshay Prasad, 3 in the middle order. New opening batsman, Kimol Sivri got 32. And now we're seeing fighting 32 as well from Imlach. Anthony Bramble, don't know where he was going with that stump out. So other than the 32 each from Savory and Imlach, no other batters past 3. Bramble 1, Johnson 2, Akshay Prasad 3, and no score to Rutherford. More trouble now because Narine is going to continue keeping things very quiet so far. Narine into his 5th over, just 6 runs so far.
When you look at the contributions from the 2 main batters, John, with 64 between them, basically 3 wickets has gone down for 9 runs.
Quick single again. So Kevin Sinclair, who's now in the middle, about to take guard. Very competent. We have seen him getting some starts in this season. We'd want to use this opportunity now with more than half of the overs available to him. Some 28 overs after this one. We'd want to bat very deep, because we know that he can bat long. Romario Shepherd is still to come. Clinton Pestano. And then the left arm spinners, Motie and Pramal. So lots of batting. Guyana Harpy Eagles batting right down to the bottom, but we'd like to have those players that are in once they have settled in to really carry it on. But good bowling from the Red Force. A loose feeling from the Narine, but that does not result in a single.
So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force smelling blood at this stage, having prior 5 wickets within the 22 overs, and a wicket here now is really going to put immense pressure on the rest of this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup.
It's a top of the table clash, mind you, with the Harpy Eagles on 12 points, Red Force 10. Later on this afternoon, just about 2 p.m, we'll have that game at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy starting with the Volcanoes and CCC. That could be a very important game in the context of this zone, because if the Volcanoes can get 4 points from that, they can go ahead of the Red Force, who are on 10. Remember, the top 2 teams will be going on to the semi-finals next Wednesday and Thursday in Antigua.
And here we see Sinclair beaten outside the line of the off stump. Is that ball that angles away from the right-hander. And Sunil Narine continues, John, to really create a lot of pressure here for these Guyana Harpy Eagles. You being the coach of the Guyana Harpy Eagles at this stage, what would be your message to both these batters out in the middle, John?
Well, they must bat as long as possible because Narine now completing 5 overs. They want to be very watchful to Narine, but then try to pick up the singles as well. The other bowlers are going to come, and you may have a little bit more of an opportunity to score against them. So just bat there, weather the storm now, start a partnership, bat very deep. Lots of time in the game. Don't think it's 5, 10, 20 overs. You have 28 overs still to go.
Yeah, so we haven't yet reached the halfway stage in this game. Guyana Harpy Eagles. Lovely try from Imlach, but Carriah getting down very quickly and ensuring that there's no rotation of the strike. So what Sunil Narine has really done, he's really put the skids on the Guyanese batters, but Carriah, he seems to be gaining with confidence. And what is exciting from what we are seeing from the likes of Carriah, John, is the fact that he's giving the ball a generous flight, and once the batters are not close enough, he could induce that edge or lofted drive in that cover area.
Big appeal. Umpire Taylor says not out.
So it was a googly from Carriah, having spun one very, very quickly across Imlach, going there for the jugular with the googly. Replay. So that ball was shaping back in. So just possibly doing too much, Carriah with that googly.
Added protection for him. He's on the attack with a short mid-off. And Bravo very close to the pitch, adjacent to the one we're playing on.
So what we've seen from Darren Bravo, what Nick Puran has done there really well. He stationed Darren Bravo at that short extra cover. What Imlach was doing earlier, he was just using his feet and punching the likes of Carriah down to long off. Now he's taking away that scoring option.
Let's get into the pitch nicely. And using his wrist, turning it into the onside, but cannot beat mid-on.
So the Red Force team all energized. Darren Bravo doing an excellent job, in keeping the guys G'd up. So a lot of energy here from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But a lot of work for both Imlach and Sinclair to ensure that the Guyana Harpy Eagles get to some score of respectability at this stage.
Dot ball to end the over. It's a maiden. So Carriah sent down 6 overs so far. 2 for 22, including 2 maidens. Good bowling. 23 gone, 74 for 5.
Well, Carriah has been a perfect foil for the likes of Sunil Narine, where he's got in his armory that leg spin and also that googly. So he is indeed a very attacking option for Trinidad and Tobago. So it's not a bowler that you're going to take very lightly as well. He does have that wicket taking ability, is Carriah, and you cannot afford to be relaxed as well. But it's going to be the likes of Sunil Narine to continue from the Bramble pavilion end.
You have to look at the use of Shannon Gabriel. Started with 3 overs, none for 9, and came back about 1 over. Got the wicket of Leon Johnson and has been taken out of the attack. Is there a ploy to use him in 1 over, maybe 2 over burst?
Well, what we have seen from skipper Nick Puran, he's using it as a wicket-taking option. So if the game is just tending to be meandering a bit, he uses Shannon Gabriel in spurts of maybe 2 overs per se, and is asking him to give all in trying to get that wicket, trying to pry out my wicket. But what we've also noticed as well, these balls tend to get very soft after 10-15 overs. So with the surface not being very helpful.
So is that a reason because of the moisture on the surface?
I just think it's the ball itself.
It's not a kookaburra that you're using, is it?
Yeah, it is the kookaburra. So the players have made that point, John, that the ball tends to go very soft quickly. But now Nicholas Puran has to really, dig deep and ask himself how long he's going to continue with the likes of Sunil Narine.
Now into his 6th over on the Narine. Get to pick up a wicket. He's been very economical, just 7 runs. A little bit of room outside the off stump, but still cannot beat the gap. And that's another maiden. 2 consecutive maidens now, 1 from each end. In the Narine, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7, 24 gone, 74 for 5.
So the rebuilding in terms of a partnership needs to start almost immediate here. And about Sinclair not having scored from 10 deliveries, one would hope that he doesn't get too flustered about that. Still 26 overs to bat in this innings. Devin Imlach, he's going on his merry way. He's showing a lot of poise, and what a wonderful player as well. Timing the ball brilliantly here at the Queen's Park Oval. And I must admit that this Queen's Park Oval pitch, it seems tailor-made for batting as well, John.
It is a very good batting track. Look at the dismissal of Bramble. Just give it away. Johnson pulled one straight into the lap of Puran. Carriah starts a new over.
So Carriah just pulling down here, pulling that delivery down. Imlach pivots inside his wicket, plays it out to that deep mid wicket area. It's only going to be 1, but we're just seeing that Yannick Carriah just seems to be hobbling around a bit, John Ramsing.
Yeah.
Possibly the hamstrings just tightening up a bit here.
Yeah, tightening up marginally indeed. But he's now into his 7th over. Maybe he want to get to his 10th over mark and go in and have some treatment. Good to see the school children coming out here, Anil. This one is in the air. Who wants it? Another naughty shot. Kevin Sinclair is gone. Good judgment from from Utley, Kean Utley. And that is wicket number 6 going down for the Harpy Eagles. Carriah striking again. 75 for 6.
So what's the effect of Sunil Narine at the opposite end, John? Creating immense pressure. There's absolutely no opportunity to score. Yannick Carriah continuing to explore. And here we see that ball just going miles into the sky, but lovely judgment there from Kean Utley, ensuring that looking at it again, trying to loft that ball over a long off, I would think, but not getting close enough. And with the ball spinning as alarmingly as it has done during the early stage of this innings, one would have thought that the likes of Kevin Sinclair would have tried to get as close as possible to ensure that he gets over the ball and not just this shot just resulted in him taking a top edge. It goes up to Kean Utley, who takes a well-judged catch at mid-on. So Guyana Harpy Eagles, Sinclair really giving it away there. John Ramsing.
Yeah, I was making a point earlier about the reckless batting. Bramble started it and he ran down the track to Hussein and missed it and was stumped. Leon Johnson offered a simple catch to Carriah, a short ball pulled straight into the lap, and then a needless run out with Akshaya and Imlach, and they could have settled for 2.
So is it a case where now that the Guyana Harpy Eagles has qualified for the second stage, and here we see the school children here making their mark here, enjoying the cricket here, and also enjoying the spoils that the Trinidad Tobago Red Force is enjoying out in the middle as well, John. So is it a case, John Ramsing, where the Guyana Harpy Eagles have already qualified to go to the final stage of this competition, and maybe a bit of complacency is stepping in?
Not sure, but we can have a snow cone to cool down because it's getting a bit hot now. Yeah, but these guys need to take a bit more responsibility. It's not about getting complacent because that semi-final spot is not necessarily secured. New batsman, Shepherd gets off the mark immediately, but not in convincing fashion. Trying to hit his ball a bit too hard, got the inner part of the bat, and we get 2 runs to get off the mark.
So Carriah is flighting that googly up, trying to breach that defense of Romario Shepherd. And as we know, he's a power player, but he also you also have an opportunity where you can dismiss him very early in his innings as well, if he could open up that gap between bat and pad.
That's a very good delivery. How did that not bowl Romario Shepherd? Gets the extra bounce, taking it over the wicket. Let's have a look at that beautiful delivery.
Yeah, so well flighted leg spinner from Carriah, and Amir Django doing an excellent job as well in taking that delivery. Amir Django coming into the team because the likes of Joshua De Silva has departed down under to play for the West Indies in a 2-test series against Australia, and a very talented team as well has travelled down under, John.
Lots of action down under in Australia, and we'll tell you all about it as we go through. But yes, those 2 test matches, Perth 30th to the 4th, 30th of November to the 4th of December. Second test, the day and night test at Adelaide, 8th to the 12th. Very well bowled from Carriah again, over which got the wicket of Kevin Sinclair for no score. 25 gone, the halfway stage now, 77 for 6.
Well, at the halfway stage, we normally double a score, but with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team smelling blood, I'm sure that skipper Nick Puran, he will be taking the opportunity to continue to be aggressive and smell blood. So I leave you in the capable hands of Ian.
That test side, Greg Brathwaite, Jermaine Blackwood, and Nkrumah Bonner, Shamar Brooks, Dejan Wright, Chandapal, Roston Chase, Joshua De Silva, Jason Holder, Alzari Joseph, Cal Mayers, Anderson Phillip, Raymond Reefer, Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals, and Devon Thomas as the West Indies squad for those 2 test matches. They'll be having 2 warm-up games as well. As we welcome back Ian. 25 gone, Ian. Half of the batting and 1 gone. 77 for 6.
Well, it's good that Imlach is still there. He has been there for quite a while, faced 61 deliveries. He's a set batsman. So the plan is to bat around him, and hopefully Romario Shepherd, with his experience, can stick around for a while and, of course, offer some runs.
So Gabriel is back. Starts off a new over from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. That's too wide of the mark. Not forcing Imlach into a shot, but Gabriel, opening burst, 3 overs, none for 9, and then came back, got an important wicket of Captain Johnson. Now he's back for his 5th over. Anil Lakan, before he left, did make the point that the plan seems to be using Gabriel in very short bursts just to pick up a wicket, to break the partnership, to get one of the set batters out. You saw him picking up the wicket of Johnson, the prize scalp. Second time in the season he has done so to Leon Johnson. Bowled! Very full delivery through the gates. Before Imlach could get back down onto that, he was already bowled. Very full, very fast and straight. Gabriel strikes again. 77 for 7. The Harpy Eagles in deeper trouble.
Excellent delivery. At a classic Yorker from the big fast bowler. Gonna have another look at that.
That's the ball of the 7th wicket for Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Well bowled from the right-arm fast bowler, Shannon Gabriel, getting rid of that man, Imlach, who has been there for quite a while. And this is now problems for Guyana Harpy Eagles. If they were not in problems before, they are certainly in problems now, because you have 2 new batsmen at the wicket. Romario Shepherd only faced 4 deliveries for his 2. And now you have, according to the scoreboard, Verisamy Permaul, who is handy with the bat, I might add. But 77 for 7. 77 for 7. It's a tall order here now. Just want to acknowledge some of the schools that are here. I was able to walk across in the stands and in the Carriah stand and acknowledge St. Augustine Girls, also known as SAGs. They are here. Tunapuna Secondary with their national under 15 player, Ronaldo Funilia. He is there with Tunapuna. Samir Ali, the under 17 boys from St. Mary's College. He is there with some schoolmates as well. Holy Cross College, San Fernando West Secondary, Barataria North, and Barataria South. So these are the schools that are well represented here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Good stuff, Ian. Did you get the name of the snow cone man who's getting some good business from those school children?
No, I did not get the name of the snow cone man.
The new batsman, in the meantime, Sami Pramal, with lots of responsibility now, more than ever. Facing up to a fired up Shannon Gabriel, 2 for 12 so far. Very wide of the mark. I was making a point that Leon Johnson lasted just one delivery in the previous encounter that these teams had at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and where he was offering a simple catch, just guiding it to Jason Mohammed at a wide slip of the bowling of Gabriel. He was beaten for pace, and today got a short ball and just pulled it around straight to Carriah. Second ball he had faced from Shannon Gabriel. So Leon Johnson not necessarily having a time of his life. Gabriel not making it very easy for him either.
Gabriel generating some pace, and some people are wondering, they were a bit surprised that Gabriel is not one of the fast bowlers who is off to Australia. He's shown he is playing, he is fit enough to play, and you would think that Gabriel, one of the senior bowlers on the West Indies team, would have been there.
It's good to see that Gabriel is back to some level of fitness. I understand he has a personal trainer that he's been working with very closely. Oh, what a beautiful short delivery. Well directed. This is not only hostility, but on target so far from Shannon Gabriel.
Having another look at that. Nice short delivery. Just reminding Pumol who he is. And Pumol handy with the bat.
It's interesting here, sorry to cut you there, but that Pramal is in the middle now to join Romario Shepherd. When these teams played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy early up in the tournament, they added 68 runs for the last wicket, with Shepherd getting beaten 74 and Pramal finishing on just 4. So maybe they're looking to get another partnership like that with this pair. He opens his account with a single Pramal. It's guiding it down towards backward point.
So Pumol showing he's handy with the bat, out of favour West Indies spinner at the moment. One of the few test bowlers that we have available in the Caribbean, alongside Gudakesh Motie is also in this team. Rakim Cornwall, Jamal Warrican, these are the spinners who would have been consistent for the West Indies Red Ball team in the past couple years.
So the successful over from Gabriel coming to an end. Now picked up 2 quick wickets. Was got one in this last over, and then in the previous over he had the wicket of Johnson. So he's picking up the big scalps, Shannon Gabriel. He had 4 for 42. Did not bowl his final over. Looking perhaps for a 5-4 the last time these teams played. Edging, dropped at first slip as Carriah starts a new over. There is Sami Pramal going at it, got the outside edge. Jason Mohammed just could not hold on.
Carriah not having a... And that should have been taken. So Carriah not having the best day. And not because of him, but some of the fielders not supporting him 100% in the field. We have seen somewhere with a ball who misfield and went to the boundary for 4. Now this drop catch. But he is still able to get 3 wickets so far. Should have been his 4th. Batsman bat and pad close together, pushing the ball on the onside where it's fielded by the very short mid wicket and Darren Bravo.
Short extra cover actually because he's on the offside.
My mistake.
It's a very inspired bowling performance so far by the Red Force. Chipped in the air, short of the fielder, extra cover, diving away. So Puran coming in quickly, but did not get to him. I guess they're looking at what happened in the last game, the Red Force. They don't want it to go down that close. Rain is certainly in the air these days. Want to wrap this up very quickly to take maximum points.
Don't want a repeat of what happened a couple days ago.
Not at all, not at all. A few days ago they bowled the CCC out for 200 and were chasing when the rains came. But after a long delay because of that rain, they came out and had a revised target to get. But CCC took some time in bowling their overs. It got dark.
Very good delivery, pitching and leaving him. Very good delivery. It was pitched in the right area, drawing the batsman to come forward. And the away movement, missing the outside edge. But that's a very good delivery. That's the kind of deliveries love to see from leg spinners.
This time he'll get the run. The second consecutive time, he'll keep the strike at the start of the new over. 27 gone, 79 for 7.
These two batsmen, Permol and Shepherd, both on 2, but they have to really consolidate and build a partnership before they could think about acceleration. It's still very early in the innings, 27 overs gone, still have 23 overs to go. So what they should do, try to bat out the 50 overs. That's the first mission they should have. When you add the wicket, the runs will come. So that's what they should want to do. Bat out the next 23 overs. It's not going to be easy because we are seeing the pace generated by Shannon Gabriel, who is taken off the attack, and as Akil Hussain is coming back into the attack. So it's not going to be easy. But they have to try to stay, bat out the 23 overs, stay for the entire 50, put some score up on the board and try to defend against the Red Force. Don't know where that bounce, that kick came out from. Bowling to 2 slips.
selection so far. This one's in the air. Fielder coming around. Before just shot to Bramble coming from the boundary at long off.
So
This was a release shot from Shepherd. With a single nonetheless, not total control.
So Bravo opting to save the run instead of diving forward for the catch. It's a good shot, but it's a shot that should have been a little straight. If he had played a bit more straight, would have been 4 runs. A big gap there, but he played it more into the region of the long off. That's the end of a good over, eventful over from Akil Hussain. 6 overs, 1 for 21 at the end of the 28 over. Guyana Harpy Eagles not so happy at this time. They are 82 for 7 as Versamy Purmall is getting ready to face Yannick Carriah. Is going to continue. Carriah 8 overs, 3 for 26. It could have been 4 for 26 had not been for that drop catch by Jason Mohammed in his previous over. So Romario Shepherd, we know what he's capable of. We know the power behind his bat. We know that Purmall is a capable batsman as well. Now they have 22 overs to prove what they can do with a bat.
Pestano and Motie. That's Clinton Pestano and Golakesh Motie. The batters still to come.
And of course, we know what Motie can do with the bat as well. He's also very capable with the bat. Had a very good innings early in the year in the 4-day tournament. Well driven, well saved by Darren Bravo. Just shaking his hand a bit there. It was a firm shot.
That's the type of action and reaction you get in Guyana when you hold a hot egg ball.
An egg ball. This one is passing Bravo down to Akil Hussain at long off, and they will get 1. So they will be looking to bat circumspect, to take care that they keep the innings together, not take any risks. 7 wickets down already, still have about 21 and a half overs to go.
You seem surprised at the name egg ball.
I haven't tasted one. I understand that they are very good.
There's that saying in Guyana, if you do not have an egg ball, you're missing half of your life.
That is what we say about doubles here in Trinidad.
It is. I was going to make the point as well. It is the equivalent. That's a good delivery. Well, there is Romario Shepherd going for the lofted shot. It's beaten outside the off. Some good bowling from Carriah. So if you go to Guyana, you must have egg ball. Once you're in Trinidad and Tobago, you must have doubles. It's the same thing, sort of.
Hello. When I get to Guyana, I will have an egg ball.
Yes, lovely street food. Oh, this is the shot he was looking to go for. Previous ball. This one goes high. 2 fielders are coming. Utley could not get there. And they're looking, both players are looking at the captain, who was asking for one of them to at least throw the ball in. The ball did not go to the boundary. 3 runs to Romario Shepherd. Could have easily been a wicket.
And some careless fielding from Trinidad and Tobago. Instead of trying to get the ball back in, they were having a conversation. Maybe look at it. It was a difficult catch because it was a difficult catch for Utley, who was running back. Terence Heinz was in a better position for that catch, but of course there is a miscommunication from the two fielders. In the meantime, Shepherd was able to complete 3 runs. Should have been at least 2 had the fielders been concentrating on their play.
Once again, that short infielder coming into play, plugging that gap nicely, and that's the end of another over. 29 gone, 86 for 7.
Could have easily been 83 for 8 if the communication between Utley and Heinz would have been better, because the catch definitely was better for Heinz. Utley had to run back. It was always going to be difficult. And also it could have easily been 89 had that gone for a 6, had Shepherd held on to that a bit better.
Not timing it well, losing his shape as he was looking to hit over long on. He tried it before, the ball before, and missed it. He got to back himself. However, 7 wickets down, so he is also keeping an eye on the wickets in hand. Hussein starts a new over. This one is tugged away nicely to mid-wicket, 4 runs to Shepherd.
So we know what Shepherd is capable of, and he's starting to free his hands. And a good 4 runs coming from Romario Shepherd. He now speeds on to 10 from just the 9 deliveries. Purmall, who came in after, has faced 18 deliveries, so he has been able to face more of the strike from Shepherd. Shepherd is now 10 from only 9.
A little bit of danger in fetching it from outside off, but he backed himself nicely because there's a big gap on the onside. 2 deep fielders, mid-wicket and long on, and that was split them perfectly. We're seeing the long on is coming into mid-on, and the fielder at fine leg, who was previously in the circle, and Shannon Gabriel, is going down towards a deep backward square. Looking to plug that gap. Should Shepherd sweep? There he is, shaping to go for the big shot again. Slightly quicker from Hussein, however. Kept him quiet. So in the middle phase of the innings, a maximum of 4 fielders are allowed out of the 30-yard circle. This time, none of them will get that one as it goes over that mighty Carriah stand. That is a maximum.
It's not easy to go over that stand. That's the might of Romario Shepherd, and the cameraman doing quite well to follow the ball. I and all can't even see it, but it's a brilliant shot from Romario Shepherd. And now behind there is a car park, so I'm worried about where that ball could have landed. Romario Shepherd, a mighty heave from him. He moves on to 16. It's 96 for 7.
Immediately after that ball connected with that bat, umpire Jacqueline Williams had signaled 6 because she realized that one was out of here.
Box of balls have come onto the field. Now, I'm reading some of the comments on the chat. Some real hilarious comments. Now, the sand that has been placed on the field because of the rain and to try to get the field in a playing condition. Someone said that the field is looking like it's soap powder, and that's why the players are slipping on the field, because of the soap powder.
Yeah, with local knowledge, Ruskin Mark has alluded to the fact that the stand is there because of two reasons. Some 8-a-side football was being played right here at the Queen's Park Oval after CPL. And then CPL, they usually have those 3D paintings on the outfield. So those toxic paint tend to kill the grass that's there. So that's why it's a bit patchy. It's not the best I've seen the Queen's Park Oval outfield, mind you. And I must say it's bordering on the worst. So far, we haven't seen any ball landing and sticking because it goes to show that it's not thick sand. But that's very funny indeed, thinking it's so powder. And that's why the players are slipping and sliding. I must say good day to all of our viewers. Ball is back with Hussein. And because our viewers, we are here. And that chat, they're making it very interactive. A single to Shepherd. So after that mighty six, Shepherd has just gone a bit quiet.
Yes, Puran have silenced the crowd, the small but eager crowd here at the Queen's Park Oval with that mighty heave.
Cutting that ball from just on his off stump, but will just be a dot ball. 30 gone. Harpy Eagles batting first, 97 for 7.
So Puran will have some questions to answer. He has something to think about. Certainly, Mario Shepherd is asking some of these questions of him. And Puran has to go to the think tank, where Shepherd has now gone 17 for 13 as we welcome back Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. Well, the players will take a little bit of a breather here, and it gives us a time to look back at what has transpired so far. And again, for those of you who may just be joining us, Trinidad Tobago won the toss this morning and opted to field first. And that's a decision that they probably be happy they made, because the Guyana Harpy Eagles have they lost an early wicket, and then they had a good partnership that brought them right back into the game, level pegging, and then all of a sudden the bottom fell out, and here we are now at 97 for 7, and it could have been worse had Trinidad Tobago held on to their chances. Also, a very early appeal for a quarter of the wicket that wasn't given, that could also have changed the complexion entirely. You look at Bramble, bowled by Hussein, stumped Django, bowled by Hussein, and Django is in because of the Silver's departure for West Indies duty in Australia. Hussein picking up an early wicket there, and he went for 1. Then Imlach and Savri put together a very useful partnership of 59 runs because they were only separated with 62 on the board. They came together with just 3 runs on the board, and they really put together a good little partnership here. And the first one to go was that of Savri, bowled by Carriah for 32, and then it was 64 for 3 when Leon Johnson, the captain, pulled a short ball from Shannon Gabriel, and Yannick Carriah came up with a brilliant catch at short square leg. 64 for 3 became 73 for 4 when Akshaya Prasad was unfortunately run out attempting a 3rd run, and it was a relay from Utley out in the deep to Carriah the bowler, who then threw down the stump at the striker's end, and he was unfortunately run out at that stage. 73 for 4 became 73 for 5 when Sherfain Rutherford's first ball was caught by Puran at short mid-wicket off the bowling of Carriah. In fact, it was a full toss that he just deposited into Puran's hand, and he accepted it gleefully. And then 73 for 5 became 75 for 6 when Kevin Sinclair, again trying to hit his way out of trouble, was out caught by Utley off the bowling of Carriah for a duck, and then shortly after that, 76 for 7, when Tevin Imlach, who played a beautiful hand for his 34, was bowled from a Yorker from Shannon Gabriel. And since that time, the pair of Romario Shepherd and Virasamy Pomal have tried to steady things with 97 for 7 now on the board. These two have added a quick fire 20 or so, but they'll need a lot more than that, Ian, if they are to get the Guyana, to give the bowlers something to bowl at when the Trinidad Tobago team bats shortly, weather permitting.
Yes, of course, these two batsmen need to bat as long as possible, and they have shown in the past that they can. And even number 10 coming in, Gudakesh Motie, he too is very handy with the bat. So there's no reason now for Guyana to press the panic button. Just play each ball on its merit. You still have 20 overs, a lot of overs to go. And these two must stay as long. If they can stay together for the next 10 overs, get to 40 overs, and then take it from there, it will be good for Guyana. But they need to bat out the 50 overs and maybe put, let's say, another 100 runs on the board.
Carriah, they're just touching down on that off stump, and really it's that corridor that Romario Shepherd looks a little bit uncomfortable with, because he's not a elegant player by any means. He's a muscled young man who really relies on his power. And there was a little delay. Here he goes again with an almighty swing, and really that's what you call head in the air, and he's just swinging for the fences.
It would have been better if you could just push that back past the bowler. Ball was outside the off stump, looking to carry it over mid wicket. Not the best shot that you would want at this stage,
but that's his bread and butter. And the problem there is, look at where the short extra cover is and the short cover. Those are the reasons why he's not pushing too much outside the off stump, because there's also a slip. And there he goes again, right through the gate, almost bowled down. Not for the first time we've seen that. And how he isn't bowled is only the bounce that is really creating that opportunity for him to survive.
but Shepherd should think about, you have 19 and a half overs to go again. Try to stay together, try to stay at the wicket with Puran.
And again, not for the first time, not for the second time, but for the third time in a row, he has attempted a swipe across the line of the ball, and on all three occasions he's failed to connect.
So, of course, as the bowler, Yannick Carriah will be encouraged by what he is seeing.
Will he be four-time lucky? I think that's what the lower percentages is what he's working with here now.
Now he decides to play it in front of him, straight to Darren Bravo.
And here's the catch though, he played that on the back foot. Now Yannick Carriah could probably push it up to him a little bit more, see if he goes back on the back foot to a quicker one, or maybe even to a googly. But I don't think he wants to bowl the googly, because even if Shepherd mishits it, the googly would probably sail out the ground. This time he's appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. They go running around thinking that he's out, but not out. Shepherd is unmoved, and the umpire says not out. It's the end of another maiden over. 97 for 7 at the end of 31.
It's a very good over from Carriah. Let's look at the replay. Good movement, good purchase of the wicket from Carriah, just missing the outside edge. And he got the fielders excited, but of course, not out was the verdict.
And of course, the players have to kind of forget this, and that's the thing with cricket now, because you play so much of it, and even during a game, you kind of like have to forget what went before, as they say, have a short memory, and start focusing now on what is the task at hand. You can't ever lose concentration and worry about too many other factors outside of what is happening in the middle. You have Guyana now on the ropes. See how you could finish them off regardless of what obstacles are placed in your way. Vumasari Purmall, of course, is going to try his best to push things around and hope that the big hitting is going to come up there. Carriah just finished his 10, 3 for 30 from his 10 overs. And he's on the back foot here this time.
And still there is no let up from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, because they still have Sunil Narine, who is available for a few overs.
And again, Hussain, this time they're appealing for a catch of the wicket and he's out. This time Purmall was on the back foot trying to chop a ball that was way too close for that particular shot. And he goes caught at the wicket for just 5, and it's now 97 for 8.
This is not the wicket that Guyana Harpy Eagles would want. These two batsmen should have stayed as long as possible together. This is Hussain around the wicket to the right-handed batsman, looking to play the shot that was too close to him. Should have done better just to get it back to the bowler, but it's 97 for 8 now. Motie is the new batsman. Now the job is for Motie to stay as long at the wicket. We know what he's capable of. He had some good scores at the not at the Super 50, but at the 4-day tournament earlier this year for Guyana. So he knows, we know what he is capable of, Motie. We already know and seen what Shepherd can do. Now these two have to stay together. But the Red Force might just be thinking one more wicket and that would be the end of it.
Well, they have to continue to plug away. They need 2 wickets quickly. And they have Guyana right where they want them now. And as far as they're concerned, they probably felt they should have had this innings over and done with already. Because we're not sure what the weather is going to do. It's getting a little bit overcast now as we speak. But they're hoping that it stays away long enough to allow them to reply to whatever the final total. Driven powerfully back past the bowler, and again it's just the mindset, because here is Motie with a slip and a short cover up, a short backward point, and he is prepared to play his shots. He's not prepared to dig in here. His intent is fight fire with fire. This time he's deciding to play defensively, but you just see the mindset here, Ian, where he's coming out. He wants to remain positive, but your team is in such a precarious position. Watchful again.
And what is the difference between Motie and Versamy Purmall? Motie is a taller batsman, so Hussain has to adjust the length he's bowling, because he can easily come forward to a ball that Purmall would not have.
He's going again with him just over the head of the man at short square leg, and gets a single, but to get off the mark. But again, he was flirting with danger there, and lives to fight another day. At the end of it, 98 for 8 now, Guyana, after they were put into bat. So the Harpy Eagles are just trotting along here. I'm sure these youngsters will be happy. They've seen 8 wickets fall already. They've seen a couple 6s, and they've seen they've seen some West Indian bowlers operating, and a couple of West Indian players batting as well. So this is a big occasion for them. I remember coming here and seeing Glenn Turner bat, and I always tell people that I used to hit the ball on the onside no matter what. I was a serious whooper, cross bat for days. And when I saw Glenn Turner bat and see him make a double 100, and most of his shots were through the offside, something just went off in my head of how it is I can learn to play the ball through the offside. And so I can imagine for some of these youngsters, you don't know when that switch is going to go off in their heads. But the more they see and appreciate the game, the more they learn to love it. And here we see Heinz coming back in, as he had a spell earlier, and just the 3 overs, And now he gets another opportunity here. He didn't bowl too badly in that first spell, by the way.
Didn't bowl too badly at all, just conceding the 15 runs from his 3 overs. This time he'll be bowling to Motie. He'll be bowling to a batsman who is fresh in the wicket. Earlier he was bowling to Imlach and Savory, so they were already set.
And he bowled well against them also. Going past the outside edge on that occasion, and again lining it up beautifully, and you could just see the ball just tailing away from the outside edge as Motie was searching out there. As we say in local parlance, he went fishing.
Excellent delivery. Well lined, as I mentioned. Just a hint of away movement. Easily picked up by the wicketkeeper Django, who is wicketkeeping ahead of Puran, who I thought would have taken over the gloves as Joshua De Silva went off to West Indies duty.
Heinz again is a little bit shorter this time, but the batsmen again, unlike when we had Savory and Imlach at the wicket, the batsmen are ambling the singles. When those two were at the wicket, everything was at a frenetic pace. They were really hustling, and they put pressure on the Trinidad Tobago fielders, and for the most part they won that battle because they were turning ones into twos, twos into threes, and every bubble in the field was punished. But what a difference a couple of wickets have made. I shouldn't say a couple of 5 or 6 more wickets have made, because now these players don't even want to take a risk. They run in one and that's it. They're not even considering a second run.
How would Heinz now bowl to Shepherd? His natural movement is into the right-handed Shepherd, and we already know what kind of mood Shepherd is in.
Well, his length is going to have to be good here. He just has to bowl short of a length. He has to try to hit the top of off stump and force Shepherd to try to hit across the line of the ball. You can't start on middle stump. You have to start just outside the off stump and force him to have to go right across the line. And see, even there, he's a little too close to his pads. Because he doesn't have to move. He just has to stay there. But if you start it out there, he has to think whether you should cut it or pull it. And just that indecision could give you a chance to sneak one in between the bat and pad. So his line has to be spot on here. And when you have a bowler like that who in-cuts the ball, they could often go through that bat and pad. That's the line. And again, it probably was just starting a little too much towards the middle stump, even to the off stump. Has to start outside the off stump to make Shepherd feel that he has a free hit or room to work with. And so by the time the ball moves back into him, he realizes that he's made an error. But it's good bowling so far from Heinz. We have 100 on the board now. It's 100 for 8 in the 33rd over. How things have changed. Down the wicket he comes, and Heinz saw him coming and really dug it in. And of course Motie did the smart thing, just kind of pull out of it. And well, he really didn't have much of a chance because that ball sailed past him and went down to the keeper. I'm surprised it wasn't called up wide, because it was certainly down the leg side, although the batsman kind of changed the whole angle, and it passed over his head, over his shoulder, and maybe that is what encouraged the umpire not to consider it as a wide. Another one that he's digging in short, and not able to get the height on that one. But at the end of a pretty decent over from Heinz, and at the end of it, it's 101 now for 8 after 33 overs.
So just the 3 runs off the over from Heinz, who've bowled a very good over. Good awareness as well. He saw Motie coming down the wicket and dug it in short. So whatever Motie was thinking about, he had to change his mind. Now look at the bowling figures so far. Hussain still have 2 overs to go. He bowled 2 overs, 2 wickets for 33 runs. Gabriel still have 5 overs to go, 2 for 13. Terence Heinz 4 overs, none for 18. Carriah completed his spell, 3 for 30 off his 10. And Sunil Narine still has 4 overs to go. none for 7 off his 6.
Back foot cutting, that's a good shot. You might get a boundary here. Not much Shannon Gabriel could do about that. And from the moment it passed him, it had 4 written all over it there. That's a good shot from Motie.
So Motie with a good shot, bringing him 4 runs, and takes Guyana Harpy Eagles to 105 for 8. And these 2 batsmen must stay. And longer they stay, it will be better for Guyana.
Being watchful this time, and it's really about occupying the crease. You could occupy the crease and you could score runs. We saw what Imlach and Savary were able to do, and they did that basically with good running between the wickets, good aggressive running, trying to swing this one down, and it just didn't get through there. But again, he just seemed stagnant at the crease. They didn't seem to know what he wanted to do, whether to sweep or just to try to flick it. And then at the last moment made a kind of paddle, and it brushed the pad. I don't think it got any bat onto it, but it seemed to hit the pad. Again, slow turn from Akil Hussain. No real pressure on the batsman there. Just stands up and plays it.
Hussain is getting through this over rather quickly. Already 4 balls gone. This is the 5th.
He's sweeping again, and he's going to get 4 more. Again, the first one he was cutting off the wicket. This time he was sweeping off that leg stump, going with the tide as the left-arm orthodox spinner was turning into his pads, and he swung right across it. That ball was off on middle stump, and he hit it down through square leg for another boundary.
The runs are coming for these 2 batsmen easily. Shepherd is 18 from 21 and Motie 11 from 13. So they are not only sticking together, they are getting the runs. The runs are coming, and it will only be better for Guyana if these can stick around until 50 overs.
And then it's this time he's hitting this one, and it bounces before it gets to the man out in the deep. Not much Utley can do about that. It's the end of a very expensive over based on what has been happening recently, and after 34 it's 110 now for 8.
So Hussain just completing 9 overs, 2 for 42. In the grand scheme, not bad bowling figures so far. And we are seeing Sunil Narine is coming in. So Heinz just taken off just after that 1 over from the top end, from the northern end, and now Sunil Narine is back. 6 overs, none for 7. And he will return.
If I was to tell you Sunil's figures, you would probably say the wicket had terrors in it. You know, the batsman couldn't play Bolton in square. You know, but his line has been good, and the batsman, as I said, it just seems as if the attitude to most batsmen now is to not attack him too much. Hammer down to long on and to, well, mid on back on the square, but again he was hitting that with a horizontal bat. You know, he wasn't trying to drive it, he was trying to swing it, flicking this time, and it's going to get an easy single. So again, batsmen, it just seems, and it's not just in this level, everywhere Sunil plays now, they tend to try to play him out. They don't really attack him like they used to. Because I think a lot of batsmen learned the hard way that when you attack him, and when he used to really spin the ball prodigiously, they would get out. It was only a matter of time, and I think now most batsmen tend to want to just play him out rather than attack him.
Shepherd and Motie, they have other ideas. They are getting the ones, they're getting the singles against Sunil Narine, and Shepherd, another run for him. He goes on to 19. Gudakesh Motie is on 13. He will be facing Sunil Narine. 6.5 overs, none for 9.
And again, he's just being watchful, and again, it just, the pattern continues. Because for all intents and purposes, that was a half volley in the slot, but he never even attempted an aggressive shot against it. cutting and again taking his life in his hands there. Now that's a more difficult shot to play than the on drive, which would have been playing with a straight bat. He's playing with a horizontal bat there, and trying to score off Narine. And sometimes you think about it, batsmen create their own problems. Cutting again, and again Gabriel is in the way and does well this time, much to the appreciation of the students. And you had a list of schools that they came from, Ian?
Yes, as I mentioned, St. Augustine Girls, Tunapuna Secondary, Holy Cross College, St. Anthony's College, St. Mary's College, San Fernando West Secondary, Barataria North and Barataria South. As we welcome Anil back to the commentary, as we see some of the
So which
schools.
school is this one? Is this St. Anthony's College
No,
here?
This is a school that would have just come. When I was across there, they were
Yeah,
not there
they were not
yet.
there in the black
so,
tops.
so I'll have to get that information and bring it back.
Because
And the name of the snow cone man.
Yep. And I'm just looking at the number of school children there, which is a really good sign. St. Mary's College is there as well. So welcome back, Sunil. And this is Akil's last over. So he's had a good run so far. 9 overs, so 2 of 43, but 1 maiden in there.
But he will want to close off well here, Ruskin. Don't want to presenting any boundary balls to the likes of Romario Shepherd.
Watchful again. They think for a moment of a single, but it's not there. Good anticipation this time by Otley. And we've seen some really outstanding fielders in the past. When you think of Trinidad Tobago and Guyana, some names obviously come to mind. Clive Lloyd, Roger Harper. Of course, this time he's hitting, and he's going to get a boundary because that one just kept going away from Bravo down there at long off, and he picks up 4 runs. Kind of hit it. It sounded like a double shot.
Yeah, so Romario Shepherd giving himself room there, going inside out, but the ball spinning away Ruskin. From the moment that he stepped away, that ball had 4 written all over it. It was hit with a lot of pace. Darren Bravo had absolutely no chance at long off to cut that ball off.
Certainly is. And I'm thinking of Farouk Bacchus as another outstanding fielder. Here he is again sweeping, and it's going to get it down behind square for another boundary.
So Akil Hussain straying in line and length here, Colin, trying to overcompensate here by bowling a bit straighter.
You could just see it. Once he got it past the inner ring, there was not much the man at deep backward square could do coming around Jed Gooley.
Jed Gooley was a mere spectator, ushering that ball into the boundary.
So Puran is going to have a word with his bowler and obviously reminding him of what the plan is.
Yeah, and just taking the opportunity as well, Ruskin, to slow things down a bit. Possibly just try to, change the momentum for the batters, not try to come in too quickly, and just allowing them to wait that bit more.
This time he's pulling the arm ball coming into the right-hander, but he's on the back foot, Shepherd, and
So-
is able to pick up a single.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Ruskin, they would want both these batters to go on for as long as possible. Now, when you look at the equation here with just Pistano to come, a lot is dependent on this pair to carry on deep into the 40th over.
This time he's watchful, struck on the pad, but not a really vociferous appeal. It's the end of the over. That's the end of the spell for Akil Hussain. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 52. After 36, it's 121 for 8.
So a bit expensive from the likes of Akil Hussain, Ruskin, but nevertheless he had the opportunity to pry 2 important wickets out of the Harpy Eagles batting lineup. So
And in the main, I thought he bowled well. He got 2 boundaries off this last over. He had a big 6 struck off of him. But in the main, he's done very well. Here's another one that is tying him up here. Sunil Narine, they're a little bit uncertain as to which way the ball, the each way spin of Sunil Narine is creating a little bit of uncertainty in the minds of Romario Shepherd. But then his outlet is the swing. There he goes. The shot is in the air, but it's gone just over the head of the fielder, and Terence could do nothing about it.
So an excellent hit from Romario Shepherd. The link delivery from Sunil Narine, and executing that slog sweep to perfection. But what these batters are basically doing, Ruskin, is looking to play the ball off the pitch because they're not picking at all. So that is not just it's not giving him that extra second.
Yeah, he is nibbling at one, and he might have just gotten a touch. Shepherd is indicating it brushed his thigh on the way through and not the edge of the bat. But the umpire will be the one have to make that decision, and the keeper should have held on to it and let the umpire make the decision.
So Django coming back into this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with Joshua De Silva on his way to play in that test series against Australia down under. So Django getting his opportunity here, Ruskin, and we'll just wait to see if he will be given the opportunity to start at the top of the innings as well, batting with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
This time Shepherd, they're going to go for a quick single, and the start is a little bit late from Romario Shepherd, and he had to hurry at the non-strikers end, but he would have made it, I thought, even if the throw was on target. But again, he started a little bit late. He seemed surprised by the call, and was able to really rotor down to the non-strikers end.
So that single takes the Guyana Harpy Eagles to 128 for 8.
Cutting outside the off stump again, not making any contact there, and it goes alright. Sunil Narine finishes his 8 over, not for 16, and at the end of over number 37, it's 128 now for 8.
So just about 13 overs to go. It's going to be interesting to see how this batting pair approaches this back end of the innings, with Romario Shepherd looking very assured and really pouncing on any delivery that's either short or full. He's really taking it to the TNT Red Force, and with Romario Shepherd still out in the middle, Ruskin, skipper Nick Puran, he will continue to search in terms of ways to dismiss Romario Shepherd. You can't allow the likes of Romario Shepherd to stay to the end of this innings, but because he has that potential, to be very destructive at the back end of the innings.
Well, Terence Heinz gets another chance at him here. Remember that drop catch that Otley just got his hands to the skier, and many felt that Terence Heinz should have been the one calling for that, since he was coming towards the ball as opposed to Otley, who was had to run backwards, almost backwards to try to get there. This time he's hitting him, and he's going to get a single. He was trying to probably hit it straighter, and again, because of the inward movement of Heinz, the ball hitting the inner portion of the bat and squirting out square the wicket on the onside.
So Terence Heinz trying to bowl full and getting that ball to tail back, that in swinger to tail back into the right hander, trying to open up that defense of Romario Shepherd, possibly just asking him to drive through the line of the delivery, and if it tails enough, he could penetrate that breach the defense of Romario Shepherd.
Heinz again just doing it at Holy Cross College. Oh, okay.
So wonderful opportunity for all these school children to come to the Queen's Park Oval here, and get a hand, a good look of what first class cricket is all about, and more importantly, some of their heroes will be playing as well for both teams. The likes of Shimran Hettemeier, the likes of Sunil Narine, all these guys, do create an impact.
This time he's playing just one on the onside and gets an easy single, and just turning over a strike here now, giving the strike back to Romario Shepherd. 131 for 8 it is. Shepherd is the top scorer in the Guyana innings so far with 37, beating the 34 scored by Imlach and the 32 that was scored by Savory. They were the only two batsmen before Shepherd to get into double figures.
So
And this time he's just clipping it off his legs. They go for the first one quickly, but again Utley anticipates well, corrals the ball, and deny them the chance of the second.
So Terence Heinz just have to make that subtle adjustment with both right hand and left hand combination. Every time there's a rotation, Ruskin, he has to ensure that he's clear how he's going to execute in terms of his line and length, what his mode of attack is going to be.
And yeah, because he has a dangerous customer at the wicket, and again he's a little too short here, and this one is punched into the offside.
So Romario Shepherd just standing tall and caressing that ball to the deep cover boundary fielder. Darren Bravo does the fielding.
Now the thing about it is that I think these two batsmen now recognize that, okay, we've gone past this initial phase, and they're now starting to think about batting the full 50, because earlier they both looked like they just wanted to get on with things and how you swing your hand kind of thing.
So both these batters have settled down quite considerably, considering that they were going hell for leather at the initial stages of their innings. But at the end of this over,
So 134 for 8.
So Guyana continuing to fight, and before we know it, Ruskin, this partnership has accumulated a valuable 37 runs.
And these are, as I said, these are invaluable runs based on where they were. 97 for 7, I think, is what it was at one stage. And so they certainly kind of pulled things back a little bit, stopped the rut, and now forcing Trinidad and Tobago to have to try to clean up the tail.
With just over 12 overs to go, Ruskin, when you look at 72 balls, they could get anywhere in the vicinity of 210, anywhere to 20. So I'm sure skipper Nick Puran, he will want to try and finish this as quickly as possible.
Gabriel is back. And again, he's pitching up. And once again, he's just being picked off for another easy single.
So skipper Nick Puran continues to use Shannon Gabriel as his enforcer in this bowling lineup, Ruskin. And it's important for the likes of Shannon Gabriel. Every time he comes on, he is doing the trick for his captain Nick Puran by picking up, wickets on a consistent basis.
So now he's asking him to do it again here, as he tried to close out the innings. Some of these tailenders could be real pesky individuals, and they're just troublesome. They're just unnerving as a bowler.
Yeah, so the likes of Gudakish Motie, he could really annoy you by just, ticking you off ever so often. He's no mug with the bat. Having said that, he's got batting potential, and we have seen at certain stages.
And again, the field is set for the short ball, because they have the fine leg and they have the deep backward square leg, as well as a mid-wicket out on the fence on the onside. So they're obviously telling Romario Shepherd here, this is where you're going to have to score your runs. If you're good enough, you'll hit it for 6. If not, we'll get you out. So a little bit of change in the strategy here.
Yeah, well, you could ask someone of the likes of Shannon Gabriel to do that job for you, Ruskin, because he does have the ability, to bowl in that 85-90 mile per hour range, and it's difficult to really control, playing either the pull or the hook shot with that kind of ferocious pace.
And of course, Gabriel doesn't seem too happy with what Puran is asking him to do here, but I think Nicholas is probably telling him you have to get it up to head height. You can't bowl it waist height. You have to get it up higher than that. And this time he's going right up in front of him. They're appealing for an LBW. There might have been some bat on it as well. And Shepherd is saying, yes, there is bat on it. And it's almost like the 1-2 bluff there.
Well, I was just about to tell you that because, they were telegraphing that short pitch delivery, but Shannon Gabriel went the opposite, going for that Yorker. And had he not make any contact there, I'm sure it would have been curtains, because the likes of Romario Shepherd, he was camping on the back foot as well, looking for that short pitch delivery.
So what will the plan be now? Will the short ball come this time around? I suppose that's what is going through Shepherd's mind. How can he clear his mind? 38 of 37 now. How can he clear his mind and focus on this next ball? That's Gabriel again looking for a wicket here for Trinidad and Tobago as they look to mop up proceedings here. That is the short ball, and he cuffs it down to mid-on, literally. And the ball hitting way up in the splice of the bat. It's almost like he cuffed it down there rather than hit it with the blade.
Well, that's evidence that Shannon Gabriel is really hitting the deck hard, Ruskin. Hitting the splice of the bat. And Romario Shepherd, we know his bat speed. He's got incredible bat speed as well as a batter. And for the likes of Shannon Gabriel to really tuck him up there, it means to say that ball was really a very quick delivery indeed.
Now how can they prevent a run here, a rotation of the strike again? Down the leg side it goes. It's called a Y. It wasn't too far outside the legs, but this time the umpire, as is the custom most times, once you're outside the batsman's legs, they tend to call wide.
And it happens again when there's rotation of the strike, where you've got to make that subtle adjustment for both right and left-hander when they're batting together in partnership. So you've got to make that adjustment with line as well and length.
So there is a third man, a short backward point, a man on the point boundary, a mid-off or cover short and the mid-off. And Shannon Gabriel is coming around the wicket now. So the mid-on is also in place, a mid-wicket, straightish, and a man at square leg as well as a fine leg. So Motie waits on Gabriel. And he's right in behind it, and it's going to get a single 2 down to third man. He might get a second run if he hurries. He thought about it, but it was a late decision, and eventually they decided against it. But the throw itself was a little bit high, so they might have made it quite comfortably in the end. But you could just see the difference in the intensity and the aggression of the running between these two and what we saw earlier from Imlach and Savary.
Yeah, so Imlach and Savary, is something that any youngster or youngsters looking at, it's something that you'll want to emulate and inculcate into your team, aggressive running, Ruskin.
And they did it so well. They seem to put the Trinidad and Tobago players on the back foot time and again. As I said, the conditions are cooling here at the Oval. I think the Trinidad and Tobago players would really want to wrap this up quickly. Here's a short ball again, and this time you could see him admonishing himself because he didn't make proper contact with it. He was probably hoping to help that one on its way. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 139 for 8 now.
So Shannon Gabriel continuing to bowl quickly here at the Queen's Park Oval, rushing the likes of Romario Shepherd, who possesses, incredible bat speed. And to be hustling the like of Romario Shepherd, that Shannon Gabriel is really using the pitch, and hitting the deck hard, Ruskin.
Well, the thing, and that's what the captain is asking him to do here, is to give it the effort and see if he can prize out a wicket. If anything, even though he's bowling short, I would really like to see him bowl that short ball more to the off stump as opposed to the leg stump. Because if he puts it on the off stump, it means Shepherd has to at least make an adjustment. Right now he could just stand where he is and swing because it's already in that line.
Yeah, so basically ask him to tuck that ball from outside the line of the off stump.
Could go anywhere. Narine is back. And the first delivery is just pushed into the offside.
So Sunil Narine into his 9th over, just conceding a meager 16 runs on his over, and how impressively he continues to bowl here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, he has. He's really been on top of his game. The only thing missing right now are the wickets. This one is just paddled down to fine leg, and Hussain is in the way.
So a wicket for Sunil Narine in the wickets column, it's going to, really explore, that last wicket partnership there, Colin. I mean, Ruskin, sorry.
Well, what it does, it really tidies up, it emphasizes his efforts even more. This time is struck beautifully, and that's gone a long, long way for a 6. Over long on, and again he was fetching it from outside the off stump and dragged it over long on for 6.
So looking at it again, pitched up delivery from Sunil Narine, and that ball was definitely in the arc for Gudakesh Motie to execute over long on, high and handsome over the boundary for maximum.
Good extension of the arm there. He goes to 24. Romario Shepherd is on 41 at the non-strikers end.
So the partnership is just 1 away from 50, and how invaluable this partnership has been for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Cutting again at one outside the off stump, making no contact, but again he was on the move when he was trying to make the shot before. When he hit the 6, he was stationary, his base was solid, and he was able to swing through the line. Here he was on the move and almost got the edge. And this time he's just watchful and placed it into the offside. So Narine pulling it back nicely here now. Still searching for that first wicket, not for 23.
But ominous signs here for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. They wouldn't want this lower order, to continue to wag until the 50th over, Ruskin.
And here he is again, Narine coming back into him, but he did well. He gets it away. He's going to get a couple quite comfortably. Down to third man, where Akil Hussain is the one in attendance there. So that completes Narine's 9th over. He has none for 25, and at the end of 40, it's 148 for 8.
So Guyana Harpy Eagles being 97 for 7, making an extremely good recovery here, with a partnership that's with 51 runs between Gudakesh Motie and Romario Shepherd. Gudakesh Motie contributing 26 good looking runs in that partnership of 51. But I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome John Ramsing.
Thank you, Anil.
So excellent partnership from both Motie and Romario Shepherd, basically keeping the Guyana Harpy Eagles into this contest at this stage.
51 run partnership so far, second best of the innings, following 59 between Savory and Imlach for the second wicket. Very important, very timely as well for the Harpy Eagles. We're seeing Gabriel getting a second on the trot. Beautifully played, elegantly played from Shepherd. His love affair with the Red Force continues because he got 74 in the last game when these teams met.
Yes, scoring 74 from 38 deliveries, really running amok at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy during that knock when the Guyana Harpy Eagles were on the verge of being bowled out. Romario Shepherd really standing tall and give them a total that they were eventually able to defend.
You got 68 with Pramal for the last wicket. They were 201 for 9 when they joined forces. They played really well, blasting the ball to all parts of the ground.
But this situation requires a lot more poised and commitment from the likes of Romario Shepherd. We are into the 41st over and still a lot of balls to bat in this innings here.
42 so far from him. Good
See.
support with Motie, 26.
So Mario Shepherd continuing to be very prolific during the course of this tournament. Not just scoring runs, but picking up handy wickets at critical times as well, John.
Quite the all-rounder. The X Factor. And that's what you're hearing these days in cricket. The terminology has been changing. The X Factor.
Yeah, and when you refer to someone as an X Factor, you know that he's got the capacity as a player to individually take a game away from you as a team. Because he could really bat you out of a contest once he stays long enough. So very ominous signs here for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. They would want to see the back of Romario Shepherd very, very early.
Fine leg is coming up into the circle. And the mid-on is going back down towards long on now. What is the tactic about?
Well, I'm sure they're going to pitch the ball up and ask Romario Shepherd to hit the ball into the V, down to long on or mid-off.
We're into the bowling power play now, the last 10 overs of this 50 overs contest. Slow full toss down towards wide long on, and we'll get the boundary, Shepherd.
So from Shannon Gabriel just going for that cutter delivery there, missing his length. And Romario Shepherd, being in the kind of sublime form he is at the moment, he will not miss out on an opportunity to score. But that takes the score on to 154 for 8. And ominous signs here at the Queen's Park Oval.
.150 coming up in this over. At one stage, Guyana Harpy Eagles were on the verge of being bowled out before 150.
But takes nothing away from this Queen's Park Oval track. It has been a batting belter as well. Once you're willing to stay as long as you can.
At one stage, the Harpy Eagles were 77 for 7. Then they got a fighting 20-run partnership to take them to 97 for 8. And even then, they were not out of the woods as yet. But this partnership now, 58 runs between Motie, who's on 27, and Shepherd looking good for another half century. He's on 47, putting some respectability on the board.
Yeah, definitely, you know, putting some respectability to the Guyana Harpy Eagles total. But Nick Puran, the skipper of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, you know, he will continue to try and dislodge one of these batters and try and close it off as quickly as possible. With the weather being unpredictable as it has been over the last couple of days, John, one never knows what can transpire later on in the day.
Quick single, opening the face of the bat nicely. Motie will probably look for a second. Oh,
Darren Bravo doing the clean up there at that backward point region. So at the end of the over, Guyana Harpy Eagles being asked to bat here at the Queen's Park Oval after 41 overs. They are 156 to 8. Romario Shepherd is approaching another half century in this tournament. Good Akesh Motie, he's batting extremely well, partnering the likes of Romario Shepherd and trying to take the Guyana Harpy Eagles to a score that they believe that could be competitive in the second half of this game.
so Sunil Narine will bowl his final over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. Roughed up towards the end of his spell. 2 sixes taken off his bowling recently. There was a slip in play. Motie just easily guides it down past backward point. Shepherd's back on strike now, approaching a half century. He has 3 of those at this level. This is now his 53rd match for Mario Shepherd.
So we're seeing a level of consistency in his play here in this CG Super 50 tournament, and he will continue to build his reputation as an all-round player as well if he continues to be as prolific as he has been during the course of this tournament.
Leg by signal by umpire Williams. Extras in this innings, not a lot, just 5. Good going, good bowling, good tight stuff from the defending champions, the Red Force. Seems to be a knuckleball from Narine, which we get 2.
So Akil Hussein doing the chasing there. Nice elegant touch from Gudikesh Motie, just allowing that Sunil Narine delivery to come onto him and just played it as late as he can. Deft touch, and it results in 2 runs, 2 more runs to the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
We have lost the sunshine, Anil, in the air, but also in the gap. Will not have enough legs to get to extra cover boundary. Mark Dial cuts it off. So we've lost the sunshine. I had a look at the back while it was off. It's a bit dark on that side in the mountains. I'm tempted to ask you with local knowledge if it's going to be like this for the rest of the day, but then you said you're all the way from Day Bay. I'm not sure you have local knowledge of what's happening in the north.
But from the newscast this morning, John, Trinidad and Tobago is on a yellow alert. So the expectation of rain here at the Queen's Park Oval, we could see the weather taking effect possibly, sooner than later. So there is, imminent signs that the rain could be with us very shortly.
This time it's in the gap. This time it's a little bit more of power. We'll get a 4. Go to Kesh Motie, motoring along nicely now, giving good support to Shepard, but once the opportunity presents itself, he's going to take it on. That's the end of Narine as well. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 34 runs, no wicket. He has done his part. Economical, maybe a bit expensive in the latter part of his spell, but in the end, 10 overs for 34. You'll take that any day.
Yeah, you'll definitely take that any day of the week. Any captain around the world, will take 10 overs to 34 runs any day in a 50-over contest. And more importantly, bowling at critical stages of the innings as well, John. He's bowled in the middle and he's come back now in the 40th over, 42nd over to complete his spell. So Sunil Narine continues, to show us what a wonderful talent he is, and continues to mesmerize the batters across the region whenever he takes the opportunity to play.
10 runs in his last over. So 10 overs, 1 maiden, 34 runs. Did not get a wicket today, but bowled well against the Harpy Eagles at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy earlier.
So this partnership now, John Ramsing, is worth an invaluable 69, and it's going better than a runner ball. So it must be ominous signs for skipper Nick Puran.
69 indeed. 269 is what Harpy Eagles got when they batted at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They batted first. Remember limiting the Red Force to 266. That was a very close game.
Yeah, it was an excellent game of cricket in terms of run scoring. Over 550 runs were scored during that contest, and at no point in time you could have picked a winner until the results was determined.
Yeah, the last ball could have gone anywhere, and the match could have been anywhere as well. But it sets up this group nicely. With the Red Force, the defending champions, now in second position. Last game not in their favour and no result.
Yeah, that no result really hampered, their standings in terms of the points. But at the end of it, the weather had the final say, John, and it was declared a non-result.
So Heinz replaces Gabriel from the northern end. Does not deliver. Heinz now in his 6th over. He had to pick up a wicket as well. Gabriel in the wickets column. 2 for 25 from 7. Bowling to Romario Shepherd. This is Shepherd's 6th year at the List A level.
So I'm sure he's very experienced at this level, and also playing his street at the international level, would have blustered his game as well.
Full toss. That's a maximum. That's the 4th half century in Romario Shepherd's career. The 2nd in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup, and the 2nd consecutive against the Red Force. What a shot to take him now to 54, 172 for the loss of 8.
So an excellent recovery here from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. This partnership now is worth an invaluable 75 runs. But more importantly, Romario Shepherd brings up his 2nd consecutive 50 against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. In this tournament thus far, Romario Shepherd has really been a thorn in the flesh for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. And if he continues to the 50th over, Guyana could be well in excess of maybe 230, 240.
A lot of bottom hand in this one, and goes down to long on against the Volcanoes. He managed to pick up a single only. Both times when he batted against the Volcanoes, did not bat against the CCC, but against the Red Force, that pugnacious 74. So now his 2nd consecutive half century against the defending champions.
Well, he seems to have a liking for this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling, cashing in on every opportunity that's presented to him. But how skipper Nick Puran is going to react to what's taking place out in the middle, we just have to see what tactical awareness he's going to implement so that he could affect a breakthrough.
Half-hearted appeal for leg before, not from the bowler but from the fielders around.
So Darren Bravo just asking the umpire. Gentle inquiry, but it just seems that delivery just seems to be tailing down the leg side, so absolutely no harm done there.
It's all happening down in Australia these days, Anil, with Shivner and Chandapal being inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame, becoming the 21st West Indian to be inducted into that ICC Hall of Fame.
And what a wonderful group, to be inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame. It says clearly that Shivner and Chandapal, is worth being part of that elite group of cricketers from the Caribbean.
164 test matches, 11,867 runs, highest of 202, 268 won internationals, 8,778, highest of 150. Look at the average in tests, 51.37, ODIs 41.60.
So scoring, having an average of over 51 in test match cricket, that just tells you the quality of the man.
Oh, nibbling outside the off stump, but beaten. Motie on 36.
So Motie trying to access that gap between that backward point and short turn man in position, trying to play that ball as late as possible, but not making contact, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Amir Django.
Charlotte Edwards and Abdul Qadir were the 2 other inductees in this year's ICC Hall of Fame.
But also we must note as well to our listeners, John, that between overs 40 to 50, 5 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
Slow ball, this one is off the hips quite easily for another single. This partnership extending at the end of 43. It's now 174 for a loss of 8.
And it just stresses the importance of what a partnership does in terms of resurrecting the innings in general, John. With this partnership now having scored 77, and take nothing away from the likes of Gudakesh Motie, he's been a tremendous support for Romario Shepherd. Romario Shepherd continues to play the way he knows best, but Gudakesh Motie, he's almost going at a runner ball, which is very important in terms of giving that kind of support for Romario Shepherd, that he doesn't have to really go hard at this stage of the innings. So he has taken the pressure off the likes of Romario Shepherd during the course of this partnership.
You're seeing a new bowler in Chad Gooley coming into the attack. Narine finishing at the Brian Lar Pavilion end, and now Chad Gooley coming in for the first time in over number 44. He's bowling to Motie. High action, but very wide outside the off stump. President of Guyana, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, also sending congratulations to Shiv Narine Chandapal on being inducted into that Hall of Fame.
So it's great to see that powers that be acknowledging the greatness of the man and, sharing that kind of kudos.
And I would share with you the humble words of Shiv Chandapal. It's an amazing honor to follow the footsteps of many legends and so many other great cricketers of the past. I am grateful for the recognition. I would like to enjoy the moment with family, friends, and most importantly, the West Indies cricket fans and fans around the world who passionately supported me throughout my career.
So what a wonderful message there, showing all his emotions in that message, John Ram Singh.
Very
really
humble.
expressing himself.
This one is driven nicely by Motie all along the ground for another single.
But excellent over thus far from Jed Gooley. And I'm sure this would have been a surprise to the think tank of the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, because, Jed Gooley coming on at this stage of the innings is something that they may not have had plans for.
Shepherd on strike. Nice low full toss. 3 4s, 1 6 to Motie, and 4 4s and 3 6s to his partner Shepherd. That's the end of Jad Gooley's first over, and after 44 it's 175 for 8.
So just about 36 deliveries in the innings, John Ram Singh. If we were to go at a runner ball, that's going to take us at 211. What's your prediction as to a final score here now, with both batters really set and is on the verge of really trying to express themselves even further during the last 6 overs of this innings?
Taking everything into context, with just Clinton Pestano to come, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be very pleased to get to 225, 230 from this stage. You must look at the fact that Narine is out of the attack. Carriah, most successful bowler out of the attack, 3 for 30. So we want to look at what's remaining. Terence Heinz, Akil Hussain also finished 2 for 52. Heinz, Gabriel, and Gooley. This one is scooped, but straight to short-yard man. Jason Mohammed is in the way, and that's the end of Romario Shepherd. It's the end of a brilliant 78-run partnership as well. And after 44 and 1 ball, Harpy Eagles was in the 9th wicket, 176 for 9.
So a very timely dismissal there by Terence Heinz, and adopting to bowl that wide Yorker, trying to hit that tram line. Romario Shepherd, he was using all his levers to try and access that ball through that third man region, only succeeded in getting the outside edge. But what a wonderful catch from Jason Mohammed at that third man position, John.
Yeah, lovely piece of fielding indeed. He was strategically placed just for that shot and pouched it nicely without any fuss at all. Jason Mohammed, with all of his experience. Now the last man making his way into the middle, Clinton Pestano.
So just as we were thinking about what the score could be after 50 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles now is possibly, on the verge of being bowled out as well.
Yeah, that's so true. Shepherd 56 from 50 balls, 3 6s and 4 4s. A good knock indeed.
Yeah, very timely knock indeed from Romario Shepherd, keeping the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the hunt here at the Queen's Park Oval. And he really matched sound defense with some aggression and, I mean, extremely impressive ball striking ability as well from Romario Shepherd. So Terence Heinz doing the trick for his skipper Nick Puran, but Nick Puran will want him to go one step further by closing out this innings, John.
Pestano's no rubber to the bat. He's on strike now. Gets off the mark. Right in this one, down to third man. Chase Mohammed is in the way again, but this time he's right back on the boundary and allows the single to be easily taken.
So Clinton Pestano just allowing this delivery from Terence Heinz to come onto him, played at the latest moment under his eyes and got it down to third man where Jason Mohammed was stationed.
Tend to bat a bit higher generally, but because not getting runs is being demoted, while Motie has been promoted.
Well, we've seen in the recent past where the likes of Gudakesh Motie and Basami Promal, they have really, buckled down together with the likes of Romario Shepherd and take Guyana Harpy Eagles out of some really difficult situations. So I'm sure the application of these guys and then their stickability, would have contributed to both these guys being elevated ahead of the likes of Clinton Pestano.
Just 14 runs in his previous 3 innings this season. Much better than that, Pestano.
And Pestano might be very lucky to be playing in this tournament had the likes of Kimo Paul been fit. He may not have been part of this Guyana Harpy Eagles unit.
Yeah, that is so true. Kimo Paul played the recent inter-county tournament. It has a bad heel. And while he got wickets, while he bowled, was bowling off 2 or 3 steps, using his shoulders, he got wickets as well. Spring it now, Terence Heinz.
But what a wonderful piece of wicket keeping there by Amir Django, moving smartly to his left and holding in that delivery. Had that passed him, it would have gone into the boundary. So Amir Django coming into this Trinidad Tobago Red Force team because the likes of Joshua De Silva is on his way to play down under for the West Indies in a 2-match series. He's been given his opportunity.
Overcompensating and just too wide of the off stump now. Heinz now in his 7th over has 1 wicket.
So just needs to keep it simple, as we would say. And sometimes it could be a he's just possibly John trying a bit too hard.
He's at home playing at the Queen's Park Oval. This is his club as well, Terence Heinz.
Yes, so he would know all about this venue very well.
Down the leg side again. That was much closer, however. But being consistent, umpire Taylor, anything down the leg side is going to be punished in terms of extra ball, extra run.
But luckily for Terence Heinz, had Pestano got a tickle onto that would have gone away as well. So he's got to come back here strongly and finish this over. 2 deliveries to go in the 45th over. He wouldn't want to be giving away extra runs and, more importantly, having to reload more deliveries than he would want to.
Opting to take pace off, and this time gets it right.
So very important at this back end of the innings, in the cutter deliveries, the shorter bumper, all those variations do come into effect at the back end of the innings. He's asking for a field change here. Jet Gully is moving from mid-wicket. He's going to that square leg position. He's going to be accompanying umpire Jacqueline Williams, who is stationed at that square leg position.
Thick outside edge, but would be just a single, and that will be the end of Heinz' 7th over. 45 gone, 182 for 9. Successful over for Terence Heinz, the over in which he got the wicket of Romario Shepherd, caught at short third man by Jason Mohammed for 56. 50 deliveries, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Nice partnership of 78 for the 9th wicket with Motie, repairing the damage. He got together with a score on 8 for 97.
Well, repairing the damage is an understatement. Coming together at 97 for 8, you would have thought that to get 110 would have been a task. But they carried on, and now Guyana Harpy Eagles in a much better position than they were before. 182 for 9. Good work from Gudakesh Motie and Romario Shepherd. And what I like about Romario Shepherd's innings, it wasn't just his normal swashbuckling type of innings. It was a responsible innings. We saw a different side to Mario Shepherd, playing a patient innings, well measured. It was an excellent innings from Romario Shepherd.
Chad Gooley to continue. That 74 Romario Shepherd got against the Red Force at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in one of the early matches. This is career best. This time he's bowled. Best on the bowl through the gates. Chad Gooley coming round the wicket, closing up the angle, and the innings ending in the 46th over. Clinton Pestano bowled by Chad Gooley for 2, leaving Motie high and dry on a career best 39. Guyana Harpy Eagles asked to bat first. 182 all out, 45.2 overs. Good bowling from Chad Gooley. Only his 2nd over, and he picked up a wicket to end the innings on 182 for 10 all out.
Very good comeback from Guyana Harpy Eagles, especially by these two batsmen I mentioned earlier. Gudakesh Motie, who remained unbeaten on 39, and Romario Shepherd getting past 50. These two gentlemen brought back the game from a position of 97 for 8, and given Harpy Eagles a creditable score, a score that they can defend.
Top scorer 56 coming from Shepherd, batting at number 8 after a good 2nd wicket partnership between Savory in his first game and Imlach, and then Gudakesh Motie a career best 39 down to the bottom. No one else stood up, and in the end 182 from 45.2 overs.
Good bowling from Yannick Carriah and Shannon Gabriel. Those are the two names that would stand out in the bowling column. Carriah with 3 for 30. Gabriel and Hussein 2 wickets each. Hussein 2 for 51. Gabriel 2 for 28. A wicket each for Heinz and Chad Gooley, who only bowled 8 deliveries. And while Sunil Narine did not get any wickets, his 10 overs for 34 runs were very good.
So it's a very good first half of this contest. Top of the table in Zone A. To remember, at 2 p.m. at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, CCC will come up against the Windwards Volcanoes. So that's the 2nd match of the day of the zone. Alright, so we'll take a break at this stage with Guyana Harpy Eagles being bowled out after invited to bat first here at the Queen's Park Oval for 182. The top score 56 from Romario Shepherd and 3 wickets from Yannick Carriah, the highlight of the bowling of the Red Force. So do join us when we come back with some more action after lunch. Until then, goodbye.
A very good afternoon once again as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for the second half of this encounter. A very interesting game we have on our hands here. First place against second place, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles posting 182 in 45.2 overs, thanks in the main to a blistering Romario Shepherd, who made 56, and of course Gudikish Motie with 39. Then you also had earlier Tevin Imlach 34 and 32 from Kimol Savri. So those were the principal scorers. And bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, 2 for 52 for Akil Hossain, 3 for 30 for Yannick Carriah. So the spinners getting the job done. Jude Gooley also chipping in with one, and Terence Heinz also adding a wicket. Shannon Gabriel also got among the wickets on the day as well. So a sharing of the wickets throughout for Trinidad and Tobago, and only Sunil Narine, surprisingly, was the one who failed to pick a pepper.
The Guyana Harpy Eagles are asking only two players, a couple of players got in the likes of Imlach and Day, but unfortunately for them, when they looked set to really carry on for a big score, they perished.
Yeah, it was kind of like par for the course with them. There was a time when we had 5 wickets down or 6 wickets down, and the only 2 batsmen to get into double figures were actually the 2 men with 32 and 34 at one point. And then Romario Shepherd came, he together with Gudikish Motie also put things, helped their cause, so to speak. But now it's a question of Trinidad and Tobago. Can they get these runs? Here's a first delivery, and there's a loud appeal, but not out, says the umpire.
Umpire Jacqueline Williams out of Jamaica.
In fact, both umpires are from Jamaica on the day. And so Keon Otley again opening for Trinidad and Tobago.
This delivery from Romario Shepherd, just tailing a bit down the leg side there.
This next one is right up in the block hole, and again there's plenty of bat on that one, but you can just see the ball tailing in, despite the fact that he's bowling from over the wicket and has a fairly sort of round arm action, not really from over the top. He's still getting the ball to kind of duck into the left-handed batsman.
So very impressive indeed from Romario Shepherd to be bowling over the wicket and to get that ball shaping back into the left-handers. That's a special skill.
Here he is again, right up, but this time Otley is right in behind it. In fact, he's pushing out at it and paints a picture as he eases it down to mid-off.
So Keon Otley is showing Romario Shepherd the maker's name when playing that forward defensive prod.
Trinidad and Tobago will want him to get off to a good start. This time he's not interested, allows it to go through outside the off stump.
So Romario Shepherd getting the ball to sheep away and into the left-hander. That ball just pitching in line of the off stump and just cutting away from the left-hander.
Just has the one slip. He has a third man and he has a short backward point plus a man on the point boundary. This time he's running it off to that man at that short square leg on the offside, almost just behind the point, the backward of point position. Close in.
So Tevin Imlach, the man charged with the responsibility to cut off those shots at that backward point region. So Romario Shepherd opening the bowling here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing a victory target of 183 for a victory here.
Outside the off stump again, and a little bit of movement, but no interest from Keon Otley. Just pulls out of harm's way and allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. That completes over number 1 at the end of it. Trinidad and Tobago yet to score, chasing the 152 scored by Guyana.
So Kian Otley showing excellent judgment outside the line of the off stump and not being asked to play on that occasion from Romario Shepherd. So there is a hint of a swing at this stage, Rusking. How telling the overcast conditions is going to play in terms of aiding these seamers and them with getting possibly a bit more than we would normally traditionally get here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, if you look at the flags are floating. They're not full stretch at the moment. And there is a kind of easterly breeze blowing from east to west across the ground. So that will help a little bit with the in cutters from that bottom end to the left-hander, that is. And for a similar thing at this top end, it will help tail into the right-hander because of that strong wind that is blowing across the ground here now. Now, Kevin Sinclair is going to take up the attack, as he has done in this series already. And so they've worked out a strategy with him at the top of the innings.
And I'm sure he's going to be licking his hands because of the fact that he has 2 left-handers where he could really set a plan to get that ball to spin away from the left-handers.
Amir Django is the one on charge. This one strikes him on the pad, and again just going with the arm. No turn at all on that one. And they had a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. So there's a fine leg, a short fine leg, and a deep square leg. And the other man out is at long off on the back foot and trying to punch it through the offside.
So quick assessment will be required from both these opening batters. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
This time he is making contact as he pushes forward with the bat and pad close together.
So Amir Django winning the CPL with the Jamaica Talawas, having a good series.
And again, he'd probably be wise to not play for turn, because Sinclair is bowling with an off-break action, but the ball isn't really spinning much.
And then we've got to take into consideration with the newness of the ball, he will not be able to impart a lot of revs on that ball at this stage of the innings.
Yes, if it spins, then that has to be the anomaly. But essentially, you're playing for it not to spin. And he just kind of stands up and allows it, but he plays it with respect. It's another maiden over, and Trinidad and Tobago yet to score after 2 overs.
So excellent bowling from both Romario Shepherd and Kevin Sinclair, keeping the batters honest at this early stages of this innings. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force requiring 183 for victory at a rate hovering just around that 4-run mark. But more importantly, I'm sure that the management of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they would be keeping a key eye on the weather pattern, Rusking, as well.
Yes, I suppose it's something in the back of their minds. Here they go for a quick single. He's have to hurry, but he does well. Not much besides, or rather, Sammy Pumol could do about it.
So Kian Otley just allowing that ball to come on to him, break his wrist, and it's worked to that mid-wicket position where Vasami Purmal feels, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're up and running.
And again, it's good, sensible running. I think they would have been out in the field when they saw how the Guyanese batsmen, especially the pair of Imlach and Savory, put on a 59-run partnership, principally by their running between the wicket. Again, he's pushing this one. He's going to have to hurry, and he does well, because trying to get his side, he was trying to at least get his foot in right, and he seemed to be sliding just as he was taking off.
Yeah, so good anticipation from the batters. The Akshaya Prasad, he's naturally left-handed. That ball was traveling to his right side, so it made that rotation very easy in the end, Ruskin.
So let's see if there's an adjustment from Romario Shepherd, because both batsmen have been able to just push and run. Driven again, this time a little too straight and a little too close to the fieldsman.
That delivery was well timed there by Kian Otley, traveling too quickly to Akshaya Prasad there at that mid-off position, and there's absolutely no way they could have gotten a run there. But what a wonderful cricket pitch we witnessed here at the Queen's Park over Ruskin. If you're willing to bend your back, there is something for the fast bowlers. If you can spin the ball as well, there is something on offer. And if you're willing to...
This time he flicks it away, cuts it over the inner ring, and that's going to run into the deep square leg boundary for 4 runs. Just forward of square, he went with it and picked up 4 runs.
So Romario Shepherd just guilty of going onto the pads there of Kian Otley, just flicking that over that square leg position, and it goes into the boundary. So Kian Otley has been very prolific during this CG Super 50 tournament, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would want him to continue in that rich vein of form, Ruskin.
Well, he's forced an adjustment in the field because they've now pushed the man at point back and they put the man at square leg back, so they have both on either side. And this time he's gone with him again. That's 6 runs. He's picked him up beautifully and just deposited him over fine leg for a 6.
So strain on the legs of Kian Otley, and what a wonderful strike that was indeed. Just pivoted inside his wicket there and helping that ball over that fine leg position for a maximum.
And that forced another change, because immediately the captain says he doesn't want him bowling on the legs at all. And he's brought back the third man, and he's brought the man at deep square leg back into the ring, just to the right of the umpire.
So clearly he's asking him to bowl a much tighter line now, Ruskin, that off-stump line.
And he's gone around the wicket. And this time he's down the leg side. He missed out there again, Kian Otley, because with the man at fine leg up and the man from deep square leg now back in the circle, that would have been a gift for him. If he had made any kind of solid contact, probably would have picked up another boundary.
Yeah, so Romario Shepherd just straying a bit in this over, just losing his reader a bit here. But Kian Otley cashing in on any opportunity that was presented to him. But he's moved on quickly to 11 from 10 balls.
And the fine leg is now back on the fence. This time he's pushing it hard down to mid-off, and the Prasad again runs across, and he can't get a run. It's too well timed for him to try to sneak a run. It's the end of over number 3. At the end of it, it's 13 now without loss.
So Romario Shepherd's over going for 13 in this over. And Trinidad and Tobago back in the hunt here in terms of maintaining that run rate that's required, which is hovering just about that 4 run mark.
Well, they obviously have a plan, and they know what the situation is. I'm sure David would have spoken to them about the requirements and how to go about it, but you have to bear in mind, keep in the back of your head the Duckworth-Lewis scenario, and you try to score quickly without taking risk. With Shepherd bowling on the pads like that, Otley really helped himself. This time he's on the back foot and trying to slam it past the bowler there, Django, but not able to get it through. Quicker delivery. This time he's going to get the single as he just pushes it there very competently, plays it with the full face of the bat.
So Amir Django just punching that ball down to a long off and ensuring that they keep the rotation of the strike. And it's very important that also, Ruskin, that both these batters, they have the opportunity to cash in in the batting power play where only 2 fielders are allowed outside that 30-yard circle as well. So I'm sure they will be looking, to try and access acreage of space that's available as well.
Turned away on the onside, but he can't get it through. And again, good anticipation there from Shepherd. Sprinting to his left at mid-wicket. Again, he's on the front foot. The line is pretty good from Sinclair.
And what Sinclair has done really well during the early exchanges here, he's asking the likes of Amir Django to play at least at every delivery.
Here he is again, bang on target, and the batsmen are just pushing it, not really trying to aggressively go after it. This time a little bit shorter, but again, they can't get it through. It's the end of another over. Quick one bowl again by him, so it's 14 now without loss.
So after over number 4, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force replying to Guyana Harpy Eagles score of 182 all out in the 45th over. They are 14 without loss. Kian Otley is on 11 from 15 deliveries, and Ami Django playing his first game for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the CG50 over tournament. He's on 2.
So again, that forced another change here quickly. After that over from Romario Shepherd that went for 13, Leon Johnson has decided that he will change proceedings here and has decided that he will try somebody else. So he's decided on this occasion that that is too expensive, so Pestano looks like he's the one who is coming into action here.
So the skipper of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Leon Johnson, he will want to ensure that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force doesn't get away to a fly as well, because they're defending a par score here at the Queen's Park over 182. And if these two were to really get a runaway start during the batting power play, it could really set the game up nicely for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
And of course it's going to be Django who is going to have his first look at Pestano. And again he's hitting it back down the wicket. I thought it was short enough, but I figure as a batsman now facing a bowler for the first time, you're almost inclined to want to play him in the V. But that ball was short enough that if he was really intent on going after him, he had enough swinging room. He probably could have even helped himself, because like you said, there are no fielders out in the deep. There's just a fine leg and a third man. And this time he was just walking across and watching it go by outside the off stump.
So Ami Django, he will want to try and break his wrist when playing those defensive prods as well to Ruskin, so that he could just get that ball trickling either on the off or on side and keep the rotation of the strike. At this stage, I'm sure he's still doing that assessment that's required in terms of the pace of the pitch and also how consistent the bounce is.
It's hard straight to the field and he's out. And this time he tried to go after him and he just didn't get the elevation that was required, and he really presented a simple catch to Prasad down there at mid-on, and he took a good catch over his left shoulder. And that is the end of Amir Django for 2. It's 14 for 1.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles making an immediate impact here, getting rid of the dangerous Amir Django for 2. Trying to loft that ball over the mid-on fielder, but only succeeded in finding Akshaya Prasad, who took an excellent catch, moving smartly to his left. And Amir Django has to go back to the shed for 2, but that will bring the likes of the very experienced campaigner in Jason Mohammed.
Mohammed has had he's been consistent with his starts. He's had some decent starts, I don't think he has been required just yet to really put his head down and produce, but I think today might be a good day for him to spend some additional time at the crease and maybe see Trinidad and Tobago, if not home, but close to this total, and just to keep the runs flowing, and chip away at the 182.
Jason Mohammed, the leading run scorer in the
Red Force team.
In the Red Force team last year, with 382 runs. So he will want to, in this game, definitely put his hands up and try and usher his team as close as possible to take them over the line, Ruskin.
Yeah, it's part of the requirement for the experienced batters to take control of the game and lead the way for the rest of the squad. It's also incumbent on the players who are in the middle to do their best to see the team home. Once they get the opportunity, they kind of stick in there and try to produce it. Don't leave it for anybody else. He's cutting at one that bounces down and stopped cleanly by Sinclair at slip.
So Pestano short and wide, inviting that signature cut shot from Jason Mohammed, only succeeding in getting that on the edge, but excellent feeling from Sinclair at that second slip position. Had that passed him, it possibly could have gone into the boundary.
This time he's edging it, but it drops well short of Leon Johnson at slip. Also well short of the wicketkeeper Bramble.
So is it a case, Rusking, where the pitchers lose a quite amount of zip and the ball is not carrying to those slip fielders? Possibly they may think about maybe just taking a step up.
They could, but I think on that, it depends on who is bowling, because maybe it's just the lack of pace from Pestano compared to what Romario Shepherd was doing. So they're still trying to make an adjustment here. They're going for a third slip, and they're bringing the man from square leg to the offside. So they're going with two slips on a gully, is it? Yep, they're doing two slips on a gully, and they're going with the third man, a man at backward point, an extra cover, and a mid-on and a fine leg. This time he's turning it through square leg, just where the fielder was removed from, and they're going to come back for a comfortable second run. So Mohammed is off the mark. It's almost as if you do X, I'll do Y, and he gets off the mark comfortably at the end of over number 5, 16 for what it is, with Utley on 11 and Mohammed on 2.
So Pestano will be a disappointed campaigner. They haven't made the adjustment to get that extra fielder on the offside going into the legs of Jason Mohammed. He just played it neatly through that forward of square position and helped himself to 2 runs. So I say a pleasant good afternoon to Mr. John Ramsing, who has joined us here.
Good afternoon, Anil. Good afternoon once again to all of our viewers. Pestano coming into the attack and getting a wicket very early for himself and team. That's now 5 wickets for Clinton Pestano this year. Each match that he has played, he's picked up 1 wicket.
So not the best returns, but at least he's in the wickets column, and it states clearly that with Pestano in your team, you've got that wicket taking option as a bowler. You have someone who could pry out wickets whenever given the ball.
Sinclair did not bowl in the last game against the Volcanoes, but picked up 2 wickets in a previous match against the CCC.
So Kevin Sinclair continues to bowl into the pads of these left-handers, possibly just trying to spin that ball away from them.
Utley, who took a 6 and a 4 off Shepherd, hit him out of the attack, is still there. Just seen the fall of Amir Django, playing his first game of this season, caught by Savory of the bowling of Pestano. Just 2.
So Jason Mohammed comes in to strike for the first time to face Kevin Sinclair.
Loads and loads of experience, Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, and being one of the leading run scorers in last year's edition, John, you know, a lot of responsibility is on Jason Mohammed to take his team here to victory at the Queen's Park Oval.
Oh, beaten outside the off stump, was shaping to drive.
Yeah, flirting with danger is Jason Mohammed. Not getting that left leg out to the pitch of the delivery.
Pace off, a nice flight as well from Sinclair.
So at this stage of the innings, the ball is just sliding on the Queen's Park Oval pitch. It's not spinning just yet, but it's more sliding onto the batters. So we got to keep our eye on what's the required run rate is in terms of the first 20 overs, where Dockwood Lewis is going to come into play as well, John.
But the weather seems to be improving a little bit. Still overcast, but a little bit of sunshine as well. Lots of sunshine when the Guyana Harpy Eagles are finishing off their innings.
So Jason Mohammed, a very pugnacious player as well. Plays with very deft touch, but he could also clear the boundary as well. So a lot is going to be dependent on Jason Mohammed during this run chase here for TNT Red Force.
Big appeal.
But clearly been strike outside the line of the off stump. But he's got to be careful when not playing a shot and padding up to deliveries.
Jason Mohammed with international experience, 36 one-day internationals, 90 20s. So he's been known for his white ball qualities. Now into his 8th and 9th. Though he actually played 88 first class matches, now into 116 list day matches. 21 half centuries and 6 centuries. Very productive at this level.
And if my memory serves me right, John, Jason Mohammed was an integral part of the Guyana Amazon Warriors as well for a couple of seasons.
Yes, he did play for the Amazon Warriors. Represented the franchise very well. He's not on strike, it's going to be Utley. As Pestano starts his second over.
So Pestano just trying to get as much as he can with this new ball, John, in terms of looking for swing, you know, in the early stages of this innings. Whatever is present, you know, he's pitching up the ball and allowing the ball the opportunity if there is any available swing on offer that he could capitalize on.
Yeah, nice cooling breeze as well here at the Queen's Park Oval. So the fast bowlers will be looking for an extended spell. 2 slips going down. Just 2 wide of the mark. Jason Mohammed, 23 against CCC, 24 against Guyana Harpy Eagles, 20 against the Volcanoes, and 23 not out against CCC. So yet to get out of the 20s in this series.
So he has been getting some starts, but today I think the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, they will want him, you know, to possibly get beyond 50 runs.
Nicely driven down towards extra cover, but nicely knocked down as well by Savory.
So this guy, he's an energizer. If he's batting, he's full of energy, and you look at him just throw his frame there and hold that ball in. Excellent feeling. But what was even more impressive, he was able to recover so quickly that, you know, he still had a chance of trying to get Jason Mohammed run out.
Yeah, that's the energy of Kemal Savory. Has a good support network as well, Savory. Fluent cover drive. Akshay Prasad knocks it down this time. Good feeling mid-on, mid-off. Good
And
work. The fresh legs in the Guyana Harpy Eagles camp today.
Yeah, and it really does, you know, encourage the bowlers as well. Even though they go full and they've been driven, they give themselves the assurance that the guys who are responsible for cutting off those balls, they're doing a wonderful job indeed. And with just 6 overs bowl, they have already saved possibly 5 runs from the total.
Nice shape from that delivery from Pestano. I was telling you about Kemal Savory. He plays for Essequibo in the inter-county tournament. His brother, Ryan Savory, played youth cricket a long time ago in the 90s. He was playing for Everest. He has another brother, Gavin. Gavin has been the one that's pushing Kemal a whole lot into his cricket. Give him a lot of support otherwise as well. His mom, his wife and child has been pretty much all over he goes to play cricket locally. That's the end of 7 overs, 20 for 1.
So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just not maintaining that required run rate at this stage, but it's just early stages in the innings thus far, and both Kian Otley and Jason Mohammed, they would have done their assessment as to how as a team they want to get to this total, John. So I'm sure there's a plan in place. They will also be looking, the think tank of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they will also be taking into consideration in the event that they need to change gears to get to that Duckwood pass score. They will also have that in their planning as well.
Do remember we need to get in 20 overs to constitute a match. 7 gone already, and there's going to be a change of bowling from the northern end.
It's unfortunate that in the last encounter against the CCC, only 18.5 overs it was played in the second innings, and thus that game resulted in a no result.
For a game that ended in a no result with lots of attention and lots of headlines, lots of meat in the story as well. When you look at the daily newspapers, it was a big game.
It was indeed. But we all have our own opinions, John, and I'm sure the powers that be, who are the umpires, they would have done what was within the remit of themselves to carry out, the game.
So it's going to be Sherfin Rutherford who's going to pick up the attack. He's replaced Kevin Sinclair. One slip in play now.
So skipper Leon Johnson getting his 6th bowling option, into the mix as early as into the 8th over. So I'm sure the likes of Kevin Sinclair, he will want Sinclair keep it back a bit, to bowl to those left-handers who are very prominent in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
In the air, over the field at backward point. And the substitute fielder sweeping will come off the boundary.
So that delivery just taking off from a length there, hitting the shoulder of the bat and just spooling over that fielder at backward point. But the score goes up by 1.
That is exactly what Rutherford will do. Hit the deck hard. Picked up a career best 3 for 25 in the last match against the Volcanoes. That really helped to restrict the Volcanoes to 129, looking to get a target of 191. We saw last night in that game in Antigua as well, Jamaica set a small target against Barbados, got there eventually on a pitch that was difficult for batting.
Yeah, and with the weather conditions being as it is, sometimes the ground staff, is very apprehensive in terms of how much water they put into the surface as well, John, because you don't want to put a certain amount of water and then you realize that the game cannot start in the next morning. So it's really, a catch-22 situation as to how much water is put into the surface.
So we mentioned the substitute fielder in Quinton Sampson. We're yet to see him in the starting 11 this season, but he's very much a pugnacious batsman who bowls a little bit of medium doublers. So perhaps one of the Milora slots can go to him if they're looking to make some adjustments moving forward, the Harpy Eagles. Short ball and almost chopped on. That's the pace of the wicket now. But also the bowling of Rutherford, who tend to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, that ball just seems to come on a bit quicker than Jason Mohammed had anticipated. Just beaten a bit there by the pace of that delivery. So Shufin Rutherford mixing up his pace really nicely here.
That's his first over coming to an end. Shufin Rutherford at the end of 8. The Red Force looking to get 183 to win. 21 for 1.
So a very sedate start from the Trinidad and Tobago batters. Not playing aggressively at this stage. Kian Otley and Jason Mohammed, they will continue to assess, and as the need be, they will be setting themselves the targets that's required to take their team to victory. A victory here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, John, will put them into that second position, will really keep them in that second position.
Do you remember Kian Otley has international experience? He played for the West Indies against Bangladesh early last year. And those two one-day nationals one-day internationals, you can really forget about it unless you're really zeroing in on his stats. He's been around a long time, Otley. 4 half centuries at this level. 99 is highest.
And I must say to you, John, that when he was selected for the West Indies team, you know, a lot of people was very, very surprised indeed.
Pestano starts a new over. And he bowls a short rising delivery to Otley. Otley, who started this tournament with 65 against the CCC in a match-winning innings, got 49 against the Harpy Eagles, 36 against the Volcanoes, and 43 in the last game, not out. He's been among the runs, getting starts.
Yeah, he has been very prolific and he's been very consistent as well.
Tucked away, gone for 1. They'll be looking for the second. Good quick feeling again from Savory. Limits them to just a single. So not being able to free their arms just yet.
So Pestano just going into the pads of Kian Otley there. He was just able to work that ball into acres of space on the leg side. Possibly more aggressive running could have resulted in that extra run. I just felt that at an early stage that they decided it's going to be only one. Jason Mohammed showing a great deal of concentration there when playing that forward defense, getting everything in line there, showing the maker's bat name to the fielders there.
Oh, good feeling again. This time Tevin Imlach. The ball was travelling, was hit hard and into the ground. Could have easily gone over his head. He stuck with both hands and got it there.
So excellent support from for the bowlers as well, from the likes of Savory and Tevin Imlach. You know, you could see the energy levels of both these young men that they bring to this Guyana Harpy Eagles setup.
No time in there from Mohammed, hitting it hard into the ground. So I was talking about the support system for Savory. Quinton Sampson, who's also from Essequibo, they formed themselves really into a very good unit, the Essequibo side, with Anthony Adams, the captain, Ricardo Adams, who played first list day cricket, and then Kimo Paul, the international star, just to name a few. And they're well supported by a company called VNet Communications, holding them together where Keeper Paul is the brand ambassador for that company. And VNet Communications, led by Safra Sherifuddin, has been really doing a good job, not only supporting the guys, but supporting cricket generally in Wakenham and in the wider Essequibo County. 9 gone, 22 for 1.
And it's great to see that, the corporate entities, in Guyana, extending themselves, to ensure that the growth of the game is continued at the grassroots level. John. So TNT Red Force being pinned back again, at this stage here. Excellent bowling from both Pestano and Shufin Rutherford. At this time, Kian Otley and they have not really been able to really muster the ball around.
The last 3 overs, just single each in those overs. 2 from Pestano and 1 from Rutherford.
And it's important that the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, chasing a target of 183 for victory, do not become ultra defensive in their pursuit of that target, because sometimes these targets could be, very challenging. So Rutherford taking the pace of the ball.
Yes, in a short while, second match of the zone will begin, with the Windward Islands Volcanoes taking on the combined campuses and colleges at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And as soon as we mention that, Ruskin is quick to say CCC won the toss and will bat first.
So the CCC, they will want to continue.
Oh, they're bowling.
So the CCC unit, led by Dinesh Ramden.
In the air, in the gap as well. Otley will get some runs. Chases on for Motie. Just gonna lose the race there. It was one of those situations where he wanted to dive, but then the sand was there and eventually allowed it to go in just ahead of him. But 4 good looking runs to Otley. Was in the air a little bit, but also in the gap.
Yeah, so welcome boundary there for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, going up and over extra cover for a boundary. So Kian Otley trying to break the shackles here at the Queen's Park Oval. Gets nicely into line here and plays it out to extra cover.
Remember, over in Group B, the Leeward Islands are leading that group with 10 points from 3 matches. Jamaica and Barbados, they've played 4 matches, with Jamaica slightly ahead on 8 points. Barbados in 3rd position, 6 points, and West Indies Academy 4 points. Runs again for the Red Force down towards mid-wicket. The fielder from all having to run a long way from mid-wicket towards a wide long on.
Yeah, so Puman had to move about 30 meters there to hold that ball in. But in the meantime, Kian Otley helped himself to a double, to 2 runs. That takes the score on to 29 for 1. And we just away, 1 delivery away from the end of the batting power play.
Wide of the mark, umpire Chris Taylor says over, and that's the end of 10, 29 for 1. Seven runs coming from over number 10. Other than that, we had 13 runs in the 3rd over. Since then, we haven't seen Romario Shepherd. It was taken to the cleaners marginally, but in the context of the game, it was very expensive. Target is 183 from 50 overs at a rate of 3.66. So, ask of under 4 runs should not give too much of headaches to the Red Force. But they've lost the early wicket of Amir Django just for 2. So partnership is building here now. 15 runs to the value so far between Otley and Mohammed. Let's welcome back Ruskin Mark.
We see Pestano getting ready to continue. He has a wicket to his name already. And so I'm sure he'll be thinking in terms of Maybe picking up a couple more today. 29 for 1.
Seems as if Jason Mohammed has had that pad for a long time. Cut away but straight to backward point, and Imlach collects. If you look at the monitor, you'll see Jason Mohammed's pad look worn and old. Maybe it's lucky pads there, Ruskin.
Well, you know, some batsmen are that, you know, very superstitious. You know, they don't like to change their gear too much, and I'm sure he might give it a little spray paint later or something. And but it's probably his comfort more than anything else.
Mohammed has been playing since January 2007 at this level. I wonder if he had that pad since then. Very nice guy from the Barrackpore area.
Well, you know that you know what we call sailor mass in Trinidad and Tobago, right? So there's this one band that I'm associated with called Trinidad All Stars. Guys play sailor mass for 20 years, same outfit.
It's like saying if it's not broken, why change it?
You play mass Carnival Tuesday, powder everything. You put it to you take it to the dry cleaners Ash Wednesday, and then you just hang it up and you wait for the next, and then you wait for the next year. You know, and you wait for the next year. And what you might do, the only addition you might make to that is you might add a stripe or something, so you go up in rank or something.
Flicked away nicely, runs from Mohammed. Red Frost can very well get a boundary here. Pamal giving chase, going to put it up just in front of the ropes. Mohammed has time for 2.
And again, it's like lazy running. You know, there's no aggression in the run. So he clipped it and he said, okay, fine, 2 runs and that's it. Whereas what we saw from Savoy and Lima, and they were basically running the Trinidad and Tobago fielders into the ground because they were putting so much pressure on them with their running between the wickets.
Oh, you're on the edge. I got a message for you, Ruskin. Someone who saw you play at least one first-class match. They said they thought was your only one. But some research said you played 11 first-class for Trinidad and Tobago. So Mr. Reds Pereira saying hello to you.
Oh, Joseph Reds Pereira. Hope he's doing well. I haven't seen him for a while, but I've heard him in the past. And I've done a lot of work with Reds, both at home and abroad. In other sports too, netball, other disciplines. I know he's a big track and field person also. And so he's pretty much on top of sporting action around the region.
So that's the end of 11 overs. Just 2 runs from it. 31 for 1.
And again, this is kind of like how it is. I'm sure Jason Mohammed, as experienced as he is probably telling Keon Otley, at some point we're going to have to probably just change gears, but you don't want to give the Eagles any opportunity to kind of feel that they're on top of you for any length of time. So you kind of gradually pull things back. If you do a quick comparison, after 11 overs, the Harpy Eagles were 42 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago now 31 for 1. So they right now they're behind the pace, but I'm sure Jason, with his experience, is probably saying, you know, the wicket doesn't have any too much terrors in it. We just have to spend time here, and pretty soon things will become easier.
We also need to spare a thought, because they may be looking at the Duckworth-Lewis calculation as well. Beautiful cover drive. Runs for Utley. Chases on. Sinclair will come second.
That's
Beautiful flowing cover drive. 4
good-looking runs, as they say. From the moment it left the bat, it was deserving of a boundary, and that's exactly what it got. Rutherford was a little bit wide on that occasion, asking him to come out there, but he did. But he played it so much better than the ones he played earlier. Remember, he had one uppishly that went for 4. This time he hit it along the ground.
With his natural angle as well, he's going to push it a bit further. So you need to start it much straighter to the left-handed Utley. Utley is in some form without getting a really big score. 65 not out is his best so far. Another exquisite drive. Motie is at long off. He does
Again,
well.
this was a little bit closer to him this time, so he played it with a straight bat and placed it well. At least he guaranteed that he was going to get at least a run out of it. But it's good, sensible batting on his part. It's not like he wants to get a rush of blood and try to hit everything that Rutherford saves. Rutherford is the type of bowler that could, bait you into trying to do, strange things. You feel that you could just get after him, but he does come off the wicket with a little zip. Plus, he takes off a lot of pace.
This one is short and pulled away by Jason Mohammed, heading towards mid-wicket fence. This time Sinclair collects, but just too short this time. Previously short and wide.
And again, the running isn't like any real urgency. They just jog 2 runs, as if they had settled for 2 runs all along. And when you think back to the last game, they lost by 3 runs. I'm sure they would have been kicking themselves.
Not a short one. A little bit more power this time. Sinclair diving stop.
Might have hurt himself.
Yes, looking very much uncomfortable there. Kevin Sinclair. You can see as well when he was diving, a lot of dirt came up behind him.
We saw one with Shannon Gabriel earlier, and that went for 4 runs. But he just as he was about to pick it up, it just seemed to dribble. He slipped and the ball just dribbled onto the fence, onto the rope. This time Sinclair stopped the ball, but in doing so, you can see the long skid marks there, and he stayed down ever since.
Calling for Angelica Holder, the physio, to come have a look at Kevin Sinclair. Meantime, substitute Quinton Sampson is going to take the field right in that position he was at straight mid-wicket where the injury took place. 40 for loss of 1. Steadying the ship after losing the first wicket at 14. Amir Django in his first game, caught by Savory at mid-on of Pestano. And we've seen the top order really doing well in this series generally. We saw last night, like I was mentioning to Anil, that game Barbados against Jamaica in Antigua. After steadying the ship nicely, Jamaica had a little bit of a collapse in the middle, and then eventually they got there. Making Group B very much open.
What is the situation with Rutherford?
Yeah, Rutherford is out of the attack suddenly.
There's only 4 balls bowled in the over.
And now we're seeing Akshay Prasad picking up the ball. I saw Rutherford walking off, but I thought he was going to get a drink of or something.
Yeah, like he walked straight off.
So Quinton Sampson is going to be on the field for Kevin Sinclair, who's now getting some attention from the physio. Rutherford has left the field, and the bowler is going to be Akshay Prasad, is going to complete the over for him. Not sure about that one there, Ruskin. He was prepared to bowl again, and then Sinclair went down, but suddenly he just left the field. Picked up a career best 3 for 25 in the last game, bowled 8 overs. He looked fit, did not contribute to the bat today, Rutherford.
And he didn't seem to be bothered when he was bowling, and I don't know if again, because the ground is so, there is a little give on certain parts of the field, so players might just be feeling it in the groin region. So Prasad,
he will steady left arm orthodox. Just 2 deliveries you'll have to bowl. Well, that's one, a very good one so far. Quite a defensive field set for him. Bad bounce there for Imlach, and allows the single. Cover is in the position to do the tidying, and that's the end of 12 overs. looking to get 183 to win the Red Force after 12, 41 for 1.
And they do another comparison, is 48 for 1. The Guyana Harpy Eagles were at a similar stage, and that's when the pair of Imlach and Savory were beginning to kick in and start their thing, start their wonderful 59-run partnership. So it's going to be interesting to see now how with Motie coming into the attack, how somebody like Jason Mohammed will treat with him. His experience against the exuberance of youth, but he does have some experience himself, Motie, having been elevated to West Indies duties. You grow up real fast when you play international cricket.
So one substitute is off the field in Niall Smith. Sinclair is back on the field. Sampson is going to remain because Rutherford is still off the field. What a chase we had this morning. Pakistan against New Zealand.
They made it look easy, man.
It's all about that start. The openers were struggling previously. Came to the party in a big way this morning. Tomorrow it's going to be India against England. Motie starts on the leg stump line. Not taken by Bramble as well. Rushed the pad on its way, leg by signal by umpire Jacqueline Williams. We can very well see an India-Pakistan final if India get past England tomorrow morning.
And I think that is kind of like the preferred final, because there's so much history there, you know, and so much rivalry that it probably would be fitting for that to happen. That may not happen in India or in Pakistan, but it could happen in Australia.
Pretty much what we see in terms of rivalry on the field between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. At all levels, it seemed to be a ding-dong battle.
It's the way it should be. You know, you think of those rivalries, Jamaica, Guyana, Barbados, Trinidad, you know, it's been historically, it's always been there. And, you know, it's more of the same.
Motie just keeping it tight at the moment. It's been among the wickets this season for the Harpy Eagles, along with Shepherd and Pamal. Back up the track, and he gets his man very early. Brought into the attack to break the partnership, and the partnership of 28 is broken. Keon Utley offering a simple return catch to Gurukesh Motie in his very first over. Utley gone for 27 in over number 13. The Red Force 42 for 2.
Again, and a really simple cricket. He was putting no pace on the ball at all, and there's Utley trying to reach out to it, but he's not really chipping into it. He's just stretching and trying to reach there, and by the time he played the ball, the bat was so far in front of him that he couldn't really impart any kind of power at all onto it, and in the end he just spooned a simple return catch for the bowler. In fact, the bowler might have been very surprised that it came back to him so softly in the end. But that's the end of, again, Keon Utley, and another start for him. He's just been stuck in the 20s. You know, he hasn't really been able to get out of the 20s much.
In fact, it was Mohammed who was stuck in the 20s. Utley got 65, 49, 36, 43. Now gone for 27. Still some batting, lots of batting for Red Force.
Yeah, but here's the worrying thing though. Somebody like a Darren Bravo, who himself has been very slow. Now he can score quickly, but I'm not sure what his mindset is. Sometimes he just seems to get into that mood where he's ultra defensive and he waits for maybe the batter at the other end to carry the bulk of the workload. But I think here today he probably needs to at least be a little more aggressive, because Jason Mohammed is the type of batsman that will be the sheet anchor for you, and everybody else can play around him. You don't need two batters doing the same job at this stage, because you have a game to try to win here, and there must be a plan as to how you're going to get the runs.
He got 7-1 against the Harpy Eagles down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. His best score in this tournament so far. 33 years old. Very elegant.
You can see him getting everything behind the line of that one. Just waiting on the ball. The ball isn't spinning very much, so he has to wait on it. And I think that is what accounted for Utley. He was trying to play at a ball that really wasn't there.
Successful over for Motie and the Harpy Eagles coming to an end. 13 gone, 42 for 2.
Another good over and a successful one at that for the Harpy Eagles. And the Guyanese outfit certainly liking their chances right now. The challenge for them is to keep the pressure on. You can't release the pressure at all because your total isn't that big a total. So you have to be constantly on the go, and I think the captain has to monitor that as much as possible and not allow any one batsman to just come and kind of take the game away from you, because all it takes is one or two big overs and the whole mindset changes from one team to the next.
But he got 7-1 against the Harpy Eagles. He was 6th out with a score on 250 with just 20 runs required for victory.
And they lost by 3 runs.
And they lost by 3. He was well set on 71. 4 fours and 2 sixes from 88 deliveries. And he allowed the low order to come out. And Akil Hussain. Narine was there going on 30. But just could not carry it home for his team. He has an opportunity again. They're chasing again the Red Force.
Shepherd is back.
Starts with a loose, wide delivery. But just a single from Jason Mohammed. He's just contented. Rotating the strike, picking up ones. When you think about it, there's not much more to do really. It's a far way to go. The required run rate is under 4 runs and over still. You don't want to lose wickets because that Duckworth-Lewis asking rate will climb with every wicket that goes down. Yet to get to that 20 over mark, which constitutes a match in the 50 overs arena. Lots of time, Ruskin. 50 overs.
And I think they have to play the game like they're going to bat the full 50 overs. They can't worry too much about the Duckworth-Lewis. You basically play the situation that you have in front of you.
Bravo's off the mark. You get at least 2. Sampson still on the field. Rutherford still off the field.
And that's good cricket because he placed it into the gap. He didn't try to hit it too hard, and he placed it a long way away from the man at fine leg who had some work to do in order to get to the ball and give himself, Bravo, enough time to go back for a second run. And that's kind of like what is required here now, the rotation of strike, and that's the turning over of the scoreboard.
Shepherd taken out of the attack after 2 overs. That went for some 13 runs. First over was a maiden, second 13 runs. 4 to 6 was scored by Utley. This time he's coming from the northern end of the ground. With his angle, the natural delivery will be bowling into Bravo, the left-hander. Will take it away from Jason Mohammed. Looks a bit more comfortable at this end, Ruskin.
Yes, and he's not rushing. He's just taking his time and I suppose clearing his thoughts, setting in his mind what it is he wants to do, how he's going to approach Bravo. I think he knows that he can't overpitch to Bravo because Bravo will drive at him. Or maybe that is what he wants him to do. Maybe just push it a little wider and see if we get him to chase one. Because they must be thinking of how you're going to get wickets here. Even though you're trying to limit scoring, you would like to pick up a couple wickets because You know, like I said, what's one or two big overs and everything changes.
Captain Nicholas Puran still to come. Carriah, Akil Hussain, Terence Heinz, Jad Gooley.
Sunil Narine.
Oh yes.
And this is the thing. Now, in the early going, you could understand this from Bravo, but those are deliveries that he could just open the face of, square the wicket on the offside, and maybe pinch a single or something like that. At the end of the over, 14 going is 45 for 2. But that's kind of like how you keep the scoreboard ticking over, and you just keep chipping away. By the time you look up, the score is close to 100 or that. But if you just keep pushing the ball back along the wicket with a full face all the time, those are scoring opportunities that you're denying yourself and your team. And it just builds pressure on the batsman at the other end, because now he feels he has to do all the scoring.
So Kulkesh Motie is going to continue. Wicket already in his first over. Wicket maiden. Got the important scalp of Otley in the last over. Swept away. Feel well set for that shot. So if you're now joining us, this is match 16 of the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. It's match 9 in Zone A and match number 5 at the Queen's Park Oval. Cut away nicely. Coming back for the second, a slight misfield.
But
Sinclair.
they can't take advantage. They can't take advantage because the mindset was never for a third run. They had already settled on 2, and both batsmen literally just kind of cut off. It was just 2. So even though he bobbled the ball and was very nonchalant in retrieving it, because he might still be a little bit injured and he didn't want to probably do too much, they still couldn't take advantage.
That's Sinclair on the cover boundary. No single easily taken. The Guyana Harpy Eagles were sent in this morning by the Red Force captain Nicholas Puran. 182 all out in 45.2 overs. Top score 56 for Mario Shepherd, 39 Kulkesh Motie, career best from him. Tucked off the hips, gone for 1, and again we'll get a comfortable 2. The ball goes down towards Sinclair. Kemal Savory in his first game got 32, Tevin Imlach 34. No other batter got into double figures. Akil Hussain 2 for 52, Gabriel 2 for 25, 1 each for Terence Heinz, 1 for 32, and Jad Gooley 1 for 2. But Carriah, impressive, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 30. Pick up the bowlers for the Red Force.
50 on the board, 50 for 2 now.
Red Force 50 coming up in the 15th over. Without taking too many risks in this over. Tejan Chandapal went to Australia with the test side, so that was an enforced change. And this morning, at the last moment, Shimon Hetmeyer pulling out of the team because of not feeling well. Kemal Savory and Akshaya Prasad were then brought into the 11. 15 overs gone in the run chase. It's now 51 for the loss, 52 in fact, for the loss of 2.
And again, it's a very 7 runs came off that last over. That's one of the most productive ones in a while, and so they've not been really set in the place of fire just yet, Trinidad and Tobago. But Bravo is still new at the crease. This moment has been there for quite a while. His 16 has come off 35 deliveries. Bravo has 5 from 9. Sunil is back with us, and Sunil 52 for 2. They're still behind where Guyana was at a similar stage. After 15 overs, Guyana was 63 for 2, so they're basically 11 runs adrift, but the same amount of wickets.
Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago batter is trying to gain the ascendancy here at the Queen's Park Oval. The last over has been very productive for them, but again, we'd love to see a bit more aggression where the running is concerned.
Beautifully driven through extra cover for 4. The man at short cover could only look at it, and the man at mid-off, similar thing, and all he's doing is jogging purely to retrieve it.
So lovely extra cover try from Jason Mohammed. It's just extending that left leg, went onto that delivery, and it had 4 written all over it from the moment it left the bat, Ruskin.
A pretty good shot from Jason Mohammed. That's vintage Jason Mohammed, as he is noted for his driving and his cutting ability. Does pull the ball fairly well also. And Mohammed, rather, Shepherd with a good comeback delivery there, bang on target, not giving him too much room to work with or to free his arms. And fast bowling is hard work, and he would have to understand that, you know, you get hit for a 4, you now have to sort of counter punch, if you know what I mean. Pitching up again, and this time it's a little bit straighter from Jason Mohammed. Not really getting it into the gap, but he again timing it sweetly.
So nice flowing off drive from Jason Mohammed. Romario Shepherd trying to change his pace a bit here.
Again, you could see him touching down just on that off stump, which is a good start. That's a good starting point. And, you know, then he could try to move it off the seam or just have it to hold its own from that position.
But what makes the scoring easy, a bit easy, Rusking, is when the batters are able to get that boundary of the first ball of the over. Then you could possibly just try and mill a couple more deliveries and you bang on target with your RPU. That's required.
Yep, he just has the one slip from Mario Shepherd, and he has a nice spread, a third man and a man at cover point on the onside this time. It's turned away nicely, and another single to Jason Mohammed. Mario Shepherd had his hand in the air as if he thought he had broken through, but the ball came off the middle of the bat and picked up an easy single.
Yeah, so for a moment, Romario Shepherd thought he had gone through the defense of Jason Mohammed. Jason Mohammed was just playing with a nice straight bat into that mid-wicket region where he was able to rotate the strike. That takes the score on to 57 for 2 in the 15th over.
Now this is the two most experienced batsmen in the Trinidad Tobago camp here together. And again, Bravo comfortably in behind it, but I'd really like to see him use the bowler's pace to maybe just run a ball like that down to third man or square the wicket in the offside and help himself to an easy single, because playing it like that, you basically robbing yourself of a scoring option. It's 57 for 2 after 16.
So it's going to be a break, and we will also take a break after 16 overs. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing Guyana's Harpy Eagles total of 182. TNT Red Force, after 16 overs, they are 57 for 2. Darren Bravo, new to the crease, is on 5, and the evergreen Jason Mohammed, he's on 20.
As we were saying just now, look at how long both of these men have been playing for Trinidad and Tobago. They've both played for the West Indies. They've scored heavily in regional cricket. So a game like this is tailor-made for them. And in fact, it requires what they have, which is experience on how to kind of bring your team out of a difficult situation. So I think they just need to kind of talk to each other and set plans, set simple goals among themselves or between the two of them, and then just execute. I'm going to hold my end, so you do your thing at that end. Maybe we'll, if they say 4 runs and over is the asking. Trinidad and Tobago needs 126 runs. They have 204 balls to get those runs, so they're under no real pressure.
But what you
They
don't
just
want
have to just keep playing, but stay bat long, and sort of bat Guyana out of the. So the next time they get a wicket must be with 20 runs to go, if at all, you know what I mean? But you must bat them out of consideration. So long before you even cross the line, they must know that the game is over.
Yeah, bat them totally out of the contest. But just bringing you up to speed with the match summary of today's game. Guyana Harpy Eagles losing the toss and being asked to bat by the TNT Red Force. Romario Shepherd top scoring for them, scoring 56 from 50 deliveries. Gudakesh Motie batting at that number 10 position, getting 39 from 47 deliveries. Tevin Imlach, how wonderful he had played before he perished in the piece, scoring 34 from 63 deliveries. And Kevin Savory batted really assuring at the top of the innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, scoring 32 from 44 deliveries. Bowling for Trinidad Tobago Red Force, Yannick Carriah, what a wonderful turnout he's had today, with 3 for 30 from 10 overs. Shannon Gabriel again continues to show us what he can do at this level, bowling very impressively during his tenure of 7 overs, 2 for 26, and he did indeed bowl a lot of hostile deliveries to the Guyanese batters. Akil Hussein returning figures of 2 for 51 from 10 overs, and Jed Gully, the surprise package for the TNT Red Force bowling lineup, getting 1 for 2 in 1.2 overs. Trinidad and Tobago chasing Red Force chasing a total of 183 for victory after 16 overs. They are placed at 57 for 2, with Kian Otley just recently being dismissed, caught and bowled by Gudakesh Motie, playing a bit too early and just tamely hitting the ball back to Gudakesh Motie, who accepted that catch gleefully. But Darren Bravo has come to the piece out in the middle, and he's with the experienced Jason Mohammed batting on 21.
Yeah, it is. The game is nicely poised at the moment. A wicket or two here, and Guyana could really tighten the grip on proceedings. But a big partnership from these two can just loosen that vice grip that the Guyanese have on the game at the moment. And then try to take care of business from there. But Motie is going to continue.
But surprising, Ruskin, we haven't seen the likes of Versami Purmal, being introduced just yet. And I'm thinking in terms of the matchups with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team having a lot of left-handers in their batting lineup, how detrimental that could be for skipper Leon Johnson, to possibly hold him back later down in the innings.
Well, I'm sure it's a plan he's working to. And that should be a wide. I was just about to say that, because if there was no contact, then it would be considered as a wide. And the umpire eventually agreed with me.
Yeah, so umpire Jacqueline Williams out of Jamaica. Both umpires are from Jamaica.
A little bit of yes, no there again. Bravo not prepared to run quickly. There was a diving effort there, trying to cut it off. But even if he was able to dive and cut it off, there was a single there. If Bravo was prepared to leave immediately on the shot being played, but he just seemed a little bit reluctant to leave his crease, and luckily for him, he had to wait until it passed Imlach, and the batsman eventually went through for the single.
So Imlach patrolling that high traffic area when the right-hander is on strike at that backward point position. Himself and Savory, they've really brought a lot of energy to this team.
And again, a wide outside the off stump this time, a little too wide. Bravo went across, but it was still outside of the blue line. And Bravo picked up a short ball and hit it straight to the man at extra cover there, and he could have hit it on either side of him, and instead he hit it straight to him, and that is the end of Bravo. Court Prestano off the bowling of Motie. He goes for 5. It's 60 for 3.
So Motie again making inroads into this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup, getting rid of Darren Michael Bravo, caught that extra cover of the bowling of Gudakesh Motie. So Trinidad and Tobago now losing their 3rd wicket, chasing a total of 183 for victory. So again, a lot of responsibility on the likes of Jason Mohammed to continue to carry the fight for this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
And again, it was such a careless shot from Bravo. He was on the back foot, making room for himself, and he hit it hard, but he hit it straight. If he had probably hit it on either side of Prestano, he might have gotten away with it. But again, in that position, you want to hit the ball on the ground, hit it hard on the ground. So even if he was in the way, at least you're not out. He might make a stop, or you might get a single or whatever, but you're still there batting. And so it's very careless of him just to, aerially play that shot through the offside there and lost his wicket. That now puts the pressure on the rest of the batters, Nicholas Puran among them.
Yeah, so skipper Nicholas Puran, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, comes out in the middle to do battle.
So they're just trying to make absolutely certain that they have the field well set for Puran.
And this delivery is bang on target.
Yes, so they have a long off, long on, deep cover, and a deep square leg just forward of the umpire. And there's Puran again, slapping one down to that deep cover position for an easy single. So he's off the mark.
Had he left that delivery, Ruskin, he would have gotten a wide. It was so wide, but knowing the player Nicholas Puran is, he loves to feel the ball and bat. But more importantly for Trinidad and Tobago, the score moves up by 1. It takes the score on to 61 for 3. And it brings Jason Mohammed back on strike.
And Mohammed is watchful, and he has to be now because you just lost another wicket. So that kind of alters plans a little bit, unless you get somebody who's going to come to the wicket and just bang, 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 and up the tempo. And because I don't think you want Mohammed to assume that role. He ended the over 61 for 3 at the end of 17.
So Gudakesh Motie getting his 2nd wicket in this over, getting rid of the dangerous Darren Michael Bravo. So at this stage, the game is evenly poised. Skipper Nick Puran and the experienced Jason Mohammed, they have a huge task to bring Trinidad and Tobago within striking distance of that Guyana Harpy's eagle, a total of 182 all out in 45.1 over.
Well, you did ask for Pomal, and he heard you.
So
Versami Permal, he's going to be bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end. And he's going to be bowling to the West Indies captain, Nicholas Puran, as well of the TNT Red Force team. So what's needed now is for both these players to more or less stitch a partnership that could really tilt the balance in the TNT Red Force team.
It doesn't have to be, it could be a runner ball partnership, whatever it is, just keep rotating strike, but you cannot afford to keep losing wickets because it puts so much pressure on the other batsmen coming in. So now Puran has to get a start before he can start to blossom. But we all know how quickly he can score. But again, he has to occupy the crease for an extended period of time, 10 overs, 12 overs, and then see, see where you are at that point, and then you could do another assessment and kick on from there or consolidate from there, whatever is needed.
So I tell you what,
First ball, Puran goes for 6. As Puran was pitching up there, and down the wicket came Puran, and he has made his intentions very clear, and just hit it over the head of the man at long on, and it went for 6. It was a long way over his head, but it was directly over his head.
yeah, so Nick Puran making an early statement in his innings here, taking on Versami Pomal.
Back of the wicket he goes again, and that's 4 more. In the gap it goes, up deep mid wicket.
So just as we were alluding to Rusking, the matchup with the left arm orthodox bowler against the left arm batters, immediately Puran is taking a liking to Versami Pomal.
And he's letting him know that too. He goes again. This is going a long, long way, and that's 6 more. So 3 big ones in a row, 2 6s and a 4. And Nicholas Puran has announced his arrival at the crease in the most emphatic of fashions.
Well, I tell you what, Ruskin, Nicholas Puran, as I'm sure he would have been looking what the Duckworth Lewis pass score would have been when he entered the wicket. Trinidad and Tobago was 7 runs behind Duckworth Lewis, and he immediately addressed that situation.
Here's the short ball again as he's hammering this one down past the bowler. It's coming here to fine leg. It may just be cut off. It is. And they only got a single. Clearly they could have gotten at least 1 more, but they got a single down to very straight long on. And it means that Jason Mohammed will come on strike now. And boy, how the game has changed. And I was making that point. All it takes is a couple of big overs, and all the pressure now transfers to the other team.
Yeah, so now the likes of Jason Mohammed could just keep ticking away at the singles.
And Mohammed is sweeping. How that ended up there, Lord alone knows, but it ended up at mid-wicket, and he was sweeping behind square. So I'm not sure if it didn't hit the back of the bat, but it maybe hit the bat, then his boot, and he sort of kicked it towards mid-wicket. But stranger things have happened. 79 for 3. And this time he's on the back foot and he's cutting this into the cover region. And they're going to get an easy single. So that's 1 more to this score. Puts it on to 80 for 3 now after 18 overs.
And
that's 19 runs.
How 1 over could change the total complexion of this contest. Nicholas Puran announcing himself here by taking 18 for himself. 19 from the over from Versami Pomal. And
let me just give you a comparison here. After 17 overs, Guyana, the Harpy Eagles was 66 for 3 after 17. Trinidad and Tobago was 61 for 3. After 18 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles was 67 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago is now 80 for 3.
So it's going to be Gurukesh Motie.
And he's going after him outside the off-stump there, but he misses. And again, Motie is not bringing the ball up to the batsman. He's just holding it back a little bit. Although he's throwing it up, it's just not coming. He's going to have to go into him in order to get there. And this one, he was again trying to pull him through the onside this time, Puran.
Yeah, so Nick Puran, they were just flirting with danger a bit there, Ruskin.
It was a short ball. It was there to hit. He just missed it completely. And Motie knows he's under the attack here now. And this time he's defensive. But it just changed the whole complexion. You can now hear a buzz around the ground as they sense that something big is about to happen here. Either he gets at Motie or Motie gets him. Nudge this one down to third man. He's going to get a couple at least. It goes very close to the boundary. And they may come back for a third. No, they decide against it. But certainly, the running has left a lot to be desired here, because clearly they should have been thinking 3 runs. In fact, I thought Puran was thinking 3, but Jason wasn't too keen on coming back for the third.
Yeah, but delicately played there by Nick Puran, just allowing that ball to come on to him and played the late cut. A very deft touch indeed. But again, you know, you'd want to see that aggression where the running between the wickets is concerned.
And here he is again searching for one outside the off stump. It's not there, and it goes straight to be taken by the keeper. So a good comeback from Motie.
But what happens sometimes, Ruskin, sometimes when a run is on offer and you don't take it, it sometimes results in a dismissal.
How often have we seen that? This time he's pushing it, and he's going to get another comfortable single. And Mohammed responds, so they complete the single with relative ease. Takes the score into 83 now for 3 at the end of over number 19.
So at the end of over number 19, Trinidad Tobago Red Force chasing a total of 183 for 3, and another 100 runs is required from 186 balls. Ruskin Mark.
Yeah, they don't have what we call scoreboard pressure. There's no scoreboard pressure here because you have all these balls to play with. The key is not to lose wickets, and not to lose easy wickets, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing now. After 13 deliveries, Nicholas Puran is 22, tied with Jason Mohammed, who's used up 44 balls to get to his 22. Just a whole different approach to batting.
So skipper Leon Johnson has gone to one of his mean bowlers there in Kevin Sinclair, and just as we had predicted with the left-handers, the amount of left-handers in this Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, skipper Leon Johnson will be hoping that the likes of Kevin Sinclair could make some further inroads into this TNT Red Force batting lineup.
But he couldn't go back to Purmal. His 1 over cost 19, and Puran was wading into him, so he couldn't run the risk of bowling Purmal a second time. So it's almost like he's forced now to bring back Sinclair and hope for the best.
Yeah, well,
and Puran is again trying to hike him through the onside. He probably just rushed onto him a little bit, so he hit it to the toe of the bat and didn't get it the way he would have liked, but he got a single all the same.
But I'm sure Leon Johnson would have loved to have the luxury of keeping Kevin Sinclair at a later time in the innings, but because of that onslaught from Nick Puran on Versami Purmal, he had no choice to bring back one of his strikers.
So it's going to be Jason Mohammed. He runs this one down to third man. There could be a couple here, possibly even a third, if not a boundary. It goes very close to the boundary, and Puran is going to force the issue and get the third run. So we haven't seen this for a while, the aggressive running, where every time the ball goes close to the boundary, you must be thinking of an extra run inside of there. This is a big enough boundary.
Yeah, so Nick Puran setting the tone very early with that level of aggression in terms of running, and with that extra run, it does take a lot of pressure of the batting team as well.
Here he goes again, this time to the man at deep point, and we got an easy single. Passad is out there, and they're happy with the single, so to speak. But again, it just shows you how Puran's arrival at the crease has just kind of
tilted the scale a bit.
Yep. It even look at how long now the Guyanese are taking to set their fields, because they're so worried that they don't get it right, and he just cashes in. And Mohammed missed out on a chance there, possibly an easy single on either side of the fieldsman there.
But what Nick Puran has done really well here, Ruskin, is that he's shown intent from the word go. and that has put the Guyanese on the back foot here at the Queen's Park Oval.
I see Savary, who just came across to feel that ball, might have hurt himself in the process, his hamstring. This time, again, he's trying to hit it down the ground to long on, but he can't get it through.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed is rocking onto the back foot, trying to punch that ball down to long on, but not getting the timing right.
On the offside this time, he wants a single, it's not there, and he has to hurry back, and what a careless run that is. Jason Mohammed just came scampering down the wicket, and Motie picked it up, fired the return, and Jason Mohammed was left stranded. He was trying to get back, I should say. He doesn't like the dismissal, and he was on his way back, but he was dipping the bat in the crease. He was short of his ground, and he is not a happy man, but he has to go for 25 from 47. It's 88 for 4.
Yes, a Trinidad Tobago Red Force team there, gifting a wicket there to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. There was never a single, if you ask me, there, Ruskin. Where was Jason Mohammed going? Only he alone knows. He couldn't make it back. More so if Nick Puran had take the opportunity to get that rotation.
Coming back up.
Yes, it's carelessness on his part. Now, earlier he would have refused a single like that. He would not have even attempted a single like that. So for him to even want to even try to squeeze a single out of that, it just came out of the blue. Because that nothing he had done before suggested that he would even want to run a quick single like that.
But it brings Jet Gooley out to the middle. So after 20 overs, 19.5 overs, the score, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing a total of 182 scored by Guyana Harpy Eagles. They are 88 for 4.
And again, a wicket like that just adds pressure on somebody like a Nicholas Puran. Now, he may very well want to continue playing the way he's playing, but he still has to have in the back of his mind, they need another 100 runs, another 95 runs. You know, if I was him, I'm thinking of those 95 runs, I probably need to score 75 of those runs.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be the thinking there.
It's kind of like how Brian Lauer used to operate, you know. I will score 200. All I need you all to score is the next 75, 50 runs, as the case may be. But to do that, you have to plan how you're going to do that, you know, without taking undue risks. Puran, to me, is the kind of player that will continue to play his shots. Now, he may or may not succeed in doing just what we were talking about, but his intention of doing it is he's going to blast his way to those runs. He's not going to sit around and you know, and just let it happen. He is going to go at it and try to get those runs in as quick a time as possible. They need 95 runs. They have 180 balls, and the Duckworth lowest par score is 71. Trinidad Tobago on 88 for 4. So they're way ahead of what the ask is. So they don't even need to worry about stuff like that anymore. Here he goes again, driving outside the off stump and not getting through. And this is kind of like where it is so peculiar. Right now the game has just changed with that dismissal. As a welcome back, Steve.
What is important as well, Ruskin, thank you, is that 20 overs have been bowled. It means we have a match now.
Certainly it is, and regardless of what happens from here, it's really now about managing the emotions and trying to pick up, as far as the Guyanese are concerned, to just keep plugging away and picking up wickets. And as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned, it's just kind to rotate strike and help yourself to scoring. On the front foot is Jid Gooley. 89 for 4. Puran is 25 from 17. And that's brilliantly played through the covers for 4. What an amazing shot from a man who's just arrived at the crease. He looked like he's been there all day long.
Shot of the day by a wide margin. And you can see on that scoreboard as well. Look at that, it was well pitched up. Beautifully played all along the carpet. Shot of the day by far.
This time, Gully is a little bit close. Motie is a little bit closer to him and forces Gully to have to respect it. Leon Johnson asking for a little adjustment. And there was an easy single there again. Now it's one of the more difficult locations to judge a single, especially from the non-striker's end. But you have to trust the batsman and who would tell you who would make the call. Because Gully offered the single to Puran. Puran hesitated, but eventually they went through for it. 94 for 4 at the end of the 21st.
It's getting a bit dark again, Ruskin. I just had a look at the northern range, which is behind us.
Yep.
And it's getting a bit dark over that side as well.
Watch that way, bright and sunny.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
To
It's
the
not
south,
like blazing sunshine, but it's
Yeah.
bright.
to the south and southwest. It's very clear. But on the other side, it's dark.
There you go.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh boy.
That's behind us, folks. So thanks to the cameraman, Jerome Lane, over on that far side. Another ball into the pads and another comfortable single.
So when you say behind us, you don't mean that it's gone.
No. It's like behind on our backs, and it looks. If the other cameraman at this time would only show us the brilliant sunshine at the opposite end of the ground.
Yeah, Joel can find that easily.
The batsmen, the spectators and the viewers would get an idea of what we're talking about in terms of the situation. There it is again. Short ball hit into the gap, and that's gone for 6 as well. Now Puran has hurt his back, it seems. He's just bending over. And now it may not have been this particular shot, but sometime before he seemed to be in a little bit of discomfort. And as he swung for that one again, he's gone. There are the clouds that you're referencing.
There's a clear spot that we're seeing.
That's over on that side there. So that's the southwestern side of the ground. And so it looks much clearer than the dark clouds we have behind us.
No ball this time from Sinclair.
Well, a cardinal sin. And that's going to be a free hit.
In between overs, we saw Dr. Jason Pilgrim coming out to attend to Nicholas Puran and applying something on his back and giving a little bit of a massage. Now we see Puran calling on
the medical person, and this is why we understand why he probably didn't wicket keep in this game.
Yeah. Free hit coming up.
And this time he's guiding it down behind point. It's a long chase there. He's going to get a couple. And it was well bowled by Sinclair. He was asking him to come outside there and fetch it. And eventually he did. Got a couple more. That takes it past the 100. 104 now for 4. In fact, we went past the 100 run the previous 6. And that's a good delivery. Now Gully wants a single. And again, Puran not too interested in it. So they need to sort out their running between the wickets, Trinidad and Tobago. And just to kind of shut the door on that aspect of the dismissal. Puran again just opening the face but not getting it too far off the square. And this turns down the chance of the single. It's 104 for 4 after 22.
Puran taking full control of this contest now. Jad Gully, who's just gotten there. He's played 2 matches this season. Jad Gully, both against the CCC at Brian Lara, now here at the Queen's Park Oval. Yet to bat. This is his first opportunity with the bat. And look at that shot. I'm still remembering that shot quite vividly. He looks like really a good composed player.
think back to we do a little comparison now. After when the Eagles got to their 100 mark, it came in the 33rd over. Trinidad Tobago was just gone past 100 in the 22nd over of the game. So they're well ahead of what the Duckworth lowest par is 89. They're 104 for 4. So they can't be worried about all the other things. And there you see Puran being attended to, some stretching exercises. Just the stretch looks painful, you know. And if that is supposed to release pain, that looks more painful than the pain that has happened, you know. So it is what it is, but it's really just to kind of stretch the muscles in the back and try to ease whatever discomfort he's getting in there. He doesn't have the benefit of one of those machines where you could clip your legs up in it and then go all the way back. So he was just making that brace, a harness there for him to operate with that, and he's probably just giving him a painkiller as well to help ease the pain.
It's a straightforward equation now, 79 to get from 168 balls. Required run rate of under 3 runs per over now. So Trinidad Tobago well ahead at this stage. Don't need to do anything silly at all. 6 wickets in hand. I think Nicholas Puran's innings so far 33 from 22, playing a major part in the Red Force being well ahead.
You have twice as many balls than runs that you need right now.
I trust your maths, Ruskin.
But not exactly twice as many, twice and more. That's to tell you how far ahead they are.
That 19 runs in that over from Pamal really changed the complexion of this game as Motie starts a new over.
And Gully is watchful. It's 104 for 4. Gully is 6 from 6. Puran has, after getting some treatment, is still there. He's on 33 at the non-strikers end. Gully is driving again. Now this one is officially into the offside, but he's going to get a single. And I think that's what he needs to do now, is get Puran on strike and just, you know, hold your end of the bargain and not leave Puran off strike for too long so that he kind of gets cold. If he's going, then he has to go. The flip side of that is the more balls he faces is the better chance Guyana has of getting him out. Here he goes again, hitting this one, but he doesn't connect it as well. Not for the first time we've seen him attempt that shot and don't hit it as well as he would like. He was applying a lot of power, but the ball just sort of bounced down there to deep mid wicket. So the other game is on CCC against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes are on 8 points. They're 2 behind Trinidad and Tobago, who are 2 behind the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Watchful this time. So now the adjustment is being made. The fielder at backward point is being brought into the circle to cut out that quick single. So that's good thinking on the part of Leon Johnson. Just apply a little pressure on Gully, force him to do something rash, and he just opens the face nicely and gets a comfortable single. So that's one way to get the strike over. Unfortunately, it's the end of the over, so it's 107 now for 4.
Jed Gully looks really compact. Last I heard of him it was the Under-19 World Cup 2016 with the Chevron Hetmeyer.
He's bigger now, he's more muscular, he's big now, big upper body.
Seems like putting in all the hard work in the off season. He's played a couple of first class matches as well. So he's been in the setup, 5 first class matches so far. Best of 128.
Watchful. He's I'm trying to picture who he reminds me of in a lot of ways, but he's a very sort of upright, straight batsman. He's not afraid to come onto the front foot, come out to read the ball.
He's very tall to begin with.
Yep, and he plays the ball with the bat and not with the pad, or the bat tucked in behind the pad. He likes to get the bat involved. A little adjustment there, quick adjustment on the part of the batsman, because that was a quicker ball from Sinclair.
Is he a Queen's Park Cricket Club player as well?
No. Jid is a quick there. We were speaking about the wicketkeeper who's Django is from Clark Road, from Central Sports. Yeah.
A lot of players from the Queen's Park Cricket Club getting the opportunity.
And they're on their home ground.
Yep.
You know. The two at the crease are from Queen's Park. Back foot he goes, cuts this one nicely down the square behind point. That's going to run into the boundary for 4.
That was too wide, too quick as well from Kevin Sinclair. Trying too hard for this wicket. And giving goalie too much room outside his off stump. And with a pace as well. Just guiding it down, timing it more than anything else. The placement was perfect.
You know, we sit here, we have a good vantage point, but think of the members in the Queen's Park Pavilion, that Joey Carew Pavilion. They have a good vantage point, and they're watching one of their own operating, or two of their own operating out here. These are two young men who they see at practice, they see on the international stage, but they also see them wearing their club colours at times. Now they're in the red, white and black of TNT. It's 112 now for 4, 24 completed.
24 gone. 7-1 to get from 156. And I'm from the tropics. I smell rain, Ruskin. I'm smelling rain.
No, the thing about it is that when you smell rain like this in Ghana, does it come like pouring?
Sometimes it comes sharp and disappear.
Oh gosh. Goalie will try again, and this time Motie is just bringing him onto the front foot.
You know, it's like the Christmas season in Guyana. As you move around the communities, you smell the black cake, or you smell the pepper pot. I'm smelling a little bit of rain.
There you go. And well, the thing now, I don't know who that will benefit. That's the problem, because what's the past score is 93. Trinidad being 112 for 4.
Well, TNT well ahead.
Yep. So I don't think Guyana wants that at all. Keep your rain. And here it goes, long on. That's 6 runs over the head of the land at long on, and it goes for 6. We were talking about his upper body, he's building up his upper body, and you see why. He didn't really put too much power into it, but he had a good follow through, and he cleared the man at long on very easily.
All timing that one from goalie. It was pitched up again from Golakesh Motie. There he was, just helping it along its way. And that 6 will help the Red Force in these conditions. That seems as if it's going to come pelting down here.
He is again now watchful as he put the aggression away for the time being. A good sensible batting, not trying to do too much. Just taking it on merit. Whatever the bowler gives you, you take. He goes again. This time he goes a little bit squarer, and it's the same result. 6 more in front of the Errol Dos Santos stand, or what was the Errol Dos Santos stand. And normally my good friend Mikey would be situated in that location, but the late Mikey is tall like that. You only saw the head, so
he had to fetch this one from outside the off stump, but he backed himself to hit it over the ropes and did so nicely. So Mikey, if you were around, you'd have enjoyed that one. Yep. Our producer's Mikey, and he's also looking on. He's enjoying it.
He goes with him again, this time all along the ground, down to long off, for a very, very easy single. So that ends another productive over for Trinidad and Tobago. 25 completed. It's 125 now for 4.
Yeah, this partnership, 37 in quick time, and it's taking the wind out of the sails of the Harpy Eagles. So they're not anywhere close to controlling this one. It's all about Puran and Guli at this stage. 58 runs needed. I want to say just 58 runs needed. And I think they're recognizing that the rain is on the horizon. They're trying to get there quickly as possible. As we welcome back Anil, look at those clouds, Anil.
Yeah, very dark indeed. Those black clouds hovering over the Queen's Park Oval. But it's the Nicholas Puran and Jet Gully show at the moment here at the Queen's Park Oval. Both of these guys really taking a liking to the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and Jet Gully, I must admit, is playing wonderfully well here.
And if you were to put a name, you said the show, chance for a run out, chance for a run as well. Quick single taken. If you were to put a name to the show that you said is on, perhaps you could call it Under Dark Skies.
It's Under Dark Skies indeed, John Ramsing. But Jet Gully has really taken the pressure off Nick Puran, coming and really asserting himself here out in the middle.
Sinclair now holding back on the pace, and that is what you need to do as an off spinner. Don't be express. You're an off spinner. Try to get the ball to turn a little bit, bounce and turn, flight. This one's outside the off stump, and Goldie just opens the face of the bat. So it's an easy single.
Yeah, so just waited on that delivery was Nick Puran, and angled it away to that backward point region, and they were able to get an easy single. So Jet Gully, a World Cup winner with the West Indies under 19 team.
Yeah, looks very promising. I mean, you would have seen him from that level. Now he has progressed to the senior team. I'd love to see him getting more opportunities actually. He looks really composed.
Well, he's been in and out of this Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, and I'm sure he's relishing the opportunity to really establish himself as a permanent fixture in this Trinidad Tobago Red Force team.
26 gone, it's 127 now. Puran well set on 34, Gully on 28 from 26 deliveries.
But John Ramsing,
The ground staff, they're holding their covers.
but umpire Jacqueline Williams, she just asked them to hold on just a moment. But it's ominous signs here at the Queen's Park Oval. The weather.
Yeah, Leon Johnson and his team, they're leaving. Despite the covers not summoned as yet, though, they're going to be called back. So, umpire Jacqueline Williams and Chris Taylor of Jamaica. The reserved umpire is also on the boundary edge in Gregory Brathwaite. He has international experience, and he's signaling to them as well. It's time for the covers. So they're taking the stumps out of the ground. Covers are going to come on, and the players are going to leave. How long will be off for? It's still to be seen. And as you can see there, Anil, it's really coming down here.
Yeah, it's really chucking down here at the Queen's Park Oval, and I could safely say that we are not surprised at all, John Ramsing. The prediction in terms of the weather pattern continues here at the Queen's Park Oval, with rain forecasted just after lunch, and is indeed with us here now. So the groundsman here trying to get that square cover as quickly as possible, but the rain is really chucking down here at the Queen's Park Oval. Trinidad Tobago Red Force team chasing a target of 183 for victory. The Duckworth pass score at this stage of the innings are 95. Yeah, they are well placed at 90. The Duckworth Lewis score at this stage. If we were to have no further play in this game, Trinidad and Tobago are well placed, 32 runs ahead of the Duckworth pass score, and that definitely, with 26 overs already completed in this innings. We're just going to take you back a bit of what transpired in the Trinidad Tobago Red Force innings thus far. Kian Otley going caught and bowl, good Akesh Motie for well played 27 from 34 deliveries. Amir Django coming into the team, into the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team when Joshua De Silva departed for Down Under. He only scored 2, playing his first game for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Jason Mohammed needlessly ran himself out, if you were to ask me, hitting the ball crisply to mid-off, where Gudakesh Motie rifled a return to the wicket-keeper, and he was well short of his ground. But Darren Bravo camping onto the back foot, trying to explore some space on the offside, only found Pestano at that extra cover position. And at that stage, John Ramsing, things were definitely looking a bit dicey.
Yeah, for now it's rain, and the ground staff eventually getting the square covered. While they're trying to really cover the square because of the heavy rain, the intense rain, it got a bit heavy on them, so they're struggling to move it. But that's a summary. Guyana Harpy Eagles 45.2 overs it took them before they got to 182 all out. Shepherd top scoring once again with 56. Second half century of the season. Motie 39 career best. Imlach again a start, and Savory in his first match getting 32. Carriah the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 30, doing extremely well, including 3 maidens from his 10. Gabriel once again top pace, 2 for 26 from 7 overs, supported nicely by Hussein. A little bit expensive in the context, 2 for 51. And Guli, the man who's on at the crease at the moment, 1 wicket from just 8 balls that he sent down. Puran 34 not out, and Guli 28 not out, leading the charges so far. 26 overs gone, 127 for the loss of 4, still requiring a further 56 runs with lots of time. That's 24 overs to go. We will take a break at this time. We don't 4 wickets, 127 for 4. It means that 56 more required, and what they require at the moment, some more covers, because the ground staff, they're going to cover the run-ups now, and while they have the square covered, it's important that they also cover the run-ups.
Indeed, John Ramsing, player safety is of paramount importance, and the ground staff, they're taking every opportunity to ensure that the bowler's run-up is protected as well. But just going back a bit, John, in terms of the impact Nick Puran had in terms of what transpired in the last 5 overs with this TNT Red Force innings. We refer to the likes of Romario Shepherd as an X factor. We've seen Nick Puran as well, displaying that kind of X factor, capacity.
Certainly, he got to the crease with 3 wickets down in the 17th over when Bravo was caught by Pestano of the one of Motie, and at 3 for 60 in the 17th over, he felt that someone needed to come and not only hold the innings together but also step on the gas, looking skyward with rain on the horizon, and he certainly had answered that call. 34 in quick time. I remember he took a liking to Versami Pamal, and with 19 runs came in that over with Jason Mohammed, right? So that was a very important over in the context of the game, and he's still there suffering from some cramping or something in his back, whatever it is. As the captain, he's standing tall, and he's gotten good support so far from Guli, and they needed a big innings, needed some quick runs, and this pair have gotten them some quick runs. Partnership of 39 in no time.
Yeah, so Jed Guli being the perfect foil, as we would say, John Ramsing, providing that level of stability at the other end. But Jed Guli was no slouch as well. He carted his way to 2 maximums as well, taking on the likes of Gudakesh Motie. And it's great to see the youngster Jed Guli. He has been in and out of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and what a wonderful opportunity for him to really establish himself in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force ranks by putting on a display that will really be satisfying for all the supporters, the selectors. I'm sure that this innings, and we want him to, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will want him to continue to be there at the end, John Ramsing.
His drinks at the other match in this zone is being played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy down south here. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, 3rd on the table, taking on bottom of the table the combined campuses and colleges. The colleges won the toss, and Ramden had asked the Volcanoes to bat first. 98 for 1, 17 overs gone. Johnson Charles, He's still there on 67. Kavim Hodge with him on 29. Alec Athanaze, who scored back-to-back hundreds at the start of the tournament, he went for a 4th ball duck. So that's the latest down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Matthew Ford picking up the lone wicket to fall. He has 1 for 7 from his 4 overs. Mansingh, Goodridge and Greaves, the other bowlers used. 17 gone. Windward Islands Volcanoes in a must-win game for them if they want to keep their hopes alive. 98 for the loss of 1 after 17.
And you would expect the likes of Johnson Charles, to come good at some stage. And if he carries on, I'm sure he's going to get a big 100 there at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So the CCC under the pump there after only 17 overs. Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've rocketed to 98 for 1. And the students, as we will want to refer to them, they definitely, behind the 8 ball there at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So all these squads have been depleted of some of their players, John Ramsing. Some of these guys, making their way down under, the likes of Joshua De Silva, Anderson Phillip, Jaden Seals. From the Guyana Harpy Eagles, young Chandapal, he's on his way to Australia as well, having a very prolific season indeed. And
yes, he is definitely going to be missed. But Savory stepping up today to open the batting, and then with the late withdrawal of Shimon Hetmaya, you see Akshay Prasad getting an opportunity. But just to let our viewers know that it's not raining at the moment, but the ground staff, they're on the field and the covers are firmly fixed on the square. The bowlers run up are also covered. So just behind that graphic of the match summary, we have heavy covering there. And it's all happening, like I said earlier, in Australia. And today we heard not only the news of the finalists, Pakistan beating New Zealand, but also today we had the induction really of 3 more persons to the ICC Hall of Fame. Our very own Shivnarayan Chandapal, Charlotte Edwards and Abdul Qadir, the late Abdul Qadir, being inducted into that Hall of Fame as well. So it's cricket and more cricket globally.
I just want to take you back a bit, John Ramsing. Having a look at this Guyana Harpies Eagle batting lineup, they haven't really, the top order hasn't really clicked. Is there anything that you can identify that you think that, the reason or reasons why the top order tends to struggle somewhat? We've seen recently that the middle and lower order, the likes of the Shepherds and all these guys, they have been really carrying the bulk of the batting. Skipper Leon Johnson must be under tremendous pressure as well, having not the likes of Skipper Leon Johnson, who has not really come to the party just yet. Is he under any pressure whatsoever?
Lots of pressure, if you ask me. And I think it's not the start in terms of the number 1 wicket, because previously we saw Tejan Chandapal and Anthony Bramble really not only seeing off the new balls but also trying to put together partnerships briefly. But it's that middle order that has the problem with Imlach, Hetmaya and Johnson. And Johnson started at number 3, Hetmaya and then Johnson. So they're not having that middle order set as yet, and that is the reason why they're not getting the type of returns that they're looking for. Alright, so we're having a rain delay, and in the meantime we want to just take you back to what happened today. To remember, the Harpy Eagles were sent in very early in sunny conditions and they managed to get just 182. Let's have a look at the match highlights. There was Bramble leaving his crease and went very early, and that set back the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But then there was a little bit of resistance between Savory and Imlach. They put together 59 runs. A lovely shot. That was a beautiful 6 off the bat of Kemal Savory, getting his first opportunity this season. He is opening the face of the bat again. 4 runs down to third man. There was Shannon Gabriel pulling up just as he was about to stop that one. And then Savory, after doing all the hard work, was bowled. Leon Johnson just 2 balls into the over and pulled one straight down to the throat of Yannick Carriah. Powerfully pulled, but straight into the hands, and Johnson's woeful series continues. There's a mix-up between Passad and Imlach. Passad playing his first game. There it was. The ball came into the bowler's end, and then relayed it to the striker's end, and Akshay Prasad in his first game disappointingly run out for 3. Good work from Carriah, who was in the middle of a very good spell, and there it was. Rutherford, first ball, offering a simple catch to captain Nicholas Puran. Sinclair came and just hit one straight up in the air, did not even look to where it was going, and he was taken quite comfortably by Utley. Gabriel came back and he bowled the set batter Imlach, and then chance was given to Sami Pamal very early in his innings. He weathered the storm briefly, but then it was Shepherd at the other end who started to accelerate. The acceleration came at a very good time for the Harpy Eagles. Pamal hanging around, but eventually nicked one to the wicketkeeper and was caught. Motie came in and started a nice partnership with Romario Shepherd, who was well set at the other end. They played some beautiful shots together, complemented each other well. Motie bringing out the sweep forward of square. Shepherd not afraid to play the big shots as well, also sweeping along the carpet. They really give the Harpy Eagles a chance. Narine was also taken to the cleaners. That was a massive hit from Shepherd. Motie came in to the 6 hitting attitude as well. Hit one way down. Gabriel came back for a late spell. Was roughed up by Romario Shepherd, who brought up his half century in quick time. And then, for good measure, continued the 6 hitting. And then eventually he was dismissed. Motie got his career best score at the first class level, and then last man was cleaned up by Jad Kohli. In reply, the Harpy Eagles were asked to defend at 183. Started a bit badly with Utley and Django going very hard very early. Boundaries at will very early on, and then in the very first over of Pestano, he got the wicket of Amir Django. And then we see Rutherford getting a ball that was relatively hard. It could not contain the run scoring. A nice partnership developed between Utley and Mohammed. Then in came Motie, and there goes Utley. Mohammed and Bravo consolidated. They're playing beautiful shots all around the wicket and taking chances with some singles, and then Bravo gave Pestano an easy shot, an easy catch. Then came Nicholas Puran, and he came like a man on a mission, hitting boundaries at will. Took a liking to Pamal in this over, where some 19 runs came off. It was a 6, 4, 6 and 3 singles, and then a mix-up resulted in the run out of Jason Mohammed. There it was, stiff return from Motie. There was Jason Mohammed just short of his ground. Good work as well from Bramble, gathering and breaking his stumps. Jad Kohli came for me. That was a shot of the day. The extra cover drive that never left the carpet was beautifully placed and hit. Then he took a 6 downtown, and that really put the game out of the reach of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and for good measure hit another 6 at square mid-wicket. Then the rains came after 26 overs with the Trinidad Tobago Red Force 127 for 4, 56 runs away with 24 overs to go. It was then 7 minutes after 3 o'clock. It's cleared up a little bit, no rain at the moment, and I did say I smell rain, but I smell that may not be for a long time as well. So Anil, the covers are being peeled off. We may have some play very soon.
Yeah, very encouraging signs here at the Queen's Park Oval. The groundsmen are removing the covers, and I'm hoping sooner than later the players are going to be back on the park to resume this game. So the umpires are out in the middle, ensuring that the covers are removed, and more importantly that no water gets onto the playing surface. So just coming back to our conversation, John, in terms of what's the feeling like back home, with the top order not firing from this Guyana Harpy Eagles? What's the talk on the ground in terms of former players, cricket enthusiasts, your friends, what's happening on the ground back in Guyana in terms of why this Guyana Harpy Eagles team has not really strike goal with their top order?
It was since the KFC Cup in 2005 that the Guyana team last won a regional 50 overs title, and since then they've gotten to finals. They've played in many tournaments since. But that title has been eluding them. So while they've changed players, they've changed management as well. The most recent change would have been changing the former head coach Isan Crandon. Now Ryan Hercules gets his opportunity as head coach. This is his first stint as head coach. Previously was deputy to Crandon, and in the recent Caribbean Premier League, deputy to Rayon Griffith. So he's been around, and they're hoping that with a change of guard in that area as well, and you can see a change of fortune. However, many of the players that were helping the Guyana side previously to get into winning positions and just cannot get a title, they've disappeared, with the likes of Jonathan Fu. Many felt Jonathan Fu still capable and should have been included in the side. Had some encouraging innings in the recently concluded inter-county tournament, which was used to select this team. Christopher Barnwell, despite gone past his best, you may want to say, it was still good enough to maintain a place in the Guyana 50 over side. And also some persons have said Christopher Barnwell should have been selected, especially since Kimo Paul is not here due to injury. But then there is this new player, Quinton Sampson, who is like Christopher Barnwell, bowls medium pace, bats, and is very pugnacious as well, and very young, 22 years old, who can also hold his own in the field. So the point I'm making is pretty much selection. And it's difficult when you're not having a lot of cricket being played in Guyana because of the weather, and previously to that it was COVID-19. So because of all of that, and in the little time that allowed cricket to be played, persons have been putting their hands up, like Quinton Sampson, of course. Kimo Savory now getting his opportunity today, and we see what he can do. 30 odd today, his first outing. So many felt that these young players should be given the opportunity a bit more often. Captain Leon Johnson is captain, just 1/2 century this season. Last year, nothing, and in the year before, he had 102, and I think that saved him not only in that season in 2019, in 2021, but also saved him for this season. So Leon Johnson now, while he's captain, while he's an excellent captain, a strategist and so on, he's not getting the type of runs, and that is also putting a little bit of strain in the middle order. Many were expecting the likes of Shimon Hetmeyer to really light up this tournament. It's yet to be seen, yet to get a 1/2 century at least. And now today, not feeling well, is not an 11. So when you look at everything that is taken there, some players are getting the opportunity and not making use of it, while others are on fringe and not getting the opportunities.
Yeah, so I take your point. John, in terms of selection is always a dicey situation. The selectors are always under the pump to try and get the best squad on the park, but sometimes it doesn't work that way. The results are not what they expect, so they've got to revisit. They've got to go back to the drawing board, and possibly look at other options as well. So I'm sure that the production in terms of the run scoring. Any word, John Ramsing, on the likes of Vishal Singh?
Well, Vishal Singh did not play in the recent inter-county tournament, which was a yardstick that was used to select the national side for this year's CG United Regional Super 50 Cup. But I felt with a President's 11 that was used to go with 3 traditional county sides, someone like Vishal Singh could have been considered maybe to lead the team. If you're not looking at him as a player, could have been able to ask of the players in his squad to get some results. Trayvon Griffith was used as captain, and he did not get the type of production that they were looking for, did not get runs, and was not selected. So Vishal Singh may not be on the radar of the selectors.
Having not played in the inter-county championship.
Yes, based on that.
But based on his production as a regional and international player, do you think someone of the like of Vishal Singh can add some stability to this Guyana Harpy's Eagle batting lineup?
Well, Vishal Singh did show that he can actually step on the gas like he did at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex earlier this year with what was the fastest century by a Guyanese player at this fourth class level. And I think maybe, but when you look at the likes of Kemal Savory, Quinton Sampson, and these guys coming in, you may not want to go back to players that were tried, because Vishal Singh was tried previously. But I'm saying he could have perhaps played a role in the development of some of the players coming in, could have learned from him, because he's also working on his coaching certificates, Leon Johnson and Vishal Singh. So they're trying to continue in cricket, maybe having other services in cricket after playing. And so I'm thinking that they could have used Vishal Singh maybe in a little bit of a management capacity, if not as a player.
But in terms of the development of the sport back in Guyana, we know that both in Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, we've had lots of rain over the last year or so. What's the development in terms of indoor facilities, back in Guyana? Is it do you all have a lot of indoor facility where guys could do a lot of work in the off season? Is that very, you have indoor facilities in which you could access?
So the indoor facilities are non-existent. There's just one, the Chetram Singh Center of Excellence, that is used at LBI. That is mainly a hostel, pretty much like a dorm, where players would go there when they're on the verge of leaving for a tour, a regional tour maybe. It's used for when players are having that encampment, and they have indoor nets there. It's not a long stretch. The bowlers do not have the opportunity for a runoff. Alright, so that's the only indoor facility. Other than that, players are asked to work in their own personal gym at their own clubs. Up to the weather, some clubs are not necessarily in the best of shapes. So it's very difficult at the moment. No first division cricket, or little or no first division cricket, is being played in Georgetown. Right, while Berbies have been trying a little bit with some cricket, with a little bit of weather. I don't think it's enough to really warrant. You can see where players are going to be coming from and so on. But I can say they're making baby steps in Berbies in trying to utilize the facilities they have, despite nothing being indoor, to have some cricket being played.
But do we expect in the near future that maybe not the clubs, but more from a governmental support, that the likes of the president, will take the initiative and start building some of these indoor facilities around the country?
Well, everything is dictated by the national budget. So the last budget that was presented and was passed had stadium being built around the country in other areas, Berbice in Region 2 on the Essequibo coast. So while those are going to be developed, it's left to be seen if in those facilities we'll have anything that's catered for indoor facilities, because that's all we're hearing. Great developmental plans, but not certain of the final details.
At the international venue at Providence, are there any space whatsoever that you could develop indoor facility?
Lots of. So at the moment, the outdoor facility, outdoor nets right there, that plays pretty much like Providence, but lots of space around. And I remember back in 2015 when former West Indies captain Carl Hooper was coach of the Guyana Amazon Warriors then. He alluded to the fact that there are lots of space around Providence and consideration should be given either to construct a brand new facility just for indoors or utilize under one of those massive stands and convert those stands into an indoor facility. So there's lots of space at Providence. It's a big complex, really, open area of space.
But in terms of budgetary allocation, do cricket get their pound of flesh, for the development of the sport back home?
Cricket is well supported, and it's just a matter of the parent body, in this case the Guyana Cricket Board, putting a good argument really for facilities, and it goes through the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, and led by the Honorable Charles Ramson Jr., who has been getting his feet dirty in going around the communities, looking at the community grounds for development. So it must start at the association level first, where they will ask of the government to put in funding where it needs to.
But if there is something that, if you ask your contribution in terms of how you could further enhance the facilities and possibly really get that grassroots level of cricket very, very productive, what would be your plan for something of that nature?
We need to get back to strengthen the club system. So that's where, in my opinion, grassroots begins. So once the club system is strong, it will feed to the higher level. So to get back a strong club system, after COVID-19, many clubs, infrastructure went down, membership went through the window and so on. So you need to make it attractive again for young players. Alright, do what is necessary. Maybe put in maybe a basketball court nearby so persons can come and have a different type of sweat, fall into one or the other. Alright, but some of the facilities really need some attention. You can maybe get the drainage up and running, right? Because little or no rain sometimes it's difficult to dry a ground. You cannot put the cutter on, and that's the next thing. Machinery, the type of machinery that you want to use to get these grounds up to shape, we need to have some more of those, just to make our clubs attractive again, to attract the young persons and bring back that membership. Membership into the clubs will drive cricket. I will see a feeder system from bottom up. We're not missing any cricket, mind you, Anil, because the covers have been removed and the umpires perhaps went to the dressing rooms of both sides. They're having a discussion and they're pretty much getting ready to resume the action here at the Queen's Park Oval. Perhaps we'll see resumption very shortly.
Yeah, resumptions seem very shortly indeed. The umpires just I'm actually seeing one of the umpire on the step leading into the dressing room, so I'm sure that some instructions are being given out to both teams in terms of when that restart is going to take place. John Ramsing.
Right, so I don't think it's going to be long from now. 24 overs still to be bowled. I don't think the way the Red Force is batting that they're going to need all of 24 overs to get 56 runs, especially Puran, who's well set on 35 from 26, and Jed Gooley, who's with him on 27 from 26. They'll be looking to wrap it up very early. Do not want a situation what happened in the previous round against the CCC to happen. One thing for sure will not happen is that if it has to end, it will be a constituted match, because more than 20 overs are already bowled. They have 26 overs, and on the Duckworth Lewis and Stern method calculation, we're seeing that score should have been 95 after 26 overs, and the Red Force, they're well ahead of that. They're 127 for the loss of 4, but throw in a couple of wickets into that equation and that can certainly send it all over the place.
Well, I'm sure Coach Hercules, he'll be asking his team to go out there and be very aggressive in terms of trying to pry out a couple of wickets as early as possible and really put some pressure on this TNT Red Force batting lineup. But at this stage, with 56 runs needed and 6 wickets in the shed. The TNT Red Force, they well in the ascendancy here at the Queen's Park Oval.
This is a nice partnership as well. 39 so far for the 5th wicket. Remember, they got together with a score of 88 for 4. Just at the 20th over. So in 6 overs, they've added 39. And you can see the summary on your monitors. Puran top scoring so far, 34. Jed Gooley with him on 28. Otley getting a start again, 27. Jas Mohammed still to come out of the 20s. He got 26 before he was run out.
And needlessly, we may say John Ramsing. So we're just about to resume here at the Queen's Park Oval. The players are making their way out in the middle. The Guyana Harpy Eagles team, they are out, followed by both Nick Puran and Jed Gooley.
Yeah, so players went off at 7 minutes after 3 o'clock, and it's now 3:40, so some 33 minutes. So that is not going to deduct any over, because overs will begin deducting after 1 hour of play have been lost. So we've just lost maybe 35 minutes of play, with resumption perhaps set at 3:42. Umpire Jackie Williams already in position. Umpire Chris Taylor at square leg is there as well.
And we are seeing Gudakesh Motie is getting ready to bowl from the Brian Lara Cricket Pavilion end.
Yeah, Nicholas Puran is going to take strike. And it's good to see that sharp shower that came did not last long. But the ground staff took some time to get the water off of the covers first, and then to get the covers off. But that's all adding to the drama of this, not only this game, but this tournament. This tournament has been affected by rain. You've seen the ground staff on and off. So we're just about ready with the resumption. It will be Gudakesh Motie bowling his 8th over. He's going to be bowling to Nicholas Puran.
So excellent start from Gudakesh Motie. Bang on target against Nick Puran.
You can see Puran just stretching his back again. Not totally comfortable. Look at the fetches one from outside the off stump.
Making no contact whatsoever, but perilously close to the off stump.
2 for 36 so far from Motie. This one is hit again. For mid wicket, just in front of that massive jumbotron, and it's going to be 6 again for Nicholas Puran, and it seems to be lost. Stephen Imlach looking and not sure where it went.
So looking at the replay here, Motie in. Short delivery and spinning into the left-hander, really asking to be hit. And Nick Puran getting nicely inside the line of that delivery and depositing that ball way over a deep backward square for a maximum. So 50 runs needed for victory here for TNT Red Force, John Ramsing.
That was a massive hit indeed from Nicholas Puran, and the partnership is now extending to 45. So Puran recognizing that he can get this game over very quickly. First over, let's hit that one comfortably out of the park.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles not batting their full allocation of 50 overs, and I'm sure that's going to be a big concern for them, going deeper into this tournament. In order to be competitive, one must think that batting your full allocation is priority as a batting unit. John Ramsing
against the Volcanoes, were bowled out as well, facing for the 2.5 overs. So it's not anything new in this tournament that the Harpy Eagles not batting their full 50 overs. That must be a concern, because with the extra batting with Shepherd and the all-rounders, You have that long batting order, but yet cannot bat 50 overs. It must be something more than just on the park. The ball is back. Seems to be a new ball because umpire Gregory Brathwaite was out there with his box of balls.
So that previous ball seems to have disappeared, John Ramsing, with that massive hit from skipper Nick Puran.
That's a souvenir for someone walking on the road on that side of the park. And that one is not fielded cleanly by Pramal, and they'll come back and complete 2. So Pramal not having the best of tournaments in the outfield. Let's get out of the attack today and now misfielding.
So Nick Puran cutting that ball through that backward point region. Vasari Pramal trying his endeavor best to hold it in. Unfortunately for him, it deflected away.
This time he fields cleanly Pramal, and it'll be the end of the first over after rain. 27 gone, 135 for 4.
So just to bring our viewers and listeners up to speed with what has transpired thus far here at the Queen's Park Oval, Trinidad Tobago Red Force winning the toss and inserting the Guyana Harpy Eagles, shutting them out in 45.1 overs for a score of 182 after 27. TNT Red Force replying to that score of 182. They are placed at 135 for 4 with skipper Nick Puran on 43 and Jed Gooley on 27.
Sinclair continues a big appeal for her leg before, with the angle seems to be heading down the leg side. Jed Gooley perhaps cooled off a little bit after the rain interval.
Well, I'm sure both of us are well aware, John, that both these players will have to restart their innings and get themselves going again. And how often do we see at the resumption of play, wickets going down?
Short ball again. So Sinclair searching for his first wicket in this match. Just 2 in the tournament so far. This was bowled in the last game against the Volcanoes.
So not the kind of returns that Kevin Sinclair would set for himself, John Ramsing. I'm sure, he's really looking forward to being amongst the leading wicket takers in this tournament, but hasn't had the production in terms of wickets thus far in this tournament.
Nice cool conditions now for cricket. Has been pretty much like this most of the day. Just around that 11 to 12:30 area. Had a little bit of sunshine, but not anything blistering like we know. Very short again. This one is helped away. 6 more runs to Jad Gooley. 6 more to the TNT Red Force, and they're motoring along here now. After 28 overs, 143 for 4.
So looking at the replay here, Sinclair in short, and Jed Gooley just helped himself to another maximum there. So this pair making light work of the required target, racing up to 143 for 4. That maximum takes Jed Gooley on to 34, John Ramsing.
And the partnership past 50 mark. Is now 55 runs in just 8 overs. So this partnership is the one that is making the big difference. Pramal is going to come back into the attack now. Remember that 1 over, Nicholas Puran hit him out of the attack. He's going to be bowling again. Puran will be on strike again. How will he go this time around? We just have to wait a few moments and we'll see.
So Bramble exchanging some words with Nick Puran. Wicketkeeper Bramble not troubling the scorers here today at the Queen's Park Oval. Running on the wicket, missing completely, and Amir Jango doing the rest.
He's trying to hide it a little bit there. Pamal starts with a wide.
So extras move on to 7. Both teams have been pretty disciplined during their innings.
The quality of bowlers on display. We expect that should be tight. Ball goes way down to cover. Shepherd, who may be given an opportunity to come back into the attack, who should come back into the attack if they're looking to get some wickets.
Well, I'm sure Leon Johnson will want to bring back his premier strike bowler, with possibly a little bit of moisture getting on the surface. It may just, help him to get that ball to skid on a bit.
And then in the overcast conditions as well. Backing away and cutting, missed.
Yeah, very naughty shot from Jed Gooley. Too close to him to be trying to execute that cut shot.
The West Indies under 19 girls are in India. They're playing a series of matches against India A, India B, Sri Lanka, and New Zealand.
Yeah, the West Indies under 19 girls just recently concluded a camp here right in Trinidad.
Yeah.
Where they played several games in preparation for that tour to India. And of course, we all know of Ashmini Munisa, who is leading that West Indies under 19 women's team.
Yeah, Rosal Kanji Sports Club product. Also Rilana Grimman from the same club, the two Guyanese on that tour. Good delivery this time from Pramal, who is also from Berbice.
So excellent judgment from Jed Gooley, knowing exactly where his off stop is.
West Indies senior women will be taking on touring England side in a series of matches as well in Antigua. That will be in December. That will be a Christmas treat as the over comes to an end. That's the end of 29. So just 2 runs from that Pramal over. It's 145 for the loss of 4.
So the TNT Red Force very well placed at this stage of the innings, with skipper Nick Puran really taking the responsibility, to usher his team to victory here at the Queen's Park Oval. With him, Jed Gooley has looked very assured, but more importantly, he has also made his mark here by getting away the deliveries, the bad deliveries as well, and taking every opportunity to score. So it's really exciting times here.
The next match for the Harpy Eagles will be against the combined campuses and colleges right here at the Queen's Park Oval on Saturday. Red Force will take on the Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in that day and night game also on Saturday. So the Volcanoes played all 3 of their day matches on the trot here at the Queen's Park Oval and now playing their day and night matches down south. Not only they have left the Queen's Park Oval, they have left their mark. There is a big hole in the press box. I understand it was one of the Windward Islands Volcanoes players that smashed the ball into that window. So they're playing right now the Volcanoes against CCC. Let's take a quick check of the score. They've lost their 3rd wicket. Last we heard 1 wicket was down, but since then they've lost 2 more. It's 154 for 3 in the 28th over. Ambrose 25 and Fletcher, the captain, on 2. The points table at the moment. Red Force 10 points, should jump to 14 points in a few. Guyana Harpy Eagles on 12 right now, will remain on 12. Windward Islands Volcanoes on 8, could go to 12. So the last round be very, very, very important.
Yeah, all to play for in the last round, John Ramsing.
30 gone. 146 for the loss of 4. Remember, the top 2 teams from Zone A will go across to Antigua, where they'll crisscross and play the top 2 teams from Zone B. At the moment, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes leading that zone to 10 points. Jamaica Scorpions in second with 8 points. Barbados Pride 6 points in third. And West East Academy with that lone victory, that upset victory over the Jamaica Scorpions. They're on 4. So welcome back, Ruskin.
Thank you very much, John. And before Versami boards the ball, I wanted to ask you, why are some of these teams so inconsistent across formats? Because we just saw the Barbados team win the CPL and looked like like world beaters, and here they are struggling in the regional Super 50. On the back foot he goes, looking to hammer this one through the onside, gets it down to a deep square leg and almost a deepish mid wicket really, and get an easy single. So Cooley goes on by 1 to 36, which is a good knock from him. Puran, who's 46, comes back on strike.
Inconsistency seems to be the only consistent thing these days.
On the back foot goes Puran, shaping as if he wanted to really hammer it, and then decided against it. There's a deep long on, a bit long off, and a deep mid-wicket, almost a squarish mid-wicket, forward of square leg, and a man on the point boundary. Those are the outriders. Outside the off stump he goes, and he's going to come into play now at deep point. So it's you always see it. One country does well in one format, and then you wonder why those same players or the next wave of players, can't continue that trend.
In fact, it was the Jamaica Talibas who won the recent CPL,
Yeah.
and then it was the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots that won the 60. They were defending champions and they failed to get into the playoffs. So there we see inconsistency again.
Yep. Cooley again going across the line of that one this time, but he gets an easy single in the process. And it's just, you just wonder, because 150 is on the board, by the way, 150 for 4 now in the 31st over. So these two moving along quite nicely. Puran is cutting and missing. And again, Bramble thought he had a nice hot potato there, but it turned out to be not even what egg you call it?
An egg ball.
Not even an egg ball. So you just had to give it back to Permal. Puran again on the back foot, and could do nothing with it. Good delivery, and at the end of the over it's 150 for 4 now.
In terms of the inconsistency of Barbados Royals, we want to say, who lost last night to the Jamaica Scorpions. Some of the players that are in Australia ahead of the late batch, so to speak, Shamar Brooks, Jason Holder, Kyle Mayers and Raymond Reefer, might have been playing that Barbados Pride setup. But because they're missing those players, some of the fringe players getting the opportunity. Granted, they're good enough to play and to win, but we're missing some of those players that formed a set unit in that Barbados Pride setup.
And this is why tournaments like these are so important. That next wave of players, or the fringe players, will get an opportunity to hone their skills and take care of business. On the back foot he goes again, and this one was coming in with the arm and just sort of cramped him a little bit. As Cooley looks around, sees that he has a slip, a backward point, a man at the point boundary, and an extra cover and a long off, long on. This time he's waiting to turn it. He does turn it, but a little bit of extra spin there for Sinclair. He had his hands in the air thinking, shoo, I've broken through here. Still fighting, still plugging away. 33 from 111 balls. That's the equation, and make that 32, possibly even 31. And they're coming back for the second round. They'll take it. He has to hurry, and he does get home this time around. So Puran started slowly, but then he really accelerated over the last couple of meters and made it in the end. Good return out of the deep again.
Could have been better from Imlach, but he slipped as he was about to throw. That made him lose his footing just a little bit and some momentum.
Look at the turn on that one. That one just spun. It just hit the turf and bit and went across the left-hander. So all of a sudden the wicket, a little bit of rain, let's freshen it up now. So the wicket just playing a few tricks now. Or is it that Sinclair could grip it a little bit better? Now a no ball, the second one. He is bowled from around the wicket, and this is a free hit. And this is something as a spinner you probably want to cut out of your game as early as possible and not really have it persist, because this is the second one in this game, and if I'm not mistaken he bowled one prior. I'm not sure in which game he did. It may not have cost him, but he did bowl one. I don't know if it was in the first Trinidad Tobago game. He also bowled a no ball there as well. Outside the off stump, that goes for another 6, just over the long off boundary for 6 more.
And he's overstepped again.
And he's overstepped again, so it's another free hit. So it's a no ball, 6 runs, free hit in that order from the umpire.
So just 23 required now by the TNT Red Force. And quite importantly for Jad Gully, he has an opportunity to bring up his maiden half century at this level with a maximum. He's on 45.
And he's closing in on his captain, Puran, who's on 47. These two batted well together. 160 for 4 now.
Partnership 72 and counting.
Well, you did smell your rain, but like the rain came and left, just as you said. He goes with him again. That's another ball smashed down to long off. There is a long off in place, and you're going to get a single. That's the free hit. Back-to-back free hits. That counted for what? 7 and 2, 9 runs in the general scheme of things. So at the end of it, 161 for 4 now, 32 completed.
11 runs from Kevin Sinclair's last over. Means he's finishing his 10 overs now, his quota of 10. 1 maiden, none for 45. Yet again, not picking up a wicket. But in 2019, when he made his debut at this level with the West Indies emerging players, he was the most economical bowler of that tournament. And here we see, not as economical in that tournament, but this time around not picking up wickets as well.
But he hasn't bowled too badly, and it has to be said. It's just that he's bowling now against 2 batsmen who are more than prepared to go after him. And although he's getting a little bit of purchase in the wicket, he's finding it that every time he errs, they're able to take full advantage of it. And those no balls are not helping. So Pomal will continue to Gully. And he's hitting his hard back past the bowler, and he had a chance to catch it, but then he made a business decision, and it made more sense to get the hand out of harm's way than lose a finger or something, because it was hit with real power.
Had he held on to that,
That would have been the catch of the game.
catch of the tournament maybe. The momentum might have taken him a few yards back. But it would have been a wonderful spectacle.
There's a cut shot again. He's going to get a single, a little bit of football, and just the 1 run in it. So that brings the equation down to 20 runs needed now from 106 balls. There's another short one. He's hammering it into the mid-wicket region, but he can't get it through. Sinclair standing there.
That's Kevin Sinclair, one word. And behind us is Sinclair Medical.
Yep. In the area of Sinclair.
In the area of Sinclair.
Because you think about it, the Queen's Park Oval is, for all intents and purposes, considered to be in Woodbrook. But this behind us is the Sinclair area, you know. Outside the off stump, he goes with it again. The fielder at long on is waiting, but jumping, but then cannot pull it down. That goes for 6. That is the half century for Nicholas Puran. He goes to 54. It's 170 now for 4. 30 needed now from 103 balls.
That's a nice shot to bring up his 16th list day half century. He has 100 under his belt, 118 his best. But that one was meat and drink for him. Too wide of the off stump. And he just hit through the line. There's a fielder right back on the boundary and just had no chance.
Pummel again, and this time he was really trying. I'm not sure if he wanted to clear the scoreboard with that one, but he was swinging for the fences there, missed everything. And I don't know if his back is hurting him now, but it's 170 for 4 after 33.
13 runs required. The way this pair going about this run chase, they can get there very quickly. I was asking if Romare Shepherd is going to be brought into the attack, especially since Kevin Sinclair has completed his quota for the day. But it's going to be Clinton Pestano, who usually come back tight in his second spell.
And I think that might have been a discussion with the captain too, and maybe he just decided, look, it's a lost cause. Let's just rest you up. We have an important game coming up next.
Already with a defeat to the Volcanoes. Seems as if the Harpy Eagles will crash to the second defeat of the tournament.
Short ball pulled away down behind square. And another comfortable single for Puran, who inches now to his maiden first class, his maiden list day 50 here. 49. Gully, rather.
So just 2 hits away now. 12 runs required.
2 hits away.
Remember, it was recently said. It was recently said that the West Indies side is a 6-hitting team.
Okay.
So 2 hits away. If they should continue along that line.
That vein, yes. And to prevent that, we have a man at the point. There's a long off, a long on, and a deep square. And he cracks this one to that man at that deep point position, sweeping out there. But he's still 2 hits away.
Yeah, with 11 needed, yes. TNT Red Force will complete their 5 matches, winning 3, 1 no result, and 1 defeat to the Harpy Eagles. That last match of this run, this zone, will be very critical. It can go either way.
The battle for the top 2 spots continues. Clipped away nicely, and but just a single, and that's the 50 for Jit Guli. And a big raise at the bat, and really a proud moment for him and his family. And I'm sure his moms must be somewhere clapping away, and his father as well.
Yeah, it's a maiden list day half century for the 25-year-old. Looks very competent at the crease. Just his 3rd match, first opportunity he's actually getting with the bat. Did not bat in the 2 previous matches he played.
This one is wide outside the off stump. Considered a wide. He took a little bit of the pace off of it. He probably wanted to have him reach out there for a slower ball, maybe sky it to the man at deep point. As you can see the thought going into the bowling, he just didn't execute it as well as he wanted.
Just running in gingerly now as well, Pestano. Just waiting for time.
Yep, but a number of players have had, there've been some niggles around the place. And this time he's given him width, and Puran is taking it. So 1 more to the score, brings it down to 8 now. So we're down to single digits now.
Puran and some of the guys who are on niggles will have 2 days off because
Before
there's no
they do it
cricket
again.
on Thursday nor Friday. The next match, the final
Saturday.
match of the zone, will be on Saturday. So they'll have some time to get some remedial work in.
That one goes right through him. A little bit of inward movement there. Went between the bat and a pad, but it missed the stump as well. So good delivery again from Pestano. We did say that he does. You can see some thought going into his bowling here. He doesn't have the luck. He has the 1 wicket for 13 runs.
Every match that he has played in so far, Pestano, he has picked up just one
Just
wicket.
1 wicket. Yep. I'm sure he'd like to change that. Maybe get a second one here. But not with that, because it's hit down to long as a full toss, and it's just hammered down to the man at deepish mid-off for a comfortable single to complete over number 34. 176 for 4, 7 away.
Seems to be bowling much better with all the ball as well, Clinton Pestano. Today we see Kevin Sinclair and Romari Shepherd given the new balls respectively from each end. Pestano coming for his change. And like we saw all season, when he comes down towards the death, seems to be bowling much better. Niall Smith, who's in the squad, is yet to play. The other player who's yet to be given an opportunity is Samson, who can also bowl medium fast.
First one is on the legs, but he can't get it through. But you know, they're running out of time to give those players an opportunity, because the game on Saturday is going to be an important game. You can't experiment in that game.
And then if they get through to go to semi-finals.
Yep. Here he goes again. That's another almighty hit. That one has gone to the Jeffrey Stallmeyer, just in front of the Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand. And another 6 runs. So we're 1 away now. You did say we wanted 2 hits, well, you got 1. And so the scores are level now. It's 182 for 4.
That was another big shot. Ball was well pitched up again from Pramal. There's Jad Kohli hitting and not even looking where the ball has gone, realizing he had made good connection.
So
Quite a player for the future.
Yep.
I'm impressed.
So he's just 1 away now, and the fielder's still set outside. I thought he might have brought them in, but he still left everybody out in the deep, hoping maybe to get a skied catch somewhere out in the deep. And now they're bringing the man at square leg, short, fine leg, to straightish mid-wicket. So there's a straight mid-wicket and a wide mid-wicket, almost an orthodox mid-wicket, and a man, well, he's really a mid-on, a short mid-on, and then there's a long one on the boundary. This one is turned away. They're going to come and get the easy single, true forward square leg, and that is the victory for Trinidad and Tobago. It allows them to go to the top of the group. Another crucial 4 points, and that is it. 183 for 4. Puran not out 56. Guli not out 58. Trinidad and Tobago winning by 6 wickets with 93 balls to spare.
Well, congratulations to the TNT Red Force, winning this top of the table clash convincingly against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So they've displaced the Harpy Eagles at the top of the table. So the exchange positions with the TNT Red Force going to 14 points, Harpy Eagles remaining on 12. So they're in second position. Could be momentarily, because net run rate can come into play with the Windward Islands against the combined campuses and colleges in the second match of the day. But 95-run partnership between Captain Nicholas Puran and the apprentice Jad Kohli with 58 from 58 balls. Very good maiden half century. Nicholas Puran once again showing his class, 56 from 47, and that partnership really did it for the TNT Red Force, who are also defending champions. They got together at 4 for 88 after 20 overs, and they were at a spot of bother then. But Nicholas Puran said he's going to take the bull by the horn, and he did so. Got 27 from Utley, 26 from Jason Mohammed, while Bravo not contributing a lot today, nor Amir Django playing his first match of the tournament. So it's 183 for 4 from 34.2 overs.
So a convincing victory. There are 10 extras. So there's the scorecard: 27 to Utley, 2 to Django, 26 to Mohammed before he was run out after a little moment of madness there. Bravo out for 5, a soft dismissal, but then it was the Puran and Guli show at 56 and 58 respectively. And Carriah, Hussein, Narine, Heinz and Gabriel not needed this time around. 183 for 4 and 34.2 overs for the 34.3 overs. And of course bowling, Motie 2 for 44. And here it is again. Shepherd 4 overs, 21 runs, no wickets. Sinclair 10 overs, not for 47. And you had Prestano 5 overs, 1 for 14. Rutherford just bowled 2 overs and 4 balls before he left, not for 17. Passad just completed that over, the 2 balls and 1 run. And Motie 8 overs, 2 for 44. And Veerasamy Permaul 4.2 overs, not for 39. So again, Motie showing that he could lead the attack with 2 for 44, but it wasn't enough on the day, and they came up short yet again. So where does this now put the Guyanese? I mean, what kind of mindset do you think they have going into that final game? Because it's a game, it's a must-win game for them. They can't fool around with it. Regardless of what transpires today, they must be thinking we have to do better if we need to get momentum going into the semi-final.
TNT Red Force will perhaps have to help the Guyana Harpy Eagles as well, because the Red Force now on to 14 will next play the Volcanoes.
Yeah.
So that will become a top of the table clash. It depends on the net run rate, but the Guyana Harpy Eagles will want to beat the combined campuses and colleges in their last game convincingly, and hoping that TNT do not lose to the Volcanoes as well, because like I said, both windwards, Volcanoes and the Harpy Eagles could be tied on points after today.
And net run rate will become
net run rate will be very important. So that's what I'm saying. If the TNT do not beat the Volcanoes in the last game, may not want it to be too much of a wide margin of victory if it should go down to that.
Right.
So it's all to play for basically. Still TNT Red Force can say not quite out of the woods, because they'll go to 14 points. And they have qualified for the semi-final now.
Yeah, because nobody could, although they could catch them, they may still be second if if they lose their game and Guyana was to win theirs.
So as defending champions, they're already assured of a spot in the next half or the next phase of the tournament. So congratulations to them for that as well. It's all to play for who will join them, whether it's going to be the Harpy Eagles or the Volcanoes.
Well, it should be an interesting battle, because it's either one of them will be able to make it through after all that has happened. So it really comes down to that, folks. On the last day, the last round of competition on Saturday, all to play for still for at least those 2 teams, and we'll see exactly how that transpires. But for now, the TNT Red Force are celebrating a crucial victory. They had disappointment on Monday because of the weather, but today they can be a little more relaxed and just maybe put their feet up for the next 2 days before they head back into battle against Sunil. Sunil, you could always convey our congratulations to the team, and we look forward to more of the same when they play on the weekend down at the Bramble Cricket Academy. So it should be another interesting battle there as well. So on behalf of the entire team, and maybe you could just give me a quick update as to how things are going down there.
Yeah, Captain Fletcher has just been dismissed into the 34th over now. The Volcanoes 176 for the loss of 4 against CCC. So they're scoring at a very healthy scoring rate, the Volcanoes against the Students, and look as if they would like to win that match very convincingly.
Well, because they understand the situation as to what is happening at the moment. So they are not taking any chances. They are playing this as if this is their final, if you know what I mean. And because they have designs on going further in the tournament. And of course, with the Leeward Islands leading in the other group, the Windwards might be a little bit jealous and feel, they need to do something as well. But it's still all to play for. Again, on behalf of the entire team, Sunil, thanks so much. Mark, John, rather, once again, thanks for your support. Ian Wilson, who was here with us earlier today, we certainly want to thank him. So this is the situation here. 360 Cricket, on behalf of the West Indies Cricket Board, teaming up to bring you these matches. And we look forward to your company again come Saturday, when we'll do it all over again. And as we leave you from the Queen's Park Oval, a convincing victory for the TNT Red Force, winning by 6 wickets over the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Eagles 182 all out in 45.2 overs, and the Red Force 183 for 4 in 34.2 overs, and winning with 93 balls to spare as well. So that is the very latest from all of us here at the Queen's Park Oval.